Blackstone presents Weapons of Opportunity by Dale Brown. This book is read by Rob Shapiro. This novel is dedicated to the ones who keep watching to keep us safe, around the corner or around the world. To surprise the enemy is to defeat him. Alexander Suvorov, 18th century Russian general. Madness is, however, an affliction which, in war, carries with it the advantage of surprise. Winston Churchill. Prologue. Tambov Military Airfield, Russia. November. Winter had come early to this part of Russia, 400 kilometers southeast of Moscow. Snow drifted down out of the cloudy night sky, becoming a swirling curtain of dazzling white where it fell into the beams of the powerful lights ringing the airfield. Along the base's western perimeter, a stand of bare-limbed birch trees faded from sight, obscured by the steadily increasing snowfall. Several narrow-bodied jets were parked out on a wide apron just off the concrete runway. Fitted with the needle-shaped nose of the much larger Tupolev Tu-160 swept-wing supersonic bomber, they were Tu-134 UBLs, models of a 1960s vintage civilian passenger plane converted to train bomber crews rotating through Tambov's 1,449th Air Base. But these specialized training aircraft were dwarfed by the single enormous four-engine airliner sitting on a taxiway not far away. Comparable to America's Air Force One, this Ilyushin 96-300PU was Russian President Pyotr Zhdanov's personal transport. Outside near the flight line, a handful of stern-faced bodyguards surrounded Zhdanov. He took a long drag from his cigarette and then irritably pitched it away across the tarmac. Its lit end glowed orange in the darkness for a brief moment before vanishing, extinguished by the falling snow. Much like any man's life in the end, he thought dourly. One brief flash of light and warmth and then oblivion, for all eternity. His hard mouth tightened in a grimace. Despite his thick black coat and fur hat, he could feel the cold gnawing at his bones. The glory days when he could strut bare-chested through freezing temperatures for propaganda videos were long gone. More and more age and ill health were catching up to him. Impatiently, Zhdanov turned to the much younger, immaculately dressed man at his side. "Well, Voronin," he demanded, "now can you tell me what's so important that you dragged me out here to the ass end of nowhere?" In answer, Pavel Voronin first checked his watch before looking back down at Russia's autocratic ruler. His well-mannered smile never reached his pale gray eyes. "I've invited you here for a demonstration, Mr. President," he said evenly. Zhdanov snorted. "Demonstration of what, frostbite?" "The future," Voronin answered, ignoring the older man's show of ill temper. Although it was not widely known outside Russia, his shadowy company, Syndikat Voronya, the Raven Syndicate, supplied military and intelligence services, equipment, and expertise to the highest bidders among Moscow's allies around the world. Aided by enormous wealth and utter ruthlessness, Voronin himself had risen through the ruling elite to become the president's closest strategic advisor. Although he was nominally still only a private citizen, his influence over Zhdanov effectively made him the second most powerful man in the Russian state. Zhdanov frowned. "Pavel, I'm in no mood for riddles." Suddenly one of his bodyguards broke in. "Sir, we have to get you into cover right now." He tapped at his radio earpiece. "The Tambov control tower reports defense radars have just picked up an unidentified aircraft at close range." Voronin's smile widened a bit. Relax, he said. This new arrival is no threat. Not to us, at least. He nodded toward the southern end of the runway. You see? And as if in response, a pale gray shape materialized out of the darkness, gliding downward through a vortex of whirling snow. Bat-wing configured, the mystery aircraft was roughly 7 meters long, with a similar wingspan. That made it significantly smaller than most modern combat planes, considerably less than half the size of Russia's Su-35 air superiority fighter, as an example. The wheels of its retractable landing gear were already lowered and locked in place. The aircraft touched down gently and rolled toward them along the runway, slowing fast until it came to a full stop only meters away. Its single-wing buried turbofan spooled down with a muted, remarkably quiet whine. Zhdanov stared at the mystery plane for a moment. Then he swung back to Voronian. "Where the devil did that thing come from?" he snapped, not bothering to hide his irritation at being kept both literally and figuratively in the dark about this surprise landing. This prototype aircraft took off 2,000 kilometers to the east, the younger man told him, at a small airfield near Omsk. Zhdanov raised an eyebrow. Omsk? Our armed forces don't have a base there. They do not, Voronian agreed with a shrug. But I do. He nodded at the gray bat-wing-shaped plane. This new aircraft is the product of an intense development effort funded by my Raven Syndicate. He smiled again, aided, of course, by advanced scientific and engineering research data obtained through other, less conventional means. Through espionage, Zhdanov realized. Why spend years and hundreds of billions of rubles to reinvent what our enemies already have in their possession? Voronian asked. The president matched his wry expression. Why, indeed. His eyes narrowed. And the point of all this effort and expense? What's so special about this new plane of yours? Among other things, the fact that it flew all the way here without being detected by a single one of our vaunted air defense radar systems, Voronian answered. Not, in fact, until the moment it lowered its gear for landing. Zhdanov nodded his understanding. You've built a new stealth aircraft, he said appreciatively, eyeing the lines of the aircraft's carefully designed configuration. Introduce me to your test pilot, Pavel. I will congratulate him. There is no pilot, Voronian said. The older man stared at him. This is a drone. What our military calls an unmanned combat aerial vehicle, Voronian agreed. A UCAV. Zhdanov snorted. Ah. Where would our generals be without their bullshit jargon? He jerked a thumb at the plane. So, does this new robotic flying machine of yours have a name? Or only a number? We call it Mora, Voronian told him. Studying the aircraft now flecked here and there by clumps of accumulating snow, Russia's leader bared his teeth in an icy, predatory smile of his own. The name the younger man had given to his new weapon was highly appropriate. In Slavic mythology, a Mora was a night demon. Transforming itself into the thin, almost invisible shape of a piece of hair or straw, the demon could flit unnoticed through locked doors, and then drain the blood of its chosen victims. Later, during the flight back to Moscow on Zhdanov's plane, Voronian allowed himself a moment to savor the remarkable success of his bit of theater with the Mora drone. The serious risks he'd taken by approving this prototype's first long-range, cross-country flight had paid off handsomely, greatly strengthening his clout. It was, he admitted inwardly, a triumph he had very badly needed. Months before, the unexpected and still unexplained failure of a Raven Syndicate operation codenamed Midnight had infuriated the president, leaving Voronian momentarily vulnerable. Among Zhdanov's inner circle, there were many old military men and politicians, cautious and cowardly relics of an earlier age, who envied and resented Voronian's swift rise to power. Only the president's awareness that none of them had even a fraction of Voronian's aggressiveness, imagination, or daring had saved him from being cast aside. At the time, he'd assured Zhdanov that he had other weapons to use against the Americans. Tonight, he had made good on that promise. His smartphone vibrated softly, alerting him to an urgent message from his top deputy, Vasily Kondakov, a former colonel in the GRU, Russia's military intelligence service. He checked the screen. "Ferrets report small signs of prey," Kondakov had written. "Possible Langley connection makes endeavor highly risky. Request authorization to pursue further." Voronian sat back in his seat to consider his response. Within days of Midnight's disastrous end, he had set agents in motion with orders to identify those responsible. Now, at last, after months wasted prowling down blind alleys, it seemed that his operatives had a solid lead, however tentative. And high time, too, he thought coldly. With the planning for another covert, large-scale attack against the United States already underway, the Raven Syndicate could not afford to give its unknown enemies free rein. They must be tracked down, pinned, and marked for destruction with all possible speed. Still, he thought uneasily, there was no denying that the possibility of CIA involvement came as an unpleasant surprise. Early on, he had firmly ruled out any idea that the bloated, risk-averse American intelligence organization headquartered in Langley, Virginia, could have played an active part in thwarting his previous operation. His mouth curled into a slight frown. Taking direct action against anyone connected to the CIA would not be at all popular with Moscow's own official spy services, the SVR and the GRU. In general, they preferred waging their clandestine war with the West through proxies, leaving most of the real dirty work to other, deniable hands. That would go double for any potential wet work, killing, within the precincts of the U.S. capital region. Voronian's smile returned. So be it. If it proved necessary, he would show the hidebound men who ran the SVR and GRU the value of swift, decisive action, even right in the enemy's backyard. Swiftly, he typed in a single-word reply to Kondakov. Proceed. Chapter 1. Southwestern Virginia, some weeks later. Nick Flynn crouched low behind the thick trunk of an old oak. His breath steamed in the air, visible in the wan winter sunlight filtering down through the trees carpeting the steep Appalachian hillside. Quickly, he checked the fire mode selector on the short-barreled HK-417 carbine he carried, making doubly sure it was set on semi-auto. His Quartet Directorate Action Team had chosen the German-designed weapon because its 7.62mm rounds had better stopping power and armor penetration than NATO-standard 5.56mm bullets. But those same rounds were also bigger and heavier, so each rifle's standard magazine held only 20 rounds instead of 30. Going full auto could empty a whole magazine in seconds. And running low on ammo is not exactly a great plan in a combat situation, he thought wryly. Unless, of course, he intended to try beating an enemy to death with the HK's polymer stock. Flynn glanced right and saw a short, compact man wearing a mottled white and brown winter camouflage smock settle into cover behind a boulder roughly 20 yards away. Shannon Cook, a tough, forceful ex-U.S. Special Forces operator, was in position. Flynn held out an open palm, signaling Cook to hold in place for now. With a tight grin, the other man flashed him the OK sign. Looking left, Flynn spotted Wade Vukovich, the second member of his team, going prone behind a tree trunk of his own. Vukovich, a former U.S. Army soldier, acknowledged the hand signal and then sighted through the optic fitted to his own HK carbine, scanning the snowy, tree-studded slope rising above them. A final quick check backward showed Cole Hines in his assigned slot about 20 yards downhill. The broad-shouldered ex-soldier was ready to maneuver to either flank if they ran into trouble. That left only the action team's fifth man, Tadeusz Kosek. The Pole, a veteran of his own country's elite Special Troops Command, was not anywhere in sight. Exactly as planned. Flynn nodded to himself. So far, so good. They'd cleared the wooded valley behind them without taking any casualties, but it was high time they got moving again. While rushing headlong into a possible enemy ambush would be dumb, there was no way to complete this mission without pushing deeper into hostile country. Their final objective lay at the very top of this next piece of high ground. He shot a quick flurry of hand signals to the others, alerting them to what he intended. Then, cautiously, he climbed back to his feet and moved forward with his HK carbine at the ready. On the left and right, Vukovich and Cook did the same, paralleling his steady advance up the slope. Snow crunched softly under Flynn's boots. He winced a little at the noise. It sounded much louder against the hushed, frozen silence of these wooded hills and valleys. Growing up in sunny central Texas, where serious winter weather was a rare event, wasn't exactly the best training for sneaking around on icy ground. Then again, before he joined the highly secret Quartet Directorate, his last assignment as a captain in the U.S. Air Force had been to a remote radar outpost above the Arctic Circle. And compared to the howling winds and sub-zero perpetual dark he'd fought through up there, this brisk trek through southwestern Virginia's rugged backcountry was practically a stroll on some idyllic Caribbean beach. With the HK tucked firmly against his shoulder, he swiveled from side to side as he climbed steadily, hunting for the slightest sign of movement or anything that looked at all out of place among the trees and snow-covered rock ledges ahead of him. He controlled his breathing. He needed to be able to hear even the tiniest sounds. Twang. Flynn spun left toward the noise and saw a man-sized shape bounce upward from behind a ledge less than 10 yards away. He squeezed off 2 quick shots. Crack, crack. 2 holes appeared dead center in the plywood target. The suppressor threaded to the end of his carbine dropped the sound of his shots to a decibel level his ears could handle without damage. Off to either flank, he could hear more gunfire as Cook and Vukovich engaged pop-up targets of their own. Suddenly, something flickered at the very outside edge of his peripheral vision. Holy shit. A target had remotely triggered up in one of the tall trees to his right rear, mimicking an enemy sniper concealed high among the thick, bare branches. Desperately, he swung around, knowing he wasn't going to make it in time. If this were real, he would be dead. Whap! The target shuddered. It strayed on by a high-powered .338 Lapua Magnum rifle round. A fraction of a second later, the distant sound of the shot echoed across the surrounding hills. Hostile down. Flynn heard Kosek report coolly through his headset. He breathed out. Dzięki, Tadeusz. Thanks, Tadeusz, he radioed. Just doing my job, Nick, Kosek replied. But you are welcome anyway. Flynn could imagine the satisfied smile on the Polish sniper's face. Long-range precision shooting was the other man's passion, and that had been a difficult shot through all the intervening trees. Cossack was on overwatch, assigned to cover them as they advanced toward the crest. He was in a concealed position on the other side of the valley they'd crossed, close to 400 yards behind them now. The seasons giveth and they taketh away, Flynn thought with a grin of his own. Training in this cold weather might be a bitch, but at least it let them make full use of their best marksmen's specialized skills. In summer or spring, with all the leaves still on the forest's stands of oak and hickory, the pole would have had a very hard time keeping them in sight from any real distance. "Lead the posse," Flynn radioed to the rest of the team. "Push on for the crest, same formation, stay sharp. There are bound to be a few more surprises up ahead." Acknowledgments crackled through his headset. He readied his HK again and moved onward. The next minutes proved his point. Time and again they encountered expertly hidden pop-up targets, or needed to safely navigate mazes of tripwire pyrotechnics that simulated more lethal, real-world landmines and improvised booby traps. When he finally made it all the way to the top of the hill without being killed, Flynn breathed out. He rolled his tight shoulders and neck, hearing the joints crack and pop. Then he put his carbine on safe and turned to observe the others as they joined him on the summit. He was glad to see that they were all moving easily, without even the slightest sign of exhaustion or undue strain. 3 of them, Cook, Vukovic, and Cossack, had been badly wounded on their last major mission together. Between the necessary hospital stays and the long slog of arduous physical therapy required to mend broken bones and rebuild damaged muscles, each man had been out of the field for months. These week-long tactical exercises were intended to prove that they really were fully fit, and so far at least they'd met and overcome every physical and mental challenge presented to them. Assuming they could keep it up over the next couple of days, Flynn would be hugely relieved to have Tad Cossack and the others back at his side. Finding people with the sort of highly specialized skills needed by the Quartet Directorate was a tough task. Finding those who could be trusted to keep the organization's very existence absolutely secret was even tougher. Back at the beginning of the Cold War against the Soviet Union, veterans of America's OSS, the Office of Strategic Services, the forerunner to the CIA, Britain's SOE, the Special Operations Executive, and the anti-Nazi resistance movements of France, Norway, Poland, and other Allied countries, had seen the need for a covert private force able to act decisively against serious threats to the free world. Even then, it was already clear that the West's official intelligence agencies were both deeply penetrated by Soviet spies and increasingly mired in politics and bureaucratic caution. The Quartet Directorate, usually referred to as 4 by those in the know, was their answer. For decades now, 4's operatives had fought the free world's enemies, waging war from the shadows outside the control of risk-averse officials and politicians. As a result, the slightest breach of the secrecy shielding their activities would be catastrophic. Given the odds they faced, they needed to stay completely off the radar of both their foes and their own government's regular spy services. Nick Flynn himself had been recruited into 4 after a pair of sketchy, poorly planned CIA covert operations blew up in Langley's face a couple of years before. Since he was just a lowly Air Force intelligence officer without the slightest ounce of political pull, the agency had tapped him as a convenient scapegoat for its own screw-ups, despite the fact that he'd risked his life to prevent even greater disasters. If anything, he realized, he'd probably been targeted precisely because he'd succeeded where the CIA's own people had fucked up. Gratitude was an alien concept in the ruling circles of Washington, D.C., especially when there was blame to be shifted. Compared to him, Cook and Cossack were old four hands. The two remaining members of his team, Cole Hines and Wade Vukovich, were other survivors of the same debacle in Alaska that had ended Flynn's Air Force career. They'd tracked him down and finagled their own way into the quartet directorate some months back. And while the two former GIs were a little rougher around the edges than the organization's usual recruits, they'd already proved themselves in unconventional combat when it counted. Flynn waited until the four men were gathered around him in a half circle. "Comments?" he asked. "Our time was decent," Cook allowed, "but we could probably shave a couple of minutes off on the next go-around." Flynn nodded. He'd kept the pace a little slower this time to avoid overtaxing those who'd been wounded. Now that he'd seen them all in action, he could step it up. He turned to Cossack. "Dad?" The Pole patted his Finnish-made TRG-42 bolt-action sniper rifle with a pleased look. "Any chance to shoot this nice little weapon is welcome," he said with a shrug, "even if it is just at harmless paper or wood targets. Give me a little while and I'll do my level best to find you something that shoots back," Flynn promised with a smile. He turned to the last two. "You guys?" Quiet as usual, Vukovich only shook his head. Hines, typically irrepressible, showed his teeth. "Well, I thought we kicked some serious simulated ass, sir." He clapped Cook on the shoulder. "Hey, that was a pretty sweet little assault course your cousins put together," he said. "Fixing pop-ups high in the trees like that? That's some intense grade A level evil nastiness right there." "The boys certainly do enjoy their work, whether it's for us or the weekend warrior wannabes and paintball shooters they also run through these hills. Keeps them out of trouble," the other man agreed with a hint of a smile. "Well, mostly anyway." Hines grinned. "Trouble, huh? Like what? Revenuers hunting for their white lightning still? Blood feuds with the neighboring clans? That kind of hillbilly shit?" Cook shook his head. "Now, Cole," he said kindly, "you've been watching way too much TV. We're all genteel, law-abiding folks around here." His Virginia drawl thickened slightly. "But if you do hear banjos off in the distance, my advice is to run while you can." Flynn stifled a laugh. Like many of Four's original founders, the native Virginian came from a wealthy family. Much of the surrounding countryside belonged to them, and they had roots here dating back to the American Revolution. Cook himself had chosen service to his country over more lucrative private pursuits like lawyering and managing money. He'd ended up with the Army's ultra-secret Task Force Orange. As a consequence, he'd spent a lot of time deployed covertly in extremely unfriendly parts of the world, collecting crucial intelligence needed for various high-risk U.S. Special Forces operations. And after leaving the armed forces, he'd been recruited to handle the same kind of work for the Quartet Directorate. So when Flynn had started planning these live-fire training exercises, Cook had gladly volunteered both the use of this private land and his old family home as their base for the duration. "Okay, guys," Flynn said briskly. "We'll head on over to the house and grab some hot food. After that, my advice is to rest up while you can, because we're coming back at 0:30 to run the course using night vision gear." He nodded back down the slope. "And just to make it fair, that range is going to be reset while we're gone, with a whole new slew of obstacles and targets." The others nodded their approval. No matter how good your intel was, it was never perfect. There were always unpleasant surprises, and the only certainty in battle was uncertainty. Anyone who wanted to come out alive at the other end of a fight kept that firmly in mind. Chapter 2. Cook Manor. A short time later. The large, elegant house that Cook called the Manor, only partly in jest, lay at the end of a long, curving drive. Set high up on a ridge, the property offered sweeping views over the neighboring valleys and wooded ridges. The house itself had been built after the Second World War by Cook's grandfather, as an homage to the beautiful chateaux the older man had admired while blasting his way across German-occupied France with the rest of Patton's Third Army. Its steep, mansard-style roof, wood shutter-bracketed windows, arched stone front doorway, and cream-colored brick exterior above a layer of native rock enhanced the resemblance. Already shrugging out of his camouflage smock, Nick Flynn took the stairs to the upper floor 2 at a time. The guest room he'd been assigned was down a hall leading to the back of the big house, and the luxury of luxuries, it came with its own attached bathroom. After a long, cold day spent trekking through snow-covered woods and up and down steep hills, he was more than ready for a hot shower, with an emphasis on hot, as in practically scalding. He reached for the door handle and froze, suddenly aware of something hard prodding him in the back. "Reach for the sky, partner," a familiar husky voice breathed into his ear, "and don't make any sudden moves." Slowly, Flynn raised his hands. "Well, ma'am, you've sure as all get out got me dead to rights," he drawled, glancing back over his shoulder with a lopsided smile. "But in my own defense, I wasn't expecting any special visitors today." "That's kind of obvious, Nick," Laura Van Horn said with a grin of her own. The attractive, dark-haired woman slid the smartphone she'd used to mimic a pistol back into the pocket of her stylish winter coat. She shook her head in mock disapproval. "Seems a little careless of you, doesn't it?" Flynn lowered his arms and turned to face her. "Maybe a bit," he admitted, "since you do have a certain knack for turning up unexpectedly. Right out of the blue." They'd first met when the damaged Air National Guard C-130J she'd been co-piloting came in for an emergency landing near his last duty station in Alaska's frozen wilds. At the time, he'd thought that was sheer coincidence. Only later did he learn that she was also one of the Quartet Directorate's top field agents, and that it was at her urging he'd been recruited into 4. He eyed her hopefully. "I don't suppose this is a social call?" "No such luck," Van Horn said with regret. She looked him up and down with a wicked gleam in her eyes, which is too bad because some just us time would have been a lot of fun, though I guess possibly a little hard on that weak heart of yours. "Hey, my heart's just fine," Flynn retorted. If anything, her expression grew even more mischievous. "Maybe now it is?" Her generous mouth curved upward. "But later? Well, that might be a different story, cowboy." He had a sudden, very vivid mental image of Laura wearing a lot less and in far more private circumstances. "Down, boy," he thought desperately. He cleared his throat, trying mightily to rein in his freewheeling imagination and focus on business. "So why are you here, then?" "Brer Fox asked me to fly him up. We just got in, and he's downstairs waiting for us now." Flynn felt his eyebrows go up. Carlton Frederick Fox was the head of 4's American station, which made him their boss. In practice, he gave his subordinates a lot of room to run training ops and even missions in their individual ways, so his sudden decision to come here in person could only mean one thing. "There's trouble brewing?" Van Horn nodded. "Yep. And I'm guessing it's the kind 4 pays us the big bucks to handle." He considered the state of his bank account and started to open his mouth in protest. "Okay," she amended, "make that barely adequate bucks, but you get the drift." "That I do," Flynn allowed. Money wasn't a motivation for anyone in the Quartet Directorate. He joined up because Fox had promised him opportunities for independent action in a good cause, without being second-guessed or held back by careerist senior officers and cowardly politicos. The fact that those opportunities usually came with a significant risk of death or injury was understood. He gestured politely toward the stairs. "Well, ma'am, after you then. Because I guess it wouldn't do to keep our fearless leader waiting long." Cook Manor's library took up a significant portion of the ground floor. Several large windows set into one wall offered plenty of natural light. Except for a door out into the main hall, the other walls were lined with floor-to-ceiling cases crammed full of hardcover books, a mix of military history, mysteries, and classic Golden Age science fiction. Comfortable leather-backed chairs surrounded a table placed in the very center of the room. Fox, a thin, middle-aged man with graying hair, rose from the table when Flynn and Van Horn appeared. His pale eyes studied them from behind a pair of wire-rimmed glasses. "I'm sorry to break in on your training cycle like this, Nick," he said quietly, waving them into seats and then sitting back down himself. "But we've got something of a situation developing." For situation reads "something wicked this way comes," Flynn realized. Over the past year or so, he'd learned that the head of Four's American station had a remarkable gift for understatement. "It concerns my top contact at the CIA," Fox went on. His mouth twisted slightly. "Or, more accurately, someone who was my most significant source inside Langley. Right up until a few months ago." "Who?" Van Horn asked. "Philip Demopoulos." Flynn whistled softly. Like the other Quartet Directorate heads of station, Fox kept a series of discreet, arm's-length relationships with people in the official military and intelligence services. All of these contacts were painstakingly screened, and as an added precaution, none of them were given the full picture of Four's real aims or capabilities. But Demopoulos had been the head of the CIA's Directorate of Analysis, one of its most senior executives. Learning that the fourth or fifth highest-ranking person in the CIA, depending on the current state of its torturous office politics, had been one of Four's backdoor friends, came as a real surprise. Fox nodded at his reaction. "Philip was extremely useful," he said. "He was in an excellent position to funnel classified intelligence to us when we needed it. Just as important, he sometimes served as a conduit of vital information we collected to the powers that be in the U.S. national security apparatus." Passing it off as a product of the CIA's own work, Van Horn realized. Fox nodded. "Or as material from other confidential intelligence sources." "So what happened to him?" Flynn asked the older man. "Unfortunately, we happened," Fox answered. "Last year I passed him the intel your team gathered on that Russian and Iranian plan to hit us with a concealed sea-launched ICBM. That sick son of a bitch Pavel Voronyan's Operation Midnight," Flynn realized. The code name their enemies had selected had been apt, given their intention to hurl the United States into a new dark age, murdering hundreds of millions of innocents through starvation and disease. Fox nodded. "I'd hoped Demopoulos could persuade his agency superiors to act directly and eliminate the threat, either by using the CIA's own covert operations capabilities or those of our regular armed forces. But instead they all sat on their fat asses and did nothing," Van Horn said bluntly. Flynn gritted his teeth. Navy or Air Force bombers could easily have sunk the ship ferrying that deadly nuclear-tipped missile into striking range of America's heartland. Instead, he'd been forced to lead a desperate, rapidly improvised assault to take it out, with more than half his team killed or seriously wounded in the process. A sadly accurate assessment, Fox said evenly. Apparently, the intelligence we provided was discounted as insufficient to justify risking the current administration's high-level diplomatic push for closer, friendlier ties with Iran. He shrugged. If nothing else, the current director of the CIA is a consummate political animal, with a time-honed ability to sense which way the winds inside the White House are blowing. And when Demopoulos turned out to be right after all? Van Horn prompted. He got the chop? Fox nodded again. The DCI pushed him into taking early retirement. He shook his head. It's an old story inside the CIA and the military alike. No good deed goes unpunished if you make the upper echelons look foolish. He glanced across the table at Flynn. As you know all too well. One side of Van Horn's mouth quirked upward in a crooked grin. Of course, Nick's natural orneriness probably didn't help him there much either. Guys with stars on their shoulders really hate it when someone tells them they're full of shit. Flynn spread his hands modestly. What can I say? It's a gift. His eyes narrowed as he turned back to Fox. Okay, this Demopoulos character got canned unfairly, but if he's out of the CIA, he's out of the intel game. End of story. So what's our angle here? Our angle is that he sent me a coded email a few hours ago seeking our assistance, the older man replied. He's convinced that he's currently under close physical and electronic surveillance by someone. Yeah, but that might just be some of the CIA's internal security types, or maybe FBI agents acting on Langley's behalf, Van Horn suggested. She shrugged her shoulders. Nothing weird about the agency wanting to keep tabs on one of their top people who got forced out in a power struggle. Demopoulos has to know where enough bodies are buried to raise a big stink with the press or on Capitol Hill. Fox shook his head. I still have a few other lower-level sources in both the CIA and the FBI, enough to be sure that whoever's watching him, it's not someone from our own government. You think these are hostiles? Flynn asked carefully, using the common shorthand for agents of an enemy intelligence service. It's possible, the other man said. Perhaps even likely. His tone was serious. As a precaution, I had one of our local part-timers in the D.C. area make a quick pass by his Northern Virginia home earlier this afternoon. Nothing looked out of place then, but now Demopoulos has gone completely silent. Flynn felt the nerves at the back of his neck twitch a little. In ordinary circumstances, the fact that the retired CIA executive wasn't answering his phone or emails wouldn't arouse concern. However, the circumstances weren't ordinary. Sure, maybe Demopoulos was just seeing ghosts, watchers who weren't there, but, Flynn thought, even paranoids could have real enemies. He looked at Fox. Let me guess. You want my team and me to go and take a look, up close and in person? The older man nodded. Even though this could be a trap of some sort? Flynn pressed. Laid by some very nasty types who've deliberately spooked Demopoulos precisely to find out who comes running when he screams for help? Especially in that case, Fox said calmly. Personally, I much prefer the idea of being the hunter to being the hunted. Van Horn smiled. Amen to that, she murmured, then leaned forward. Worst case, Brer Fox? How much does this guy really know about 4? Very little, Fox said with a slight shrug. We haven't met in person for years, and I wasn't using this name then. Our communications were solely by email through a covert server that can't be traced back to us." Flynn considered that. Put bluntly, they could probably sit tight and do nothing without running a serious risk of compromising the Quartet Directorate. Cutting distant assets like Demopoulos loose when they became dangers or embarrassments was common practice for the CIA, the UK's MI6, and other government-run spy outfits. Pulling the whole "the secretary will disavow any knowledge of your actions" stunt wasn't heroic or honorable, but it was often both the smart play and the safest political option. The men and women in 4, though, operated on very different principles. They did not lightly throw people who'd helped them to the wolves. Demopoulos apparently had done his best for the Quartet Directorate. So, now it was up to them to do their best for him. Chapter 3. McLean, Northern Virginia. A few hours later. Nick Flynn went prone at the edge of the trees and scanned the wide lawn ahead of him through his night vision goggles. This close to midnight, under a moonless, cloud-covered sky, there was little ambient light apart from a few distant street lamps glowing in the distance. Fortunately, the image intensifiers in his goggles were powerful enough to turn the surrounding darkness into a monochrome vista almost as bright as natural daylight. Directly ahead, he could make out the rear of Philip Demopoulos's large, 2-story colonial-style home, which backed onto this wooded nature preserve. From what Flynn could see, there were no lights on inside. The other expensive-looking houses set around the quiet cul-de-sac were equally dark. This part of McLean, one of the wealthiest and most desirable suburbs in Washington, D.C., was home to a host of high-ranking U.S. government officials and foreign diplomats. The CIA's Langley headquarters was less than 4 miles away. "Hell of a big place for just one guy," Cole Hines murmured from beside Flynn. Flynn nodded. According to his intel, Demopoulos had been divorced for some years, and both of his children were grown and flown, leading their own adult lives in different parts of the country. Unlike some in the political and national security establishment, the retired CIA executive wasn't independently wealthy, so his house, bought years before the rapid escalation in local real estate prices, probably represented the bulk of his assets. Whether from pride or a preference for plenty of elbow room, he obviously hadn't been willing to downsize to a smaller townhouse or apartment. Flynn keyed his tactical radio. "Prowler eyes, this is Prowler lead. What's the bigger picture?" "No signs of movement, Nick," Laura Van Horn replied. "All the virtuous folks seem to be safely in bed." She was posted a couple of miles away. From there, she was remotely piloting an ultra-quiet quadcopter drone equipped with a night vision camera of its own. It was currently orbiting low overhead, giving her a bird's-eye view of the neighboring streets. Since McLean was well within the national capital's restricted airspace, a piloted plane providing aerial surveillance for them would have been immediately detected on radar, intercepted, and forced down. However, with a bit of luck, her battery-powered drone, though equally illegal, would be much harder to spot or to hear, and would go unnoticed. "Copy that," Flynn acknowledged. He motioned to the 3 other men with him at the tree line, Hines, Vukovich, and Cook. "Okay, let's move." Together they drifted silently out of the woods and headed toward the back of the darkened house, following a line of approach that kept them out of sight from the nearby homes. Their boots scuffed lightly across the dormant brown grass. Besides the rucksacks slung across their backs, each man carried his compact HK-417 carbine at the ready and wore gray pattern camouflage and body armor. Deciding that they were screwed anyway if they were caught by the police or other authorities, Flynn had opted for firepower and protection over inconspicuous civilian clothing and concealed sidearms. A few yards from the house, he signaled another quick halt. They all dropped to one knee and froze in place. At a nod from him, Wade Vukovich tugged a handheld electromagnetic and radio frequency detector out of one of the accessory pouches attached to his armor. The tall, wiry former soldier switched it on and carefully swept the attached probe through arcs that covered the house from side to side and top to bottom. His eyes were fixed on the device's display as he cycled through checks for the EMF and RF signatures typically emitted by active security systems. Watching him, Flynn tamped down a sudden grin. Shortly after Vukovich joined 4, Fox had sent him for intensive training in surveillance and counter-surveillance technologies and techniques. The older man had decided that the ex-Army enlisted man's natural flair for engineering field expedients, like building stills to produce moonshine whenever he'd been stationed in a dry town or county, should be turned to more productive, if still technically illegal, uses. Vukovich studied the results of his scans intently. "It's like we figured, sir," he murmured to Flynn. "That place is crawling with cameras and other sensors and alarms." Flynn nodded. Any CIA senior executive was bound to have top-notch security for his home. "Think you can bypass some of them so we can get inside?" "Yeah, if I had to," Vukovich said, sounding slightly disgusted. "But it's not necessary. That whole system's been turned off." Flynn felt one of his eyebrows go up. "Turned off? You sure about that?" Vukovich nodded. "Completely sure, sir." He tapped at the small screen on his detector. An active security system with that many separate components should be blasting multiple signals in the EMF and RF bands, but all I'm picking up are really low levels of background noise, about on the order of what I'd expect from TV and stereo remote controls and a wireless network for computers and other home electronics. Gee, how very convenient, Flynn said. Nothing so inviting as an open front door, right? It was looking more and more likely that Demopolis's fears had been justified. There was no logical reason for a man afraid he was being watched by enemy agents to shut down his home alarms and other security systems. Something was very wrong here. "Come into my parlor," said the spider to the fly. Cook ventured from his position. Flynn grinned back at him, "Which is why I think we should set our sights a little higher." With the rest of his team in tow, he covered the short distance to the back of Demopolis's house, near its northeast corner. Directly above them, on the second story, a sash window opened into what he hoped was a spare bedroom or maybe a home office. Another set of upper-level windows in the southeast corner marked a likely larger master suite. Hines slid the rucksack off his back, unzipped it quietly, and took out a collapsible tactical assault ladder. Basically a long folding pole with dual rungs and made out of black anodized aluminum, it weighed less than 12 pounds. Working quickly, he assembled the ladder and then meticulously placed its hooked upper end over the windowsill above them. Satisfied that it was firmly set, he flashed a thumbs up. "My turn," Flynn thought coolly. Time to become Nick Flynn, cat burglar. He was well aware that as soon as he tried opening the window, this whole covert reconnaissance operation moved from simple trespassing to a prison-grade felony offense. But only if they got caught. He slung his HK carbine and climbed up the ladder to the very top. Swift examination showed that the window was fastened shut with a pair of simple latches. That was good luck, but no real surprise, since, like many people, Demopoulos apparently put more faith in his elaborate, high-tech security systems than in lower-end mechanical locks and bolts. Flynn pulled a thin-bladed knife from a sheath on his chest rig. Gingerly, he slid the tip of the knife between the upper and lower sashes and popped the first window latch open before moving to the second. The whole process took him less than 20 seconds. It was a method that left some traces, but at least it was quieter than smashing the glass. Sheathing the knife, he took out a small piece of plastic card and a roll of duct tape. Then, with one hand, he slowly levered up the bottom sash in tiny increments, while at the same time moving the plastic card up the inside of the window frame, pressing it firmly against the surface. When he reached a small alarm button built into the frame, he stopped and held the card against it while duct taping it in place. Even if this component of Demopolis' home security system activated later, this trick should spoof it into thinking the window was still safely closed. Breathing out, he slid the sash all the way up and dropped quietly into the darkened room beyond. A twin bed against one wall, a small desk, and old pop band posters on the walls confirmed this had once been a teenager's room. "First room clear," he murmured into his mic, unslinging his carbine and moving toward the only door. "Come ahead." One by one, the other three men climbed up the pole ladder and clambered in through the open window. Preparing their own weapons, they formed up behind Flynn. Terse nods confirmed that they were set. Slowly, he eased the door open, listening keenly for the faintest sounds. A brush of cloth against a surface, an indrawn breath, the metallic click of a safety being released, anything that might signal the presence of someone waiting beyond this door with a gun aimed and ready to fire. But there was nothing. Only silence. Carefully, Flynn slid through the opening and ghosted to the right along a curving wall with his HK tucked into his shoulder. The others followed, moving in different directions to cover their own sectors. They had emerged onto an open circular landing at the center of the second story. An interior balcony looked down into a ground-floor foyer. Off to the left, a carpeted switchback staircase led downward to that level of the house. To the right, more closed doors marked other rooms. And directly ahead, around the railed balcony, Flynn could make out a pair of double doors. He judged those probably opened into the home's second-story master suite. Hand signals sent Cook and Hines prowling down the stairs to search the lower level. As they moved out, Flynn headed around the landing toward the suite. Behind him, Vukovich went to one knee, covering the other closed doors with his raised carbine. From there, almost at the dead center of the building, he was also in a good position to monitor any sudden changes in interior RF signals. "Family room and kitchen clear," Cook radioed quietly from below. "We're moving on toward the front of the house." "Understood," Flynn acknowledged. Gently, he pushed one of the double doors open and slipped through the narrow gap into a much bigger chamber beyond. He'd been right. This was Demopolis' master suite. And there were definite signs of occupancy here, with books and magazines stacked up on a nightstand next to an unmade king-size bed. A faint hint of aftershave or deodorant hung in the air. The blinds were drawn across the windows, closing off any view of the woods behind the house. Sighting down the barrel of his HK, he moved warily toward another pair of double doors on the far wall. Carefully, he turned a knob and used the tip of a boot to prod one of them open. It swung back, revealing a sizable bathroom with a pair of sinks, large mirrors, and a walk-in shower set in the very middle of the room. Flynn froze, making out an indistinct figure curled up on the floor of the shower. Through the slightly frosted glass and with almost zero ambient light this deep inside the house, it was impossible to make out any real details with his night vision gear. He risked lowering his carbine slightly and pushed the goggles up off his eyes. Then he flicked on the compact tactical flashlight mounted on the HK's short barrel. "Ah, hell," he muttered. In the thin beam of light, Flynn could see the naked body of a man wrapped tightly in clear plastic. A man whose wavy gray hair and stylish goatee matched the pictures of Philip Demopoulos. Flynn felt suddenly nauseous, seeing the multiple lacerations, burn marks, and other injuries plainly visible on the corpse. It was all too obvious that the ex-CIA executive had been brutally tortured before being killed. "Sir," Vukovich snapped over the radio, "some alarm just triggered. I've got a powerful RF spike somewhere overhead in the attic." And then Flynn saw what he'd missed earlier. A tiny oval device, less than a quarter of an inch wide, was fastened to the outside of the plastic sheeting swaddling the dead man. Wavy red lines across its face marked it as a photoconductive cell. A thin, almost invisible wire ran from it up the side of the shower and into the ceiling above, where it undoubtedly connected to a wireless alarm unit. He'd tripped that alarm the moment his flashlight beam hit the photocell, which meant that whoever had tortured and then murdered Demopoulos had wanted to know the moment his body was discovered. And that was double plus seriously not good. Just great, he thought. Their still unknown enemy was both extremely clever and vicious, his least favorite combination in an opponent. "Warning red," Flynn barked over the team circuit, alerting everyone that they were blown and under imminent threat. "Lead, this is Eyes, movement alert," he heard Van Horn say through his earpiece, relaying what the camera on her orbiting quadcopter was seeing. "Two vehicles just started their engines and pulled out a couple of streets west of you. They're heading your way. ETA to your location is roughly 90 seconds. Another voice came over the radio. "Two more armed hostiles approaching on foot," Tadeusz Kosek reported. The Polish sniper was deployed in a concealed position outside. "They're coming through the woods toward the back of the house." Flynn's jaw tightened. They were in a neat little trap about to be boxed in from front and back. "Could be FBI or CIA guys, sir," he heard Hines suggest. Flynn shook his head, staring at Demopoulos' mangled corpse. "Negative on that, Cole," he said. "Or if they are FBI or CIA, they're dirty as hell, and I'm not inclined to sit tight and hope for the best." He switched off his flashlight and donned his night vision gear again. 20 seconds had elapsed since he'd tripped that alarm. It was high time they got moving. He snapped out a string of orders as he headed back out to the landing. "All prowlers indoors, bug out as briefed. Prowler 2, bar the door." "Roger that, Lead," Cook replied. "On the way." Together with Vukovich, Flynn darted down the main staircase, taking the steps two at a time. Reaching the bottom, they spun left in the foyer and moved fast into a breakfast nook directly below the master bedroom. Hines was there ahead of them, poised at a back door that led outside. Cook barreled in seconds later. He nodded tightly to Flynn. "All set." "Those vehicles are pulling up outside," Van Horn radioed. 6 armed hostiles have exited and they're heading toward the front door. They're moving tactically, Nick. These guys are pros. Flynn nodded. "Copy that, Eyes. Listen up, all prowlers outside. Execute Omega." "On the way," Van Horn said crisply. "Affirmative." Kosek radioed a beat later, acknowledging the order. At the same time, Flynn and the others inside the house dropped prone, pressing their faces tight against the tile floor. This was going to be messy. In the woods. That same time. 100 yards north of Demopoulos' house and nestled invisibly in a camouflaged ghillie suit, that made him appear to be nothing more than a low, hummocky mound of dried brush. Tadeusz Kosek sighted through the scope of his TRG-42 sniper rifle. His crosshairs settled on the chest of a black-clad gunman taking up a position behind one of the trees that marked the back of the ex-CIA executive's property. "Execute Omega," Flynn's calm voice said in his earpiece. "Affirmative," Kosek breathed out. He squeezed the trigger gently. Crack. A dark puff of blood and pulverized bone erupted high on the distant gunman's chest. He crumpled without a sound. "One down," Kosek thought with satisfaction. Without hesitating, the Polish marksman swiveled slightly, bringing his high-caliber rifle to bear on his next target. This man had thrown himself flat and was desperately swinging his own weapon, some kind of submachine gun, around in the direction from which the sound of that first shot seemed to have come. Kosek squeezed the trigger a second time. Crack. Hit squarely by a .338 Lapua Magnum round moving at more than 3,000 feet per second, the hostile gunman's head simply exploded. "All hostiles at the rear are down," the Pole reported matter-of-factly. A mile east. That same time. Seated behind the wheel of the delivery van one of four's part-timers had rented for the Prowler team, Laura Van Horn carefully tweaked the twin sticks on her remote control panel, maneuvering the distant drone into position. She had the onboard camera angled to see both the SUVs now parked right outside Demopolis's house and the gunman getting ready to execute a forced entry through the front door. They were in a tactical stack, lined up along the front of the two-story building. Her eyes gleamed. Any second now. In the green-tinged light of her controller's small screen, she saw the lead gunman slam a battering ram into the door, smashing it wide open. He spun off to the side, clearing the way for his comrades to charge in with their weapons up and ready. Wham! The first man through the door tripped an anti-personnel charge wired there by Shannon Cook moments before. In a blinding orange-red flash, razor-sharp flechettes sleeted outward in a fan-shaped arc, instantly ripping every single one of the attackers to shreds. Simultaneously, every ground-floor window at the back of the house blew out in a tinkling spray of shards. "Boy, I bet that hurt," Van Horn said conversationally to herself. Concentrating hard, she flew the quadcopter sideways. She tapped a control. On her screen, a crosshair suddenly appeared, centered on the first SUV. Her finger tapped the control a second time. Released from its position dangling below the drone, a foot-long French-made APAV-40 anti-personnel, anti-vehicle grenade whistled down out of the sky, slammed into the roof of the SUV, and detonated. The vehicle disappeared in a ball of smoke and fire, only to reemerge a moment later as a crumpled mass of burning wreckage. The second SUV, caught in the blast, was also ablaze. "Bullseye lead, scratched 2 enemy gas guzzlers," Van Horn reported cheerfully. Inside the house. That same time. With his ears still ringing from the blast that had torn outward through the open front door, Flynn raised his head and spat out a mouthful of plaster grit. Maybe rigging that charge wasn't exactly subtle, he thought with a twisted inward grin, but it had been hellishly effective all the same. Quick glances to either side showed that Cook, Hines, and Vukovic were all okay. Distantly, as though he were deep underwater, he heard Van Horn's and Kosek's radioed reports. Their way out was clear. "Okay, guys," he ordered. "Let's vamoose. Time's not a friend now." Followed by the others, he scrambled upright, slammed the back door wide open, and sprinted out across the back lawn and into the cover of the woods. Red light flickered from the front of the house as the fires their explosives and Van Horn's airdropped grenade had set took hold. In the distance, they could hear police and fire sirens starting to wail. A couple of minutes later, joined now by Cossack, the quartet directorate agents hopped aboard the 5 whisper-quiet electric motorbikes they'd used for the initial approach to Demopolis's home. With Flynn in the lead, they sped deeper into the nature preserve, along a winding trail that would take them to the rendezvous with Van Horn and the rented delivery truck. Once they'd stowed their gear aboard, back roads would take them the 66 miles to the Winchester Regional Airport and a waiting executive jet. By the time anyone in law enforcement started to figure out that people had gotten out of that burning, bomb-gutted home alive, Flynn and his team would be long gone. And on the way, Flynn decided grimly, leaning over the handlebars to clear some low, overhanging branches, he was going to devote some quality thinking time to figuring out just what the hell was going on here. What was supposed to have been a quiet snoop around had just turned into a full-scale pitched battle. Sure, he'd wondered if they were likely to run into some trouble, but not to the point of setting off their own miniature version of World War III in the CIA's own backyard. Chapter 4. Outside Moscow. The next day. 90 kilometers southeast of Moscow, Pavel Voronyan's palatial country home occupied the summit of a hill enclosed by his own private pine forest. This woodland stretched for more than 2 kilometers in every direction. And in among those trees, invisible from the main house, was layer upon layer of defenses. Razor-wire perimeter fences topped by cameras and motion sensors, prowling dog patrols and armed sentries. Their presence guaranteed his privacy and promised uninvited guests an inevitable, messy, and intensely unpleasant end. Constructed with steel and glass, Voronyan's villa itself had wall-length, floor-to-ceiling windows that looked out across the snow-dusted woods and the silver-gray ribbon of the iced-over Moskva River. Original paintings and sculptures by some of the world's most famous abstract artists, Kandinsky, Rothko, and others, lined the interior walls and spaces, intermingled with modernist furniture from the best designers. Everything had been carefully selected to exhibit both his enormous personal wealth and his utter disdain for anything traditional or conventional. His private office on the second floor, however, was distinct from the rest of the house. Containing only a couple of purely functional chairs and a large desk topped by several computer monitors, it was empty of any ostentatious display. Luxury had no place here. This was a room dedicated entirely to work. Seated behind that desk now, Voronyan kept a tight rein on his expression as he listened to the report from his senior deputy, former GRU Colonel Vasily Kondakov. The older man seated across from him knew full well how unwelcome his urgent news was. They had lost contact with the Raven Syndicate's elite covert operations squad operating in the area of Washington, D.C. The 8-man group had been made up of a mix of former Spetsnaz and SVR officers, along with 2 experienced Syrian assassins recruited from Bashar al-Assad's brutal military intelligence service, the Mukhabarat. The last report received from them had confirmed that they were springing the trap so carefully laid in McLean. Since then, however, there had been only silence. But now an analysis of intercepted police, fire, and ambulance emergency calls indicated that all 8 members of the squad were dead, either blown apart by the detonation of an anti-personnel booby trap or eliminated by rifle fire. By the time Kondakov finished, Voronyan had a small scowl on his face. "There's no doubt about this." "None, I'm afraid," the other man said. "The location, equipment, and weapons found, and the physical description of the bodies, what was left of them at least, all match. Besides, if any of our people had survived, we would have heard from them by now." Voronyan's frown deepened. Unless the Americans have taken a survivor or two as prisoners, he pointed out, and are keeping them under wraps while they're interrogated, in which case we're fucked. Behind his horn-rimmed spectacles, Kondakov's brown eyes were watchful. Operating a syndicate assassination squad in the D.C. area had been a high-risk enterprise from the outset, something he had taken great pains to make clear to his superior. Our analysts have ruled out such a possibility, he said carefully. They assessed the emergency radio calls we picked up as genuine, and from the carnage reported at the scene, there were definitely no survivors. Then there's one piece of good news, at least, Voronyan retorted. The covert ops team they'd just lost had been thoroughly sanitized before being infiltrated into American territory. None of the false identities, weapons, or other gear its members were using could be traced back to Russia or to the Raven Syndicate. Dead, those operatives were far less dangerous than they would have been if captured alive. And while some of the brighter, more imaginative Americans might have their suspicions about who the unit had been working for, there would be no proof to trigger an embarrassing diplomatic incident. That ought to keep the jealous wolves whining outside our door at bay for a while longer. Kondakov nodded his understanding. Over the past couple of years, Voronyan had made serious enemies among the ranking members of Moscow's defense and intelligence establishments, both by poaching so many of their best-trained Special Forces soldiers and spies, and by insinuating himself so deeply into the confidence of Russia's autocratic president, Pyotr Zhdanov. Being tied directly to a disaster like this would have given those bureaucratic rivals plenty of ammunition to use against him. But that isn't much consolation, considering everything else we failed to achieve in this complete mess, Voronyan ground out. His pale gray eyes hardened. A tip from a Raven Syndicate-run informant inside the CIA had fed them the name of Philip Demopoulos as a possible link to whoever had wrecked Midnight. But even under torture, the former CIA official had failed to provide them with significant, actionable intelligence. Apparently, Demopoulos had no direct contact with the mysterious group ultimately responsible for sabotaging the joint Russian-Iranian plan. Pretty much all that Voronyan's agents had managed to bludgeon and burn out of the American was a code name. Glass Isle, for the anonymous intelligence source that had originally tipped the CIA to Midnight. But that was something Voronyan had already known, thanks to his own paid agent inside Langley. Unfortunately, apart from that bit of unimportant trivia, every other piece of information they'd pried out of Demopoulos before he died was useless. The Americans' association with these Glass Isle people seemed to have begun years before, back when he was still just a junior officer on the rise inside the CIA. At the recommendation of other older agency officials he'd trusted, Demopoulos claimed to have met several times with a man who'd called himself Martin Finley in order to establish those ties. But since none of those older CIA pros were still alive to be interrogated themselves, that was ultimately a literal dead end. Nor would the physical description of this so-called Finley they'd ripped out of Demopoulos be of any real use. It was years out of date, and so vague in any case that it could have matched any one of millions of people. The plan to ambush and capture anyone coming to Demopoulos' aid had been a last resort, and now even that had blown up in their faces. Wisely, Kondakov stayed silent. With an effort, Voronyan mastered his frustration and anger. If nothing else, this episode confirmed that those who had been pulling Demopoulos' strings would react quickly, violently, and efficiently to any threat to their people, even to one so far removed from the core of their organization. Despite undoubtedly realizing the ex-CIA official knew nothing of value, they had still risked other agents' lives in a vain effort to rescue him, and that, in turn, suggested they were a clandestine group that prized loyalty to its members above other, more rational considerations. His mouth curled into a small sneer. For all the apparent skill of these people, that was a mark of amateurs, not true professionals. In his judgment, such sentimentality was a weakness, one that might someday be usefully exploited. Thinking it through, Voronian realized this encounter had been much like the first touch of blades in a duel. That fleeting moment when an experienced swordsman could begin to read his opponent's skill and likely aggressiveness from the tiny, almost imperceptible movements of the other man's eyes in those last milliseconds of calm before everything exploded into a whirlwind of clashing steel and spattering blood. So he would remember what he had learned about these mysterious, unseen enemies. And somehow, someday, he would find a way to turn their very loyalty to one another into a weapon he could wield with deadly effect the next moment their paths crossed. In the meantime, Voronian thought icily, he needed to refocus his energies and efforts on the intricate preparations necessary to set the Raven Syndicate's next major operation fully in motion. He said as much aloud. Kondakov whistled quietly. The President has approved your proposal to move ahead with Glavnaya Bashnya Zamka, Castle Keep? Voronian nodded. You seem surprised, Vasily. I am, the older man admitted. Brilliant as your concept is, the risks involved are uncomfortably high, at least from a political perspective. Castle Keep was a high-stakes gamble designed to vault Russia to the height of world power, but if the operation was blown before its final stages, the best possible result would be a political and diplomatic disaster, and at worst, perhaps even open conflict with a prepared and fully alert United States. Cynically, Voronian shrugged. Well, I'm sure the President is confident that he will be the one holding the reins. If anything significant starts to go wrong, or if his fears about the possible consequences begin to overwhelm the advantage he sees in going forward, no doubt he believes that it will be possible to abort the operation, even right up to the last possible moment. Naturally so, since he is our nation's commander-in-chief. Naturally, Kondakov agreed slowly. The other man's real meaning was plain. Voronian intended to push Castle Keep to completion whether Zhdanov got cold feet or not. Voronian's expression softened slightly into a reflective smile. When his new operation's full scope was finally revealed, it would terrify the old, cautious counselors who clustered around the President. Like most of Russia's aging elites, they were small and petty men, cowards, who were only comfortable playing for small and petty stakes. While it was true Zhdanov was a man of somewhat wider vision than his advisers, that was a remarkably low bar to clear. What everyone else now in power in Moscow failed to realize was that there was no longer any time for mere half measures. The tools of conventional geopolitical strategy, economic and military power, arms treaties, and foreign alliances, had mired the motherland in a bog from which there was no escape, only inexorable decline and decay. He alone saw the only clear path forward out of this swamp. Yes, Castle Keep was filled with risk, but it was also the best way to claw down Russia's most dangerous enemy, the United States. And when Russia emerged triumphant as the world's greatest power, Pavel Voronin would stand ready to reap the rewards due to the savior of the state. Nothing would be beyond his grasp. Nothing at all. Chapter 5. Winter Park, near Orlando, Florida. 2 days later. Avalon House lay at the end of a long, looping private drive bordered by tall palm trees. Extensive gardens and wide lawns ran from the 2-story mansion down to the shores of a small, almost circular lake. Between its red-roof tiles, stucco walls painted a subdued yellow, wrought iron entry gate and high arched windows, the building's architecture was a perfect match for that of classical Spain. Originally built in the 1920s, it had once belonged to a wealthy banking family and served as their welcome refuge from frigid New York City winters. But then, during World War II, one of the family's sons had served in the OSS. When the war came to an end, he'd seen the dangers looming and helped found the Quartet Directorate. Eventually, he'd handed over the mansion to Four as a headquarters for its fledgling American station. To outsiders, however, Avalon House seemed only another old, overly large private home converted into offices for a handful of small, non-profit and commercial enterprises. Weathered bronze plaques near the main door identified its long-standing tenants as the Sobieski Charitable Foundation, Sykes Fairbairn Strategic Investments, and the Concanon Language Institute. On the surface, they were dull, eminently respectable organizations of the sort that never made the headlines or generated much public interest. In reality, nothing could be further from the truth, Nick Flynn thought with a quick, slashing smile as he crossed through the gate and headed for the front door. All 3 entities were actually fronts created by the Quartet Directorate to mask its clandestine work. He pressed the buzzer and turned his face upward, waiting patiently for the biometric sensors inside the camera mounted over the heavy dark wood door to scan his features. Those unaffiliated with Four were almost never admitted inside. The door opened onto a large brown-tiled foyer presided over by a reception desk. Off to the right and left, other doors closed off the rest of the building. At the far end, a wide, elegant staircase curved up to the top floor. "Welcome back to Avalon House, Mr. Flynn," the petite Korean-American woman sitting behind the desk said briskly as he entered. Anyone who didn't know her well would have written off Gwen Park as a fashionably dressed, middle-aged receptionist or executive secretary. But appearances were, as so often with some of those in Four, deceiving. She was both an expert in hand-to-hand fighting and a crack shot, and before taking over as the American station's chief of security, she had put in years masterminding intelligence and counter-terrorist operations deep in Southeast Asia's dangerous Golden Triangle. Her teeth gleamed in a bright smile. "I see that you've managed to stay in one piece again, despite wreaking havoc across a very tony D.C. suburb." "Havoc is putting it a little strongly," Flynn pointed out. "After all, we only wrecked one house." She raised an eyebrow. He capitulated. "Okay, we also blew up a couple of vehicles and killed a few bad guys too, I guess." "Somewhat below your usual standards," Park said with mock severity. "No sunken ships this time? No underwater nuclear blasts? You're slipping, Mr. Flynn." "Yes, ma'am," he agreed. "I guess I must be getting more prudent in my old age." He shrugged, "Which is why I just spent the past couple of days on the move before I headed this way, doubling back a few times to make sure no one picked up my trail." That was standard practice for any Four agents who'd had a brush with hostile forces. The Quartet Directorate had kept its existence secret for decades by exercising caution whenever possible. And one of the benefits of siting Four's American station here, so far from D.C.'s swarming hive of federal intelligence agencies, foreign operatives, snooping journalists, and busybody politicians, was that no one would expect to find a private intelligence organization operating in a part of the country known for major theme parks and vacation resorts. Her eyes crinkled with amusement. A sensible precaution. Wisdom comes to us all, I suppose. Eventually. Flynn yielded gracefully. I may be a little slow, but I do get there in the end. Park chuckled. Slow is not really a word I would ever apply to you, Nick. She half-turned and waved a hand at the staircase behind her. And in this case, as it happens, you're right on time. You can go on up. Thanks, Gwen. With a final nod to her, Flynn headed up the stairs at a rapid clip. Most of the mansion's upper floor was set aside as temporary living quarters for Quartet Directorate agents needing rest and recuperation between difficult field assignments. One of the remaining rooms was a private study reserved for briefings and planning sessions. Once the inner sanctum of the prominent New York banker who'd built Avalon House, it was full of somewhat worn, though still comfortable furniture. Fox and Laura Van Horn were there waiting for him. They occupied a couple of the high-backed leather chairs set around a small coffee table. The older man motioned him into a remaining seat. Any trouble on the way, Nick? Flynn shook his head as he sat down. No, Cook and the others are back at the manor, finishing up the last batch of live fire training exercises I had planned. I didn't want any of the locals up there wondering why everything had suddenly gone quiet. Just in case a couple of them have friends in the FBI who are trying to put two and two together about guys who could have the wherewithal to blow the shit out of a house in McLean. The other two nodded. The FBI relied heavily on paid informants for its investigative work, and it was a safe bet now that its agents were putting out the word to all their sources, telling them to be on the lookout for anything that smacked of suspicious behavior. The sudden disappearance of a group of gun enthusiasts who'd been in the middle of a booked week at a very expensive private firing range in Virginia would certainly have qualified, especially if they vanished right after the shootout near the nation's capital. An excellent idea, Fox said in approval. He leaned forward, though I do assume you've noticed the surprising absence of hysteria over this incident by the media. Meaning that film footage of a bombed-out house, burning vehicles, and 8 dead guys all practically within earshot of CIA headquarters isn't running nonstop day and night on every cable news channel? Flynn gasped. Or anywhere else, for that matter, Fox replied. He passed over a single newspaper clipping. In fact, this seems to be the extent of the media coverage. Flynn scanned it quickly. It was a short article from the Metro News section of the Washington Post. According to the reporter, Philip Demopoulos, a retired senior government official, had been found dead in the tragic aftermath of an accidental house fire. Unnamed authorities were said to be attributing his death to smoke inhalation. Flynn's forehead wrinkled in disbelief. That's it? This time it was Laura Van Horn who nodded. Classic Black Ops bullshit, she said. The old, you didn't see me, I was never here, and neither were you, crap. Flynn suddenly felt cold. Are you telling me the guys we killed were our own people after all? He said slowly. CIA covert operators or deep cover special forces, I mean. Not in the least, Fox assured him. I still have enough reliable sources in relevant sectors of the government to be sure of that. Relieved, Flynn nodded. Whether they were dirty or not, he hadn't relished the possibility they might have killed fellow Americans, even ones who'd seemed pretty determined to kill him and the rest of his team first. He tapped the newspaper cutting. So why the blackout? Political expediency is my guess, Fox said, answering questions from the press and, up on Capitol Hill, about exactly how and why Demopoulos was murdered and 8 other men ended up shot or blown to pieces in and around his house would not be a very comfortable experience for those in charge of the CIA. Van Horn signaled her agreement. Lot of loose ends there that could prove embarrassing as hell to those clowns at Langley, she said. Like, why was the agency's top analyst pushed into early retirement? And what do you mean it was because he tried unsuccessfully to warn you about a nuclear-tipped missile being smuggled toward the United States? One that was going to knock us back to the Stone Age by taking out the entire electrical grid. And oh, by the way, who actually blew up that missile before it could be fired? Seriously inconvenient questions like that. I get your point, Flynn said with a tight grin. He turned back to Fox. So if the people we nailed weren't U.S. government, who were they? The older man spread his hands. That's still unclear. He slid more documents across the coffee table, a pair of Virginia driver's licenses and a handful of credit and debit cards. Cossack retrieved these from the 2 men he shot. Flynn examined them. Were these legit? He asked. Fox shook his head. Not at all. But they are high-grade forgeries. How high-grade? As good as anything produced by the CIA. Or by us, Fox replied. Or by the SVR or the GRU. Flynn stared down at the forged IDs. Speculation suddenly solidified into certainty. My bet is those guys were Raven Syndicate, he said. Explain, Fox said, not sounding at all surprised. Flynn held up a finger. 1. Kidnapping, torturing, and then murdering a senior CIA exec? In his own home, no less? That's a seriously risky move. Even at the height of the Cold War, the KGB would have hesitated to pull a stunt like that. At least not unless they could use a deniable terrorist group as a proxy. I strongly doubt either the SVR or the GRU have the balls to try this kind of wet work crap now. I don't care how carefully sanitized that kill team was. The odds of triggering serious blowback are way too high for any kind of official government involvement. Go on, Fox said. But we do know that Veronian's a stone-cold psychopath. And incredibly aggressive, Flynn continued, thinking it through out loud. After the black eye we gave him by smashing Midnight, he's got to be out for blood. What I figure is that when the CIA tried to claim credit for stopping his missile launch, the news got back to him. And from there, it would be a pretty short step to Demopoulos, the only senior executive at Langley who had any real inkling of the threat. Fox pulled at his chin. That's logical, he admitted. But then he shook his head. Except that the information on Demopoulos' unsuccessful efforts to push the agency to act has been very tightly held inside the CIA to blunt any possible scandal. That's exactly why the director booted him in the first place. From the chair next to him, Van Horn snorted. Yeah, but I bet that whatever we know, Moscow already knows it too. What are the odds that either the Russian government or the Raven Syndicate itself has someone inside the CIA on their payroll? And probably the Defense Intelligence Agency, NSA, and the rest too. I won't take that bet, Flynn said. Nor will I, Fox agreed, with a sour look on his face. Veronian had personal control over billions of dollars, and he'd already demonstrated a willingness to spend freely to get whatever he wanted. The unhappy reality was that in the shadowy world of espionage, money was a weapon all on its own. Some people, no matter how carefully screened and monitored, were always for sale, if the price was right. In fact, throughout the decades-long history of the CIA and the FBI alike, some men and women had proved willing to betray their nation's trust, often for surprisingly small sums. Flynn felt a shiver run down his spine. While it was true that Voronian was vicious, he was also not stupid. In fact, all the available evidence indicated he was almost inhumanly brilliant, which meant Flynn's first assumption had been partly wrong. The Russians' willingness to take so many chances to go after Demopolis couldn't be attributed solely to a desire for revenge. Instead, it strongly suggested that Voronian had something else in mind. Something so important that it justified all the risks involved in carrying out a hit right in Langley's backyard. Voronian is clearing the battlefield, Flynn realized abruptly. He's got another large-scale op in mind, or more likely already underway. That's got to be why he's so determined to figure out who beat him last time, and to wipe us off the map before we can interfere in his plans again. Van Horn's generous mouth turned downward. "Damn," she said. "Nick's right." "Indeed," Fox concurred. His own expression was bleak. "Unfortunately, it is the answer that best fits all the fragments of information we possess." He sighed. "But even knowing that is no real help." Flynn nodded. If he was correct and the Raven Syndicate was in the process of organizing some new attack aimed at the United States or its allies, all they currently had was the unwelcome sense that a fuse had been lit. But where and to what ultimate end was still a complete mystery. And we can't go poking around for new intelligence, he realized. Not from anyone inside the government anyway. Not even from our other sources inside the CIA. "It would be far too dangerous," Fox agreed. His face was grim. "If Voronian or his masters in Moscow do have moles inside Langley or the other government intelligence outfits, any contact by us only increases the chance of giving the enemy clues that could lead them back here, to Avalon House, and ultimately to 4 itself." Which was a risk they could not take, Flynn understood. At least not as long as they had any other options. The secrecy surrounding the Quartet Directorate was its surest shield, and the best guarantee that it could continue to act freely against threats to the West and the whole free world. "So what can we do?" Van Horn demanded. "Sitting on our hands and hoping for the best seems like a really bad idea." "Aptly put, Laura," Fox acknowledged with a slight smile. His fingers tapped lightly on the coffee table. "For now, however, I think our best move is to pass on our suspicions to the rest of 4's national stations. If our colleagues around the world are on the alert for evidence of new Raven Syndicate activity in their areas of operations, we might pick up those signs in time to act." Flynn stared at him. "That's one boatload of nasty ifs hanging out there in thin air, Brer Fox. If someone sees something, if they realize what they've seen is significant, and if it's anything we can handle." His voice trailed off. "Quite so," the older man said seriously. "Unfortunately, for now, we are in the unwelcome position of being forced to hope that our enemies will make some small error. Any error. Or that we get lucky," Van Horn added, "as in maybe the bigwigs at the top of the CIA food chain start asking hard questions of their own about who killed Demopolis and why. House fire or not, they must have enough forensic evidence to realize that he'd been tortured to death. Something like that should be pretty hard to just wave away. Fox nodded. True. Perhaps the current leadership at Langley will surprise me and look beyond the easiest answers. For once. Then he shook his head darkly. Unfortunately, the odds of that happening aren't especially high. Flynn knew he was right. Like most D.C. insiders, the director of the CIA and his top subordinates prided themselves on their brilliant intellects, and yet somehow they always seemed to gravitate toward the blandest forms of conventional wisdom. Considering more complicated and less politically palatable scenarios was usually their last resort. Chapter 6. CIA Headquarters near Langley, Virginia. That same time. There were days when Miranda Reynolds, head of the CIA's Directorate of Operations, found it difficult to conceal her disdain for those above her in the agency's pecking order. That was especially so in the case of Charles Horn, the Director of Central Intelligence. Overweight, with a face that flushed bright red whenever he was annoyed, Horn was not an intelligence professional in any sense of the term. By inclination and experience, he was a thoroughly political animal, appointed to head the CIA because the current White House team counted on him to avoid entangling the administration in unwanted controversies. From the first day on the job, he'd made it plain that Langley's intelligence analysis and activities should be designed to please the president and the rest of his national security team whenever humanly possible. In that light, there had never been any doubt about Horn's attitude toward the unexplained deaths of Philip Dimopoulos and 8 other, as yet unidentified men at the former CIA official's home. Although the unexpected violence had unnerved him to the extent of ordering additional armed security for himself and other senior agency heads, an in-depth investigation was the last thing he wanted. Instead, his priority was to see this entire grotesque affair buried, quickly, cleanly, and with an absolute minimum of fuss or political fallout. And he'd assigned her to the task of getting that done. As someone who'd come up through the ranks, Reynolds instinctively disliked her superior's willingness to shade the facts to curry favor. But she hadn't survived the CIA's brutal maelstrom of internecine office politics by ignoring hard realities. 2 relatively recent agency fiascos, a botched bit of arms smuggling in Libya and the destruction of a stolen Russian stealth bomber the U.S. government had paid billions to acquire, could be blamed, however unfairly, on her. That made staying on Horn's good side imperative if she wanted to hold on to her job as head of operations. Might made right inside the agency, and someone like Dimopoulos who forgot that and tried to force the DCI to confront uncomfortable truths quickly found himself on the outside looking in. And now dead, she reminded herself grimly. What's the state of play? Horn growled at her from across his desk. They were alone in his private office. Given the situation, he had decided the fewer witnesses there were to this conversation, the less likely it would be to leak out. He definitely did not want any official record kept of what passed between them. Can we keep this situation locked down tight? Yes, sir, Reynolds told him, mentally crossing her fingers that she was right about that. The FBI has taken complete control over the investigation and seized all the physical evidence, all the bodies, weapons, and other bits and pieces retrieved from the scene. The local police may not be too happy, but the moment we labeled this a case of possible terrorism, with major national security implications, they lost their jurisdiction. Horn's thick lips pursed in thought. Getting the matter away from the local yokels is all well and good, but how far can we really trust the Bureau on this one? Far enough, Reynolds said. I briefed my counterparts at the Hoover Building. They understand just how bad this would be for all of us, including them, if the media or Congress pick anything up on what really happened. Nobody in the FBI wants the White House on the warpath against them for screwing this up. Horn nodded. That was language he fully understood. Then a faint frown crossed his jowly face. What about Demopolis' neighbors? Can we rely on them not to blab to some damned reporter or another? We got lucky there, Reynolds said. They're all senior government executives, some of them near retirement. Our security personnel and the FBI have both put the fear of God and the loss of pension benefits into them. They'll keep their mouths shut. Especially since we dropped hints we might not be able to protect them if the vicious bastards responsible for piling up all those corpses decide to eliminate possible witnesses. Something that would become far more likely if this mess turns into a public spectacle. Horn looked pleased at that. Self-interest and self-preservation were two of the salient characteristics of those who reached the topmost positions in the federal bureaucracy. Excellent work, he commented. I've also had my team take one other precaution, Reynolds continued. She leaned forward a little in her chair. We've planted rumors on the most extreme right and left-wing internet conspiracy theory sites, rumors that pretty much match exactly what we think went down at Demopolis' home. Horn stared at her in obvious surprise. For what possible reason? He demanded. She smiled thinly. Subtle thinking was definitely not the director's forte. Because, she said patiently, it virtually guarantees that no reputable journalist will go anywhere near the true story. The moment anyone does is the moment we can believably tag them as nutcases parroting other obvious lunatics from the so-called dark web. Horn's heavy-lidded eyes brightened in understanding and appreciation. Deft? Very deft, he murmured. Quite a nice smokescreen to baffle those seeking the facts we don't want anyone else to have. He paused briefly, almost hesitantly, and then carefully asked, And what are those facts, Miranda? As you assess them, I mean. What in God's name is actually going on? Reynolds hid her amusement. What the director really meant was, do I need to worry that the same assassins who tortured and then killed Philip Demopolis in his own home might come after me? Has someone in a rival government or a terrorist group put a price on the heads of current and former CIA officials? Horn might be a skilled political infighter, but no one had ever accused him of possessing physical courage. I think what happened confirms that you were absolutely right to bounce Demopolis out of the agency on his ass, she said. As you know, starting last year with that whole Iranian oil tanker episode, we began to suspect that he was in covert contact with multiple political factions and different espionage outfits around the world, and that he was both feeding and receiving information and disinformation to and from these various groups. Horn nodded. He'd read the eyes-only reports she'd supplied. Reports that had cut Demopolis off at the knees by revealing his secret connection to an anonymous intelligence source he'd codenamed Glass Isle. She'd obtained that information by using some of her own operations officers to investigate him when he still headed the Directorate of Analysis. Doing so was a complete violation of CIA internal protocol, but the DCI had been happy to overlook that since it gave him the ammo he'd needed to force Demopolis out. Was he feeding them information for pay? Reynolds shrugged. Probably. It's the most logical motive. And while the Office of Security hasn't yet turned up hard evidence that he was getting money under the table, I'm pretty confident they'll eventually track down his secret bank accounts. So, when we canned him, his paymasters must have decided that he wasn't of any further use to them, Horn realized. Correct, she agreed. Pretty clearly someone he was working with or for wanted to shut his mouth, and quite permanently at that. She frowned. But some other group he was also in bed with had very different ideas. Hence the shootout at his house. The DCI frowned. What are we talking about? There are a number of possible players here, Reynolds said. Everyone from the Saudi General Intelligence Directorate to Israel's Mossad, or any one of several rival Iranian revolutionary groups opposed to the mullahs in Tehran. Although we haven't been able to positively identify any of the dead men found on the scene, 2 of them definitely appeared to have Middle Eastern origins. Horn frowned. And the other 6? They could easily be mercenaries hired to facilitate covert operations here or in Europe, she said. There are a lot of out-of-work soldiers, former intelligence operatives, and other hard cases drifting around the world at the moment. The DCI nodded heavily with a look of distaste on his broad face. So, in your judgment, Demopoulos was playing with fire, and he got burnt. That's how I see it, Reynolds confirmed. When you sup with the devil, you should use a long spoon, she continued, quoting the old proverb. His spoon was too short, and his luck finally ran out. Horn sat back, looking calmer. Which means the agency as a whole is in the clear with regards to this mess? Almost certainly, sir, Reynolds said, unless, of course, our cover story springs a leak. See that it doesn't, the DCI said bluntly. I'm counting on you to bury this unpleasant episode and bury it deep. Don't fail me, Miranda. Chapter 7. General Guadalupe Victoria International Airport, Durango, Mexico. Early spring, some weeks later. A sleek executive jet, a twin-engine Bombardier Global 7500, touched down on runway 21 with a fleeting puff of black-tinged gray smoke from its landing gear, braked smoothly, and then slowly taxied on past the main terminal building. Off to the west, the rolling foothills of the Sierra Madre lined the distant horizon. Turbofans whining down, the Bombardier jet swung onto another taxiway at the far end of the field and rolled into a large hangar before coming to a full stop. The doors of 3 Mercedes sedans parked along one side of the hangar popped open, and several men climbed out. All but one were obvious bodyguards, openly carrying compact Mendoza HM3 380 caliber submachine guns. The men they surrounded, dark-haired, lean, and hawk-faced, wore a perfectly tailored Italian-made suit. Only the intricate neck and facial tattoos visible above his collar line distracted from an overall impression of urban elegance. He strode confidently toward the newly arrived plane. Once its engines fell silent, the executive jet's forward cabin stairs unfolded. Several hard-faced men in business suits emerged from the aircraft and fanned out in a protective perimeter. Slight bulges marked the holstered sidearms concealed beneath their jackets. As soon as they were in position, Pavel Voronin came down the steps to greet his smiling host. "Welcome to Durango, Senor Jones," Joaquin Lopez said amiably, deliberately emphasizing the name on the forged British passport Voronin carried for this leg of his journey. His geniality did not reach his eyes, which remained coldly wary. Despite his outwardly polished appearance, Lopez retained the instincts and habits of a hardened killer. As was natural for the acknowledged second-in-command of La Hermandad de la Sangre, the Brotherhood of Blood. The Brotherhood, one of the most powerful and violent drug cartels, was virtually a law unto itself in this region of Mexico, and its tentacles ran far across the northern border, extending deep into the United States itself. My patron and I are looking forward to hearing the details of your most interesting proposal. Lopez waved a manicured hand toward the line of waiting sedans. "But for now, I'm sure you wish to rest and refresh yourself after what must have been a very long flight. We have rooms up at the hacienda ready for you and your security men." Voronian nodded in thanks. The last leg of his trip had covered over 10,000 kilometers and required more than 11 hours of total flight time. Despite the Bombardier 7500's status as one of the world's fastest civilian jets, and luxurious as the aircraft's interior fittings were, he never slept especially soundly in the air. He glanced around as they strolled toward the cars, noting the tractor-towed baggage-handling cart already trundling across the tarmac directly toward this hangar, no doubt en route to retrieve luggage from the jet. "And the other arrangements here?" he asked quietly. "As you know, a certain amount of discretion is vital." "Do not worry, Senor Voronian," Lopez said with a somewhat more genuine smile. "Our people control all aspects of this airport's operations. There will be no official record of your arrival or your departure. Of course." With some amusement, Voronian noted the carefully implied threat hidden in the other man's reassuring words. Clearly, Lopez wanted his guest to understand exactly who held the balance of power in this situation. Within the bounds of its territory, the cartel reigned supreme. No matter how much wealth and political influence the Russian oligarch possessed in his own country, here in Mexico he remained an outsider, one subject to the murderous whims of the Brotherhood's leaders if they judged him unworthy of an alliance. He shrugged inwardly. All predators are alike in seeking dominance, he thought. What remained to be determined, however, was which of them, the Brotherhood or his own Raven Syndicate, would ultimately emerge with the whip hand. Calmly, he followed Lopez over to the middle Mercedes, slid into one of the rear seats beside him, and leaned back against the comfortable headrest. He closed his eyes as it pulled away from the hangar, heading for the highway that would take them deeper into the rugged Sierra Madre. The first sedan full of cartel bodyguards swung in ahead, while Voronian's security team followed in the third car. Out on the airport tarmac, the baggage handler whistled a quiet tune of his own as he drove steadily over to the now empty hangar and the large business jet parked inside. The high-powered digital camera hidden behind the grille of his little four-wheeled tractor should have captured some excellent close-up images of the two men who'd just met there. He strongly suspected those pictures would make very interesting viewing for his superior officer. S2 Second Section, Military Intelligence, Secretariat of National Defense, Mexico City. A short time later. Colonel Antonio Maria Herrera heard the soft ping of a message arriving on his personal smartphone. Swiveling around in his office chair, he pulled the device out of his uniform jacket and glanced idly at the header displayed on the screen. Colibri, or in English, hummingbird. His pulse quickened a bit, not much, only a few heartbeats per minute, just enough to register in the back of his mind. "Got something important?" his deputy asked curiously from his place over at the only other desk in the secure office they shared. Herrera shook his head. "Just a text from my wife reminding me to pick up her dry cleaning before the shop closes this evening," he told the younger major with a shrug. He raised a single graying eyebrow. "I don't suppose you'd be willing—" The other man laughed. "Not I, Colonel. I have my own list of domestic errands to run this evening, and I'm pretty sure Elena would kill me if I put myself at the beck and call of another woman, especially one as charming and beautiful as the wife of my esteemed commanding officer. There are fates from which even obeying a direct order cannot save you," Herrera acknowledged gravely. He forced himself to yawn before glancing idly at the wall clock. "Well then, at least go grab us a couple of coffees from the canteen, okay, Roberto? because without some caffeine, I swear I'm going to wind up face down and snoring on this desk of mine." "Now that I can do," the major promised, standing up and pulling on his own uniform jacket. "In the interest of increasing our military efficiency." Of course. With a cheerful wave, he left the office. The door closed and automatically locked behind him with an audible click. Safely alone now, Herrera swiped his fingers across the screen of his phone to unlock it, and then opened the encrypted message he'd been sent. Studying the pictures attached to the file, he rubbed thoughtfully at his jaw. Well aware that officials at Durango's airport were completely compromised by the Brotherhood, partly through fear and partly through bribery, he'd managed to insert one of his own deep-cover agents into a menial job there. The cartel's ties to other criminal organizations, terrorist groups, and unsavory hostile governments throughout Central and South America ran deep. Having the undercover intelligence operative he'd codenamed Hummingbird keep tabs on unusual activity at the airport had yielded useful information on those various international connections as they ebbed and flowed over the past couple of years. Now, though, Herrera wondered, what should he make of this most recent report? A meeting between that nasty drug lord piece of shit Lopez and an obvious foreigner. A man whose facial features seemed somehow more European or American than those of the cartel's usual associates and clients. Moreover, a foreigner with extraordinary wealth at his disposal, judging by the large, expensive-looking private jet he'd flown in on. He frowned. Whatever was going on seemed likely to be far out of the Brotherhood's run-of-the-mill business endeavors, which generally ranged from smuggling fentanyl, cocaine, heroin, and other illegal drugs to murder and extortion. Offhand, he couldn't imagine what such a meeting might portend, but, given the horrors already unleashed by these powerful criminal gangs, the prospect of seeing one of them grow even stronger was grim indeed. Forehead wrinkled in thought, the colonel closed his phone and sat back to ponder the situation. It was an open secret that Mexico's drug cartels had penetrated deep into the upper echelons of the Mexican government. Corruption and subversion were constant threats, with the vast riches produced by international drug trafficking available to purchase the allegiance of officials whose morals were flexible. And the readiness of the cartels to employ extreme violence often broke the resistance of those who could not be bought. Could anyone blame men or women who yielded in the face of genuine threats of death or torture, threats that often included their entire families? That was why Herrera was the only one who knew he had an informant in Durango. It was the surest way to keep hummingbirds safe from exposure. Unfortunately, it also meant that passing this new intelligence through conventional channels would quite likely be signing his agent's death warrant. And possibly his own as well. Word that the government had a spy at the airport would be bound to leak back to the Brotherhood, and if Herrera was right about the significance of this unknown foreigner's contact with the cartel, they were sure to react with lethal speed, moving to seal the breach in their security with absolute finality. Like venomous snakes and scorpions, the drug lords never hesitated to strike at anyone who posed the slightest threat. Herrera scowled. He seemed to be faced with two unpalatable alternatives. Do nothing for now and hope that his instincts were wrong, or doggedly put his government's available investigative resources to work on the problem and risk betrayal and death. Reyes. The name popped into his mind and stuck there. Slowly he nodded. This might well be a situation where his longtime friend and colleague Miguel Esteban Reyes could prove helpful. Very helpful. The other man had once headed the federal police unit responsible for covert operations and infiltration, but he'd proved to be far too good at his job for those who ran the drug cartels. and for their paid underlings in the government. Too canny to allow himself to be assassinated and too honest to be easily trapped in a corruption sting, Reyes had finally been forced into retirement on direct orders from the very top of the Mexican political establishment. Since then, Reyes had apparently found gainful employment as a security consultant for various international corporations interested in doing business in Mexico, advising them on the best ways to minimize cartel interference in their operations. And from careful conversations during their occasional meetings for dinner or drinks, Herrera knew the other man still kept in touch with many of the foreign law enforcement and intelligence contacts he'd made throughout his long career. If anyone could pin down the identity of this wealthy, unknown foreigner meeting with the leaders of the Brotherhood of Blood, and what they were planning together, it might be Reyes. If nothing else, the colonel knew, he could at least count on Miguel Reyes's absolute discretion and shrewd common sense. That alone would make it worth reaching out to him for help. He swiped at the screen of his smartphone again and opened his personal email account. It was time, he decided, to invite the former federal lawman over to his home for a very discreet discussion and a top-secret slideshow. Chapter 8. Avalon House, Winter Park, Florida. That next day. Nick Flynn stepped out onto a tiled veranda that ran the whole length of the Spanish-style mansion's lakeside. He narrowed his eyes a little against the glare of bright morning sunlight reflecting off the water and saw Laura Van Horn already out there ahead of him. Looking cool and lovely in a cream-colored linen blouse and a tight pair of blue, straight-legged jeans, she sat pensively in one of the battered rattan chairs scattered along the veranda. Overhead, ceiling fans turned slowly under a wood-beamed roof. A smile tugged at the corners of her mouth when she saw him. Tardy for an urgent briefing? Shocking. He grinned back at her. No one's tardy until the professor sits down, ma'am, he said with a lazy Texas drawl. Abruptly, the door opened right behind him, and Fox came hurrying through. Though I reckon that would be just about now. He quickly dropped into the chair beside her. Saved in the very nick of time, Nick, Van Horn murmured. Resolutely ignoring their teasing banter, Fox took his seat. He placed a manila folder on the small round table between them, flipped it open, and pulled out a series of photos. We've finally got a bite, he said briskly. The head of force station in Mexico forwarded these surveillance pictures a short time ago. They were handed to him last night by a high-ranking contact in his country's military intelligence service. Flynn fanned the handful of photos across the table and looked them over closely. That's Veronian, all right, he said, tapping one of the two men greeting each other in the first picture. The color photograph was crystal clear. Up to now, their most recent available depiction of the head of the Raven Syndicate had been a single blurry black and white image. Every other photo in the Quartet Directorate's files showed the Russian as a much younger man. Informal school portraits taken during his education at the elite Phillips Exeter Academy in New Hampshire, as an undergraduate at Oxford, and while studying for an MBA at Harvard Business School. Veronian obviously preferred keeping a low profile. Fox nodded. Van Horn leaned over. Who's the guy with him? She asked. The one with the fancy suit and the neck and face tats. Joaquin Luis Lopez Moreno, more commonly known as Joaquin Lopez, Fox answered. He's the number 2 man in La Hermandad de la Sangre, the Brotherhood of Blood. Flynn's mouth tightened. Which just happens to be Mexico's most powerful drug cartel, he said, sitting back in his chair. Our boy Pavel really does mix with all the best people, doesn't he? So it seems, Fox said with a slight nod. The Brotherhood is aptly named. It's been responsible for the deaths of thousands of innocent civilians throughout the territory it claims inside Mexico. And also for the deaths of tens of thousands of Americans from overdoses caused by the drugs those bastards peddle here, Van Horn interjected. Her eyes were ice-cold. She was focused intently on the image of the Mexican drug lord, almost as though she were seeing him through the telescopic sights of a high-powered rifle. After a moment, she shook herself and looked back up. Okay, Brer Fox, what's the bigger context here? That's not clear yet, the older man admitted. We know this meeting between Veronian and Lopez took place in a hangar at Durango's International Airport. We also know that, shortly thereafter, the two men left together by car. Beyond that, we don't have data from which to draw any solid conclusions. Could the Raven Syndicate be peddling weapons to the Brotherhood? Van Horn wondered aloud. Based on what we know from first-hand experience, Veronian's guys have access to just about everything in the Russian arsenal. For the right amount of cash, they could supply anything from small arms to handheld SAMs. Fox shook his head. I think that's unlikely. He shrugged his narrow shoulders. The cartel's soldiers are extremely well armed. I can't see any urgent need for them to acquire Russian-made weapons in addition to their own existing stockpiles. Flynn suspected the older man's assessment was probably accurate. Decades of fighting among themselves and against Mexico's police and military had motivated the drug lords, the narcos, to recruit and arm their own private armies. In recent years, they'd even gone into combat using improvised armored vehicles mounting everything from heavy machine guns to recoilless rifles. All too often, the police commandos and even regular soldiers sent in to confront them had been badly outgunned. He leaned forward again, studying the photos on the table. In one of them, surrounding Veronian and Lopez, he could make out a number of very tough-looking men toting submachine guns. Maybe the Raven Syndicate is recruiting more personnel, he said, tapping the image. Veronian hires covert ops specialists and assassins, right? Could be he wants to add people who aren't so conspicuously Russian to his roster. Having Spanish speakers on the syndicate payroll might come in handy for running deniable operations in certain parts of the world. Not a bad theory, Nick, Fox said, examining the same picture. But then he shook his head. Except there's one big hitch. All our intelligence indicates that the Brotherhood has one overriding rule. It never hires out its sworn members, not to anyone. Neither Lopez nor his patron, Diego Barros, want to run the risk of their people transferring their loyalty to a new employer. Their rules are clear. Once someone has vowed his or her allegiance to the cartel, there's no way out, except through death. Servitude for life? Gee, how remarkably feudal, Van Horn commented. These narco assholes act like they're living back in the Dark Ages. Fox nodded. Quite so. At least as far as all of that era's nastiest and most brutish aspects are concerned. Then turn it around, Flynn argued. Maybe the Raven Syndicate is offering the Brotherhood the sort of elite military and intelligence specialists it can't find in its own ranks. Even a handful of trained ex-Spetsnaz officers or GRU types could make a big difference in a throwdown against some rival gang whose gunmen are mostly illiterate peasant types. The Mexican cartels periodically fought bloody wars among themselves for control over territory and resources. Alliances between them were always alliances of convenience, honored only until one side or the other saw an advantage in murdering its rivals. Fox considered that. Perhaps so, he said slowly, but I can't see why Veronian himself would fly into the Brotherhood's territory to make such an arrangement. It's an unnecessary risk. given the cartel's hard-earned reputation for treachery and deceit. Meaning he'd be more likely to delegate the task to some expendable underling? Van Horn said with a twisted smile, just in case those kill-crazy cartel bosses get pissed off during the negotiations and suddenly decide they want a Russian head for their trophy wall? Something along those lines? Then Voronian has to be there because he's the one who wants something from the Brotherhood, Van Horn reasoned. Something very important to him. Something no one else can provide. Makes sense, Flynn agreed. Then he shook his head. But it can't be narcotics, even though that's their main stock in trade. Both Fox and Van Horn nodded. With the world awash in illegal drugs produced everywhere from Asia to the Middle East and South and Central America, Voronian could easily obtain whatever addictive and deadly substances he desired elsewhere, and do so without risking his own precious hide to the not-so-tender mercies of the Brotherhood of Blood. And then Flynn saw the answer they'd been missing. It was as though a map had suddenly flashed into existence inside his head. "There's smuggling routes into the U.S., he said abruptly. That's what Voronian is after. Mules and gang members working for the Brotherhood and other cartels routinely slipped undetected across the porous U.S.-Mexican border, but to move anything else, materiel or agents, safely by those routes, the Russian would need both the permission of and aid from the cartel's leaders." Fox leaned back with his eyes half closed, considering the idea. Then he nodded. "I think you're right. It's the closest fit for what little we know now." His mouth thinned. "Which leads to the next obvious question. Who or what is Voronian so eager to smuggle into our national territory?" "I've got a bunch of guesses," Flynn told him, "but there's no way to know for sure. Not without a hell of a lot more information." Van Horn frowned. "I say we don't wait to find out." "Meaning what, Laura?" Fox asked carefully. "Meaning now that we've finally picked up Voronian's trail, our next move is pretty clear," she told him. "We kill the son of a bitch." Flynn hid a grin. Trust her to go straight for the throat. For someone who'd mostly flown cargo and search and rescue aircraft during her Air National Guard service, she had a fighter pilot's aggressive instincts. And as it happened, she was right. Throughout the Quartet Directorate's history, assassination had been a very rarely used tool, but if there were ever a textbook case of someone who needed killing, it was Pavel Voronian. In a real sense, this would be no different than the British SOE or the American OSS orchestrating the elimination of Reinhard Heydrich and other high-ranking Nazi officials during World War II. True, the war they were in right now was undeclared, but that didn't make it any less real or deadly. Sitting idly by waiting for Voronian to carry out his current plan, whatever it was not an option. The Russian had come much too close to success the last time out. And while Flynn and his team had managed to stop him in the end, the effort had been enormously costly. It also relied on a huge helping of good fortune. For could not count on being so lucky again. Fox nodded. "I agree." But then he shrugged ruefully. "Unfortunately, we can't plan on getting a decent shot at Voronian while he's still in Mexico." Flynn saw what the other man was driving at. The Brotherhood of Blood exercised almost total control over its home territory. Punching a team through that level of security to take out Voronian would require an all-out assault. And even the thumbsuckers at Langley might notice someone blowing the hell out of a bunch of Mexican narcos and a Russian oligarch, which could lead them to start asking some very inconvenient questions Ford would rather not have answered. Which meant, he realized, that they needed to figure out where Voronian might go when he left Mexico. It was unlikely to be anywhere where he would be more vulnerable, but they couldn't ignore the possibility. Maybe it was clutching at straws, but they weren't exactly flush with other good options at the moment. Flynn paged through the photos on the table until he found one that clearly showed the large private plane Voronian had arrived on. He showed it to Van Horn. "A Bombardier Global 7500 executive jet," she confirmed. "Top of the line in its class. And one hell of a nice ride from what I hear." "Ever flown one?" She snorted. "Not hardly, Nick. The bottom line cost on a bird like that was somewhere north of $80 million last time I checked." She shrugged, "Which is way above our equipment budget." Flynn turned to Fox. "Filed flight plans can be checked, right?" "They can," the older man confirmed with a slight smile. Meaning that he'd already done so, Flynn realized. He should have guessed. The head of Four's American station rarely missed an obvious avenue of approach to any problem. "So did our least favorite psychopath fly straight to Mexico from Moscow?" he asked. "From what we can tell, Voronian didn't fly out of Moscow at all," Fox answered. "That plane took off from Dubai." Perplexed, Van Horn stared at him. "Say again?" She shook her head. "The Bombardier is a sweet, fast-flying machine, but there's no way it has the range to make it so far in a single hop." "Nor did it," Fox assured her. "Records show that the jet made a very short refueling stop in Minsk on the way." "Nice dodge to avoid inconvenient passport checks," Flynn commented with a wry smile. Minsk was the capital of Belarus, and Belarus, closely aligned with Russia's authoritarian regime, was almost a client state of the larger country. Its border control officials would never dare interfere with the activities of one of Pyotr Zhdanov's closest associates. "I suppose Voronian boarded the Bombardier there. After all, it's only a short hop from Moscow." Fox gave him a non-committal look. "That is where the story gets interesting," he said. "Before coming here, I reached out to certain friends in various places in the Middle East, including the United Arab Emirates. They confirmed that a man named Simon Jones, supposedly an expatriate British citizen living in the UAE, originally boarded the aircraft in Dubai." "And you think Voronian is traveling as this guy Jones using a fake passport?" Flynn asked. "It's a logical assumption, though admittedly one I cannot prove," Fox said. "But it seems probable, especially given the corporate ownership of the Bombardier 7500. That singularly expensive aircraft is registered as the property of a commercial company based in Dubai, a company named Wickham Imports and Exports." Fox went on. A half-smile sleeted across his thin face before vanishing. "And the chief executive officer of Wickham Imports is listed as one Simon Jones." Flynn nodded. There were times in the murky world of spies and counter-spies when 2 + 2 actually didn't add up to 4. But this particular situation wasn't looking all that complicated. "What does this Wickham Imports do exactly?" "That is the prize-winning question, Nick. Unfortunately, no one seems very sure," Fox said with a slight shrug. "Ostensibly, the company resells low-end consumer electronics to middlemen in developing nations across Africa, the Middle East, and parts of Asia." "Which is bound to be cover for something else," Van Horn said. "Almost certainly," Fox agreed. "There are persistent rumors that Wickham Imports trades in weapons and stolen advanced military technology, but there's no real evidence, one way or another." He spread his hands. "Nor are we likely to find any, at least not through ordinary channels. Their corporate records are completely off-limits. Much like Switzerland in the old days, the UAE guarantees its wealthy foreign residents absolute privacy in certain financial matters. Flynn frowned, thinking it over. Weapons and hijacked military-grade tech sure ties in with the Raven Syndicate all right. The trouble is, I just can't see Veronian pissing around with some arms smuggling business in the Middle East. Not when everything else we know about him suggests he's angling to become the gray eminence behind Zhdanov's throne in Moscow. Nor can I, Fox admitted, which certainly implies that we're still missing a rather large piece of this particular puzzle. Absently, he pushed his glasses a little higher on the bridge of his nose. On the other hand, whatever part this Wickham Imports plays in Veronian's plans, it's important enough to assign a very expensive corporate jet to the firm, and that justifies further investigation. Plus, this is the only serious lead we actually have right now, Flynn realized. So we either chase this down or sit back waiting for some other lucky break. Regrettably, luck has been in rather short supply lately, Fox said, which is why I want you to put together a team to dig deeper into this mysterious import-export company in Dubai ASAP, and naturally take a shot at Veronian if he actually is operating there in person. Van Horn frowned. He might just fly straight back to Russia when he finishes his business with the Brotherhood, she warned. And we can't touch him there, not without rustling up a cruise missile somehow. That is true, Fox conceded, but even so we are still left with the various tantalizing questions surrounding Wickham Imports. He turned toward Flynn. I would infinitely prefer our friend Pavel with a bullet in his brain, Nick. Death has a useful finality all of its own, especially for an exceedingly dangerous man like Veronian. But if wiping him off the board proves impossible, I would settle, however reluctantly, for concrete, verifiable intelligence on his current operations. Chapter 9. Headquarters of La Hermandad de la Sangre in the Sierra Madre, west of Durango, Mexico. That same time. Pavel Veronian followed a silent, unsmiling servant on a long, whitewashed corridor and out into a sunlit interior courtyard surrounded on all sides by the hacienda's main building. A single table and 3 chairs were set out in the middle of the square paved expanse, shaded by a few potted fig trees. His gaze flicked upward toward the low, flat roof. Armed sentries were visible there. Other gunmen loitered in the shadows of the arched arcades running around the courtyard. This is a fortress, he thought. Originally the property of a prosperous land-owning family, the estate now served as the nerve center of the cartel. What had once been the social hub of the district's landed elite was now a place the locals avoided if at all possible. A thick wall surrounded the central buildings, topped by additional armed guards, cameras, and other electronic sensors. And for tens of kilometers in every direction, the Brotherhood maintained a tight grip over all of the surrounding villages, enforcing its will through a calculated blend of raw terror and cash payoffs. Those who crossed the cartel ended up dead, usually in gruesome and painful ways. Those who submitted received small monetary gifts that were designed to make them dependent on the whims of the Brotherhood's bosses. Joaquin Lopez, now more casually attired in an open-necked polo shirt and khaki designer slacks, looked up from his earnest conversation with a much shorter, broader-chested man, Diego Barros, the cartel's unchallenged supreme leader. In sharp contrast to his chief lieutenant, the drug lord showed no trace of style or sophistication whatsoever. Dressed in a sleeveless white t-shirt and jeans, he was completely bald and bull-necked. His small, hard, close-set eyes glared out on the world with a mixture of native cunning and unrelenting suspicion. At first sight, Barros reminded Voronyin unpleasantly of his rivals in Russia, the jumped-up peasant generals and politicians who made up President Zhdanov's inner circle. Everything about Barros, from his speech to his manners, was coarse and crude. "Come, sit down, Signor Voronyin," Lopez said, indicating the sole empty seat. His teeth flashed in an insincere smile. "I trust you slept well?" He pushed across a steaming cup. "Coffee." Voronyin nodded politely. "Thank you." He took a cautious sip of the dark brown liquid. It was bitter and remarkably strong. Watching him, Barros snorted. "At least Joaquin here knows how to make such a pussy drink with a little bit of machismo, eh?" He poured a liberal splash of tequila into his glass of orange juice. "As for me, I like something with more kick in the morning." He took a puff from a cigar smoldering in an ashtray and set it back down. "So, to business." Voronyin put his coffee back down. "Of course, patron." "Joaquin has run the outlines of your plan past me," Barros rasped. "Or at least as much of it as you are entitled to know," Voronyin thought with a tinge of amusement. He kept close control over his features. These were extremely dangerous, untrustworthy men, and it would not do at all for them to comprehend his real intentions. "I hope we can come to an amicable arrangement," he said smoothly. "That remains to be seen," Barros said. His mouth compressed. "As I understand your idea, your people will plant their asses here, on my turf, in one of my safest production facilities." The cartel leader poured more tequila into his juice glass and bolted it down. "And you want my soldiers to help keep them safe from the federales and gringos while they work their little schemes?" Voronyin nodded coolly. "Correct." "And for taking the risk of calling even more heat down on my head, maybe from the CIA, maybe from the American Pentagon. I get what? Money?" Barros continued, not hiding his contempt. He laughed hoarsely, nodding at the hacienda around them. "Money I have already. More than you, I think." Voronyin forced down a grimace. That much was true, and it grated on him. His Raven syndicate controlled something on the order of $3 billion at any given moment, depending on the current state of the world's investment markets. But according to his analysts, the Brotherhood's accumulated wealth was more than 3 times higher. Barros shrugged. "Your money means nothing here, Russian. Not in my backyard." "I did not expect that it would, Signor Barros," Voronyin replied easily, "which is why I am offering something far more valuable." The cartel leader's eyes narrowed dangerously. "Like what?" "The ability to move at least 10 times your current deliveries of fentanyl and other drugs into the United States," Voronyin told him flatly, "without the slightest chance of the Americans seizing any of your product, or even realizing how the drugs are crossing their border." Lopez whistled under his breath, greed obvious in his eyes. Fentanyl, 50 times more potent than heroin, was worth enormous sums of money on the street. And while most of the Brotherhood's drug mules made it across the border without being arrested, even the limited amounts of narcotics American law enforcement managed to intercept still cost the cartel hundreds of millions of dollars a year. Barros stared hard at Voronyin. "And how much will you charge to work this miracle?" he demanded, sarcasm thick in his guttural voice. "Not a single centavo," Voronyin said. "Your shipments will move with my own." He shrugged. "What is more, my people will deliver your drugs to your wholesalers in America at a safe location of your choice. And again, wholly without charge. Lopez and Barros exchanged glances. "And if the Americans do capture one of our shipments?" the younger man asked, "despite your bold assurances?" Voronian shrugged. "Then we pay you double its market value." He eyed the cartel boss and his lieutenant closely, knowing he had them. For all of Barros's macho posturing, greed was the principal force driving the Brotherhood of Blood. In the end, he knew the two Mexican drug lords would swallow his bait, too blinded by profit to sense the hook it secretly contained. And Castle Keep would move into its next operational phase, steadily unfolding in scope and complexity as it drew nearer and nearer to its devastating fruition. Chapter 10. Abu Dhabi International Airport, United Arab Emirates. 2 days later. Nick Flynn towed his rolling carry-on bag through the sliding glass doors of the airport's newly completed, ultra-modern terminal building. Behind him, its soaring roof rose and fell in blinding white curves that echoed those of the desert's rolling sand dunes. The late afternoon sun reflected off massive windows. He donned his sunglasses and inhaled deeply, catching the faint traces of diesel fumes and salt water borne inland by a light breeze off the nearby Persian Gulf. Shannon Cook and Cole Hines came up on either side, pulling their own luggage. Like him, they were traveling under false passports and carrying documents that identified them as employees of Sykes Fairburn Strategic Investments, one of the Quartet Directorate's front companies. The fact that Sykes Fairbairn maintained a small office as an accommodation address in Dubai, 60 miles to the north, helped lend credibility to their cover. As far as Abu Dhabi's customs officials knew, Flynn and his two colleagues were here on a whirlwind trip to meet potential clients and indulge in some company-paid sightseeing. Though they weren't particularly happy about it, Laura Van Horn, Tadeusz Kosik, and Wade Vukovic had all been left behind in the United States. The UAE was far more liberal than many countries in the Middle East, but the presence of a woman in their little group would still have drawn unnecessary attention. Nor did the rough ideas Flynn had sketched out for this operation seem likely to require Kosik's skills as a long-range marksman or Vukovic's expertise in electronic surveillance and alarm systems. However this played out, Flynn thought, it was probably going to go down fast and hard, with a premium on speed and not finesse. The fewer of four's people he put at risk in this hurriedly planned action, the better. "Ride's here, Nick," Cook said, nodding toward the curb ahead of them. A dark-suited man in a chauffeur's cap and sunglasses stood next to a large silver-gray Infiniti QX80 SUV. He was holding up a sign with the name Grant scrawled across it in black marker. "Mr. John Grant and Company?" he asked politely, seeing them approach. Flynn nodded. That was the name on his fake passport. The driver stowed their carry-on bags in the space behind the SUV's third row of seats and opened the doors for them. Once they were inside, he slid behind the steering wheel, doffed his sunglasses, and glanced back over the seat with a toothy grin. "Where to, Gov?" he asked cheerily, in a horribly exaggerated Cockney accent. It was Tony McGill. Based out of Four's UK station, the former SAS sergeant had joined Flynn's ad hoc strike force for their daring mid-ocean assault on the Raven Syndicate's missile-carrying oil tanker. He was also one of the few men involved who'd emerged alive and unwounded. Since then, he'd been working to form a European action unit for the Quartet Directorate, the counterpart to the team already assembled by the Americans. At Flynn's urgent request, he'd flown in ahead to organize some of the necessary logistics before joining them for the mission itself. "Nice to see you too, Tony," Flynn said. He shook his head sadly. "You Brits are never going to forgive us for Dick Van Dyke hamming it up so much in Mary Poppins, are you?" Not easily, Nick, McGill admitted. The world's all-time absolute worst attempt to sound like a real working Londoner. I have to agree that was practically a bloody war crime. From the seat behind Flynn, Hines said unrepentantly, Hey, I didn't think the movie was so bad when I saw it on DVD as a kid. Except for all the singing and dancing crap, I guess. Cole? Cook hissed. That movie was all singing and dancing, and clunky animation. Yeah, but it starred Julie Andrews, and man, I thought she was hot. McGill yielded generously. Fair point, mate. Starting the engine, he checked his mirrors, pulled out smoothly around an airport bus, and took the loop road that would deposit them on a highway heading west toward the city itself. A few minutes of driving took them across a bridge and onto Abu Dhabi's main island. Palm trees and low-rise buildings lined the crowded streets. On one side, a vista of beaches and tree-shaded resorts slid by outside the SUV's tinted windows. In the other direction, gleaming office and apartment towers spiked along the horizon. Another bridge took them out onto a much smaller island right on the edge of the Gulf. McGill swung to the left, turning into a residential neighborhood that curved around its southern and western shores. Modern villas with walled courtyards ran along both sides of a quiet, palm tree-bordered street. Many of the houses had a dock for private motorboats and yachts. He pulled into a spacious parking spot in front of one of these villas and switched off the engine. Welcome to our temporary quarters, lads. Some of the comforts of home included. Once inside the door, Hines set his bag down with a huge grin. Some of the comforts? He said incredulously. Elegant furniture that wouldn't have seemed out of place in a millionaire's Manhattan penthouse graced the villa's large, open-plan living and sitting areas. Beyond a highly polished sandalwood dining table easily big enough to seat a dozen people, they could see a fully equipped kitchen, complete with high-end stainless steel appliances. Picture windows at the far end offered a view outside over an attached L-shaped infinity swimming pool, fountains, walled garden, and private dock. Man, I could sure get used to living like this. It beats U.S. Army enlisted quarters by about a bazillion miles. It is a bit of all right, McGill said smugly. Not cheap, but the best location for our purposes I could arrange on such short notice. Sadly, however, I'm afraid you won't be here long enough to fully enjoy all the amenities, a deep voice said, sounding faintly amused. They all turned to see an older man emerge from one of the adjoining bedrooms. Strongly built for his age, he was shorter than any of them, with a high forehead and wispy tufts of bright white hair. Let me guess, Hines muttered to Flynn. This guy ain't a rent-a-butler, is he? Not exactly, Cole, Flynn told him, suppressing a laugh. He moved forward to shake hands with the newcomer. This is Professor Gideon Aish, he told the others. Four's head of station in Jerusalem. His people on the ground here have been doing some legwork on our possible target. After long combat service with the Israeli Defense Force's most elite and effective special operations units, Aish had supposedly retired to become a research fellow at an international think tank monitoring global terrorism. In reality, he'd been recruited into the Quartet Directorate and now ran a remarkably effective network of agents, Israelis and friendly Arabs alike, operating throughout the Middle East. Flynn turned back to Aish. Since you've decided to come meet us in person, Gideon, I'm betting there were some significant developments while we were in the air? There have indeed, the older man agreed somberly. First and foremost, Nick, your primary objective has now been confirmed. Your orders are to take Pavel Voronin out, by any means necessary. Flynn felt a surge of excitement. It was tempered by a realization that this mission had suddenly become far more dangerous than if it had remained a simple sneak and peek endeavor. Voronin's already flown back to Dubai? Aish nodded. So it appears. He waited until they'd all taken seats around the living room before starting to brief them on what was currently known. Intelligence relayed from the Quartet Directorate's Mexico City station indicated that Veronian had departed from Durango aboard the Bombardier Global 7500 executive jet at around the same time their own commercial airline flight left Miami. Internet-based flight trackers had shown the aircraft making a very short stop in Havana before taking off again, this time on a direct return leg to Dubai's international airport. Cuba? Flynn wondered aloud. Why the hell would he land in Cuba? Aish shrugged. We have insufficient data to answer that question. Given the aircraft's total elapsed time on the ground in Havana, of somewhat less than 30 minutes total, there seems no immediately obvious explanation. They could have been dropping someone off, or maybe picking someone else up, Cook commented. Plus topping off fuel, I guess. But I doubt it was offloading any real amount of cargo. 30 minutes is practically a touch and go for a civilian jet. Even with a highly trained crew on standby, there wouldn't be time to pull much out of the hold. Flynn nodded. U.S. Air Force C-130s and other dedicated cargo aircraft could unload tons of palletized freight within mere minutes. A civilian passenger jet with a standard baggage compartment didn't have anywhere near that same capability. And I suppose we don't have any reliable human sources based at the Havana airport who could clear up that little mystery for us? Unfortunately, none at the moment, Aish confirmed with a rueful shake of his head. It figured, Flynn realized. Cuba's communist government might not be able to feed or clothe its own people, but it had dedicated more than 60 years to building one of the world's most oppressive and ruthless internal security states. Like the old Soviet Union and East Germany, the regime dedicated enormous resources to surveilling anyone who might be tempted to oppose its rule, whether openly or covertly. Under those circumstances, the lifespan of agents recruited by Western intelligence services was often measured in weeks or months at most, except perhaps for those who were caught alive and then run by Cuban counterintelligence as double agents. What we do know, according to my sources inside the UAE government, Aish continued, is that the foreign resident calling himself Simon Jones did, in fact, disembark from that plane when it landed in Dubai earlier today. He was accompanied by 3 other European-looking men whose identity papers list them as employees of Wickham Imports. Flynn leaned forward. Well, there's one piece of good news, he said with a tight, predatory grin. Sure, maybe Veronian got back here ahead of us, but at least now we know he's definitely in Dubai, which means we'll get to take our shot at the bastard. Cook and Hines nodded in eager agreement. In their judgment, the head of Russia's Raven Syndicate had earned death 100 times over. Which still leaves us with the most pressing question, McGill pointed out. Where's the best place to make the hit? We'll only get one bite at this apple. Yeah, Flynn said slowly. The ex-SAS sergeant had put his finger squarely on their biggest challenge. It was a sad truth that simply killing someone wasn't all that hard. The really difficult trick was doing the job and getting away scot-free. Unlike its official counterparts, the CIA, the UK's MI6, France's DGSC, and others, the Quartet Directorate couldn't offer any kind of legal protection, and certainly no James Bond-style license to kill. He turned to Aish. What more can you tell us about this Wickham Imports? The Israeli replied, Not a great deal, I'm afraid, except that it is profitable enough so that the relevant authorities are more than willing to overlook its more questionable activities. Which convinces me that the rumors of its involvement in illegal arms dealing and weapons technology thefts are quite true. How about its facilities, offices, that kind of thing? Flynn pressed. Apart from leasing occasional warehouse space, this trading company maintains only a single rented office room on one floor of an older commercial building in Dubai's Al Garud district, which is conveniently close to the airport, Aish told him. Flynn didn't try to hide his surprise. That's it? No fancy digs in one of the big skyscrapers downtown? Dubai's skyline was packed with over 200 enormous high-rises, including the Burj Khalifa, the tallest building in the world, soaring 2,700 feet into thin air. These modern luxury office towers all have elaborate security systems that constantly monitor all visitors and employees coming and going, Aish reminded him. Short of owning the whole building from top to bottom, our Mr. Jones would be unable to assure the necessary discretion in his more private business dealings. Flynn saw what the older man meant. If, as seemed almost certain, Voronian was using Wickham imports to buy and sell stolen tech and weapons, the last thing he'd want would be digital video records of his black market clients and sellers, or at least records that were not in his sole control. He could see the Russian indulging in a spot of less than genteel extortion of those foolish enough to give him power over them. He could not see the other man allowing himself to be vulnerable to potential blackmail in return. Aish picked up on his thoughts and nodded. Exactly, Nick. The Garud district, while older and much less fashionable, is considerably more relaxed about the less rule-abiding sectors of the commercial world. Okay, Flynn said, working through the problem out loud. So what's the area right around that leased office look like? In answer, the older man picked up a remote control and turned on the villa's wall-sized smart TV. The detailed street maps and satellite views he'd loaded into the system earlier flashed onto the screen. The other men studied those images in silence for several long minutes. Most of the other low-rise buildings near Wickham Import's office were occupied by a wide range of small to middling businesses on their lower floors, with private apartments above. Cook stood up and moved closer to the television screen to focus on a square-built, concrete block structure just a few doors up the street from the import office. Well, shit, he said with a deep frown. That's a goddamn bank. He tapped the screen. And if there's one thing my granddaddy always cautioned against, it was committing mayhem close to where folks keep a lot of money. It tends to draw attention from ornery types, like very unsympathetic men with badges and big guns. Flynn nodded reflectively. Financial institutions meant armed guards and very loud alarms, not to mention the likelihood of a rapid police response in the event of the slightest disturbance nearby. He glanced over at Aish. How about going after Voronian where he lives while he's here instead? Not practical, I'm afraid, the older man replied. This man Jones resides in a luxury high-rise, one with top-notch private security. Getting in past all those guards would be difficult. Getting out would be impossible. He pointed at the screen, now zoomed in to show only the 5-story building containing Wickham Import's rented office. In contrast, this place apparently relies on a single security officer. More of a glorified concierge, really, manning a desk on its ground floor. Fairly typical for businesses in this area. What about cameras? McGill asked. Aish shrugged. A handful, all set only to monitor the main entrance and the rear service doors. Flynn's eyes narrowed as he ran through their options. They were far fewer than he would have preferred. On the other hand, he hadn't signed on with the Quartet Directorate because it promised a cushy, safe life. What if this is just an accommodation address, he asked, finally. Like the place we're renting is Sykes Fairburn. He frowned. I'd sure as shit hate to bust in there and find only a couple of empty desks and an answering machine. Embarrassing, I don't mind so much. Ineffectual and stupid is a whole different picture. Aish shook his head. My agents have questioned some of the locals carefully, he reported. They insist they've seen the Englishman and his subordinates coming and going regularly, and even having lunch delivered from nearby restaurants. Okay. That's promising, Flynn agreed. He rubbed his hand across his chin while thinking, feeling the rough whiskers starting to sprout there. Their trip out from Florida to Abu Dhabi had taken more than 20 hours, and he was long overdue for a shave. And some sleep, for that matter. Fighting down a sudden urge to yawn deeply, he slowly straightened up. But it still brings us back to the problem of pulling this off without experiencing a close encounter with Dubai's law enforcement. Personally, I'd really appreciate avoiding the opportunity of writing TripAdvisor reviews of the UAE prison system. Aish nodded. A very sensible desire, Nick. He motioned toward the guest bedroom he'd come out of earlier. And one I have already given some thought to. Flynn and the others climbed to their feet and followed Aish through the door. Seeing the items of clothing and other specialized equipment laid out there, they crowded closer. After a moment, McGill turned to Aish with a grin. You've got a mind like a corkscrew, Professor. Crooked and twisty as hell. It's a bloody honor to work with you. Sometimes it is better to be so visible in such a particular way that prospective witnesses really, honestly do not want to see you. The older man acknowledged with a wry look of his own. After a quick consideration of the available options, Flynn made up his mind and turned to face the others. Okay, guys, listen up. If the professor's men confirm Veronian/Jones is in place tomorrow, this operation is a go. He bared his teeth. Which means we're going to put this Russian motherfucker down hard and fast, once and for all. He stared around the circle of faces. Any questions right now? No, sir, they chorused. He nodded. All right, then. We'll work through the final details later tonight. In the meantime, I suggest y'all grab some food and much-needed shut-eye while you can, because I can promise you that the morning's going to be on us before too long. Chapter 11. Al Garud District, Dubai, United Arab Emirates. The next day. An older white Nissan NV350 panel Irvan drove sedately down an exit ramp off the E11 highway, more commonly known as the Sheikh Zayed Road. Dents and scraped paint hinted that it had seen hard use as a delivery vehicle in the less prosperous sections of Dubai. At the foot of the ramp, the van turned south onto a narrow two-way street. Moving through moderate traffic, it passed a series of commercial and residential buildings on both sides. Signs over doors advertised restaurants, coffee shops, travel agents, and other retailers. Cole Hines was driving. He wore faded jeans and a dingy black t-shirt. Although the former soldier would much rather have been a shooter on this mission, his Arabic wasn't fluent enough to fool any locals who tried to engage him in conversation. That made the risk of using him outside the vehicle too high. But to appear less obviously American, he'd darkened his hair and skin tone. A false beard and mustache, along with cheek pad inserts that made his face look fuller, completed his disguise. Nick, Flynn, Cook, and McGill, crouching behind him in the van's cargo area, had similarly disguised themselves, with one major exception. Instead of civilian clothes, they wore desert camouflage fatigues and maroon berets. Their attire, plus their tan dagger and falcon shoulder flashes, marked them as soldiers of the UAE's elite Presidential Guard Special Forces unit. Flynn's shoulder boards carried the 3 stars of a Nakib, a captain, while the other 2 Quartet Directorate agents had sergeant's stripes on their sleeves. All 3 men carried holstered 9mm Sig Sauer P320 pistols. Gideon Aish had also provided them with forged military identity cards. Authentic as they seemed, however, he'd warned that they wouldn't stand up to close scrutiny. With a few more days to work, my guys could have produced masterpieces. the Israeli had told them apologetically as he handed over the IDs. "But these aren't exactly Rembrandts. They're more like my granddaughter's finger paintings." Flynn had glanced down at the card made for him and flashed the older man an amused look. "Rembrandt or not, I'd guess your granddaughter's one hell of an artist, Gideon. Because for a rush job, these are pretty damn good." Then he'd shrugged. "Anyhow, if we do run into someone with the smarts to pick out their flaws, we're already screwed so badly that it won't matter." He came back to the present when Hines muttered, "We're just passing the bank on the right, sir. No guards posted outside. It looks real quiet." He braked slightly and then said, "Coming up on the target now." Flynn leaned forward to peer through the Nissan's tinted windshield. Made of steel and glass instead of white or tan concrete blocks, the building that housed Wickham Import's office on its third floor was much newer and looked more modern than the neighboring structures. "I see it, Cole," he confirmed. He glanced back over his shoulder at Cook and McGill. "All set?" he asked. They both nodded, eyes and mouths narrowed in concentration. Hines turned into a parking place right in front of the building, pulling in between a black Mitsubishi SUV and a pearl gray Toyota sedan. He kept the engine running. In one smooth motion, McGill yanked the van's passenger side sliding door all the way open. He dropped lightly out onto the pavement. Flynn and Cook were right behind him. They took a brief moment to straighten their berets, all the while haughtily scanning their surroundings. At this time of day there weren't many pedestrians in sight, but Flynn still noted that even the relative handful who were out and about carefully avoided making any eye contact with them. Aish had been right, he decided. For all intents and purposes, their uniforms acted as a sort of cloak of invisibility. More than 90% of the UAE's inhabitants were non-citizens without any political rights and with very few legal protections. And since the security forces, especially the Army's counter-terrorist units, operated under their own set of arbitrary rules, none of these people wanted to draw unnecessary attention to themselves. With a sharp nod, Flynn led Cook and McGill directly across the pavement. A pair of sliding glass doors whooshed aside at their approach, admitting them into the office building's ground-floor lobby. Apart from a handful of rather withered-looking potted plants scattered around the tiled floor, a bank of elevators, and a fire door marked "Stairs" in both English and Arabic, there was just a single desk off to one side, under a signboard listing the names, room numbers, and floors of the building's tenants. A bearded, heavy-set security guard with a name tag fixed to his unbuttoned uniform coat lounged behind the desk. From the crumpled, grease-stained paper bag in front of him, it was clear he'd just finished eating lunch. The guard's eyes widened in surprise at their sudden appearance, and at the sight of their berets and shoulder flashes. He swallowed hard and sat bolt upright, almost as though he were coming to attention. Scowling, Flynn flashed his forged military identity card. "Amna al-Dawlati. La Takulu Shaya, La Tafal Shaya," he snapped. "State security, say nothing, do nothing." Plainly shaken, the security man nodded quickly. Ashen-faced now, he carefully laid both of his hands flat on the desk before him. Ignoring him, Flynn pushed through the stairwell door with Cook and McGill right on his heels. They took the stairs upward at a rapid pace. Their time to pull this off without interference was short and getting shorter fast. On the way, each man drew his own pistol and threaded a sound suppressor to its muzzle. Next, they pulled on tactical radio headsets and gloves. "Falcon 4, this is lead," Flynn murmured over his mic to Hines, waiting for them outside in the van. "Com check, over." "Falcon lead, this is 4, roger, over." He heard the other man reply quietly. Cook and McGill gave him thumbs-up signals. Their communications channel was clear. Still moving fast, he reached the third-floor landing, yanked the stairwell door open, and went through. They were in a wide, tiled hallway that ran the length of the entire building. Tinted glass doors lined both sides of the corridor. According to Aisha's intel, Wickham Imports occupied a single large office at the far end, one that looked out over the nearby Dubai Creek golf course and yacht marina. At his silent hand signal, they headed down the hallway, with Flynn still in the lead. Cook and McGill flanked him on either side, following just a couple of paces behind. Ahead of them, a neatly dressed young woman wearing a patterned silk headscarf left one of the nearest offices but froze, seeing 3 uniformed and armed men coming straight at her. Her face whitened in fear. Arrogantly, Flynn silently waved her back inside. Obeying immediately, she scooted through the door and hurriedly pulled it closed behind her. "Geez, Nick, intimidation are us," Cook muttered. Tamping down a reluctant grin, Flynn kept moving. So far, so good, he thought calmly. But then, when they were only a few yards from the entrance to the Import-Export Company, their luck ran out. A stocky, broad-shouldered man in a sports coat stepped out of the Wickham Imports office and into the hallway, turning toward them. His dark brown eyes, short-cropped straw-blonde hair, and high cheekbones all spelled Russian to Flynn, which almost certainly made him one of the Raven Syndicate agents operating here in Dubai. Wide-eyed, he gawked at the 4 agents for what seemed forever, but couldn't really have been more than just a second or two. As his eyes moved from their uniforms down to the suppressed pistols they were carrying, his gaze sharpened. Well, shit, Flynn thought. We're made. "Hold it right there. Hands up," he ordered in Arabic accented English. "Quit tib. Fuck you," the Russian snarled. His hand darted inside his jacket to draw his own concealed weapon. Without conscious thought and before the other man's gun could clear his shoulder holster, Flynn raised his own pistol and squeezed off 2 fast shots, aware immediately that Cook and McGill were both doing the same thing. Their suppressors turned what would have been the ear-splitting crack of high-powered pistol fire into moderately loud cough pops that were followed by a ringing tinkle as spent cartridges bounced away across the tiled hallway. Hit by all 6 rounds at near point-blank range, the Raven Syndicate operative crumpled, his blood splashing across the floor and walls. Immediately, however, the half-open door he'd come through slammed shut. There was a loud buzz as an electronically triggered lock activated, sealing it against unauthorized entry. "Damn it," Flynn thought angrily. He radioed Hines. "Falcon lead to 4, buzzkill. Repeat, buzzkill." "Copy that," Hines acknowledged from the van, aware now that the team had set off enemy action, enough in all likelihood to provoke intervention by the local authorities. "The clock is running 10 seconds down." Flynn nodded tightly, hearing the count begin. At best, they would have just a few minutes before Dubai's police showed up in force. He spun around toward Cook and McGill. "Let's move. Get that fucking door open." Reacting fast and following tactical patterns drilled into muscle memory through intensive, repetitive combat training, they all exploded into action. McGill unzipped the equipment bag slung over one shoulder, yanked out a short, 2-handled battering ram, and sprinted down the hall to take position against the wall, just out of sight of the office door. Cook slotted in right behind him. Flynn took the tail-end Charlie position. "Go," he ordered. Without a moment's hesitation, McGill stepped in front of the door and slammed his ram into the door latch with shattering force. It flew open in a welter of broken safety glass and splintered wood. Instantly, the ex-SAS non-com rolled away toward the other side of the doorway. The moment he was clear, Cook leaned out and lobbed a flashbang grenade into the room beyond. Wham! The grenade detonated with a deafening roar and a dazzling burst of pyrotechnics. The whole building seemed to rock on its foundations. Swirls of dust and debris eddied down out of the ceiling above them. Sparks showered through the doorway. Right on the heels of the shattering blast, Cook slid in past the broken, smoldering door hanging off its hinges. With his Sig Sauer 9mm up, he moved right to clear the room's most dangerous blind spot. Flynn followed him into the smoke-filled office, angling to the left. McGill came last, taking the central sector. Thanks to the adrenaline flooding his bloodstream, everything seemed to blur into slow motion for Flynn. Milliseconds stretched into what felt like minutes as his brain fought to make sense out of near-total chaos. There were 3 Russians still inside the room, and though they seemed dazed by the point-blank grenade blast, they all looked determined to fight back, no matter what the cost. Across the office, one tried desperately to raise his own pistol, and then slumped forward across a desk, hit twice in the chest by 9mm rounds fired by Cook. Scanning his own sector through the haze of gray smoke, Flynn saw a grim-faced man in an expensive-looking suit pulling out a compact submachine gun, a Russian-made PP-90 from a desk drawer. A nameplate on the desk read, Simon R. Jones. Got you, Flynn thought coldly. He squeezed off 2 shots from his own 9mm pistol. Both slammed home. In a welter of blood, the man slid out of his chair and sprawled onto the floor. Flynn breathed out in relief. If they were lucky, Voronyan's new plan wouldn't long survive its creator's sudden, violent death. Just then, next to him, McGill fired, killing the last of their enemies. Silence fell suddenly across the bullet-torn space. From start to finish, the fusillade of shots had lasted only moments. Falcon 4 to lead, 30 seconds elapsed time, Hines reported through his headset. No close sirens yet. Not yet, maybe. But their luck wouldn't hold for long. Not after they'd turned this office building into a war zone, Flynn knew. Acting quickly, he unscrewed the smoking suppressor from his pistol, dropped it onto the carpeted floor, and then slid the Sig Sauer back into its holster. Beside him, Cook and McGill did the same with their own weapons. The suppressors were untraceable, and men carrying guns in their hands tended to draw unwanted attention. Aware of the timer ticking down until the authorities arrived, they started searching the room at high speed. Everything easily portable, smartphones and wallets, for example, went into McGill's now empty equipment bag. Filing cabinets lining one wall turned out to be empty, obviously just for show to create the appearance of a busy import-export company. Flynn grabbed the laptop off Jones's desk and tossed it over to McGill, then knelt down to dig through the dead man's suit pockets. He glanced up at the slack-jawed face and froze suddenly. "Damn it," he said in utter disbelief. Close by, Cook turned toward him in surprise. "We got a problem, Nick?" Still staring at the body of the man he'd just killed, Flynn nodded tightly. "Yeah, we do." He looked up at the others. "Because while I don't know who this son of a bitch really is, he's sure as hell not Pavel Voronyan." Chapter 12. Dubai. A short time later. Still playing the role of a cocksure UAE Army Special Forces officer, Flynn shoved the fire door open and arrogantly swaggered out into the lobby. He glanced at the trembling security guard still seated behind his desk. The sudden volley of shots and thundering explosion from upstairs seemed to have completely unnerved the man, whose normal duties probably involved nothing more dangerous than holding the elevator doors open for delivery men. "Kunakiman, kunsamitan," Flynn said curtly. "Be wise. Be silent." The guard nodded fearfully. He'd undoubtedly spill his guts quickly enough once the real authorities started questioning him, but any directive that might buy them time now, even if it was only a couple of minutes, was useful. Not looking to the left or right, Flynn and the others strode out of the building, heading straight for their parked Nissan van. Now they could hear sirens wailing in the distance. They piled inside through both open side doors and slammed them shut. "You guys in a hurry?" Hines asked as he backed quickly out onto the street and headed south, carefully staying at the posted speed limit. He glanced briefly back over his shoulder with a shit-eating grin. Hey, sir, I thought we were aiming for something a little more discreet this time, as opposed to blowing the crap out of that place. I'm only asking because I'm new to all this covert stuff, and I figure I need to get trained up. Sadly, our brilliant plan didn't survive contact with the enemy, Cole, Flynn replied. Oh, Hines said. As per usual? Roger that, Flynn acknowledged as he started stripping off his Presidential Guard uniform. McGill and Cook were doing the same thing. Their desert camouflage fatigues, maroon berets, sidearms, and other equipment were bundled into weighted plastic shopping bags. Underneath the uniforms, they were all wearing work-stained jeans and old T-shirts. The laptop and other materials they had retrieved from the Wickham Imports office went into a separate, worn-looking duffel bag. Hines swung left onto a different street. On their right, they drove past a low, white arch emblazoned with green lettering that spelled out, "The Irish Village." This was one of Al Garud's major tourist attractions, with a lush garden plaza fronting its own small lake. The restaurants and pubs had been built with authentic Irish stone. In addition to showcasing handcrafted wood furniture and carvings, they served genuine Irish food. And beer. "Ah," McGill said wistfully, watching the arch vanish behind them. "I could do with a pint right about now." Flynn frowned. "Yeah, me too, and more than one." He shook his head, still wrestling with the horrifying reality that somehow they'd missed Veronian. He didn't doubt that the men they'd killed were Raven Syndicate operatives, but that was cold comfort. What mattered was that they'd failed to eliminate their primary target, and that, in turn, meant that whatever malevolence the Russian planned to unleash on the United States or its allies was still in motion. "Getting hammered isn't a bad idea, I guess," Cook said equably. "Except for the whole being arrested, interrogated, and then beheaded deal, that is. Which I thought we'd all agreed we should avoid." "Geez, always with the negative waves," Hines retorted. The Virginian smiled back at him. "Can't help that, Cole. It's just my naturally fearful side talking." As if to make his point, 2 police cars with flashing lights and warbling sirens raced past them at high speed, heading back the way they'd just come. Flynn checked his watch. Dubai's authorities were a little faster off the mark than they'd hoped. He leaned forward. "We still okay?" he asked. "No sweat," Hines told him with supreme confidence. He spun the wheel again, making a right turn into a wider avenue that would take them back onto the E11 highway heading north. But they'd only be on the highway for less than a mile before exiting again, this time into the maze of surface streets that paralleled Dubai Creek, the tidal inlet that divided the city into its 2 main sections. "I've got our whole escape route memorized, sir. By the time the cops figure out what kind of vehicle they should be looking for, we'll be long gone." On the waterfront, Dubai, only minutes later. Having ditched the Nissan in a small parking lot several blocks away, Flynn and the others ambled casually across a wide boulevard to the waterfront. He, Cook, and McGill were carrying the big plastic shopping bags containing their discarded clothing, weapons, and gear. Hines toted the duffel bag packed with the items they'd snatched from the Russians. Ahead, just past a park laid out with rows of palm trees and low-trimmed hedges, they could see dozens of lateen-rigged boats tied up along 3 jetties. This was the Dow Wharfage, a holdover from the long-gone days when Dubai's inhabitants had made their riches more from trade around the Persian Gulf than from oil and international high finance. While the times had moved on, the teak-hulled dhows moored here still crisscrossed the waters of the Gulf, carrying small cargoes and passengers. Flynn led the way out onto the closest jetty. There, about halfway along, one of the long, thin-hulled boats, manned by a couple of young Arab men and a gray-bearded captain shouting orders, was getting ready to cast off. Catching sight of Flynn and the others, the captain waved them aboard with a ferocious scowl. "Took your time getting here, didn't you?" He scolded them loudly in Arabic. "You're just lucky I promised your uncles and cousins in Doha that I'd ferry you back." Flynn hung his head in mute apology, a gesture imitated by the rest of his men. "Well?" the captain demanded. "Do you think I'm running some kind of charity here? My time is worth something even if yours isn't." Grumbling, he ostentatiously took the handfuls of UAE dirhams they each meekly offered and stuffed them away in a satchel. Apparently satisfied, he swung back to his tiny crew and bawled out more orders. Grinning, the young men obeyed, quickly hauling in the lines that had moored them to the jetty and coiling them down. Slowly the dhow edged away from the dock and turned out into the channel. Heading west, it motored out into the open waters of the Persian Gulf, to all appearances bound for Doha, more than 200 miles away. Seated in the stern, Flynn kept his eyes fixed back on the coastline until it was nothing more than a low brown blur punctuated by the soaring silver towers of Dubai's forest of skyscrapers. To his relief, there was no sign of pursuit. He breathed out. Once even the shore had vanished in the afternoon haze, the captain came over across the gently rolling deck. "We're out in very deep water here," he said with a genuine smile, "in case you've got anything you'd like to dispose of." "As it happens, we do," Flynn told him with a nod. He got to his feet and motioned Cook and McGill over to join him. One after another, the weighted shopping bags with all their weapons and fake uniforms splashed overboard and sank swiftly out of sight. "I hate to throw away decent gear," McGill mused, watching the last traces of foam eddy away. He shrugged. "But I guess it's definitely not worth the risk of being caught with it in our hot little hands." "Amen," Cook said from beside him. Privately, Flynn doubted that the UAE's police investigators would have cared much about the niceties of ballistics, DNA, and fiber matching. Not when presented with a case involving the sudden violent deaths of several foreigners, one of them, whoever he really was, seemingly very wealthy and influential. And certainly not if they'd managed to lay their hands on several other foreigners who might have done the job. Brute force interrogations were frowned upon in most Western countries. However, they were a fact of life in other jurisdictions, especially where possible questions of national security and large sums of money were involved. Still, he reminded himself, every passing hour and every unrolling mile of open sea made it less and less likely that anyone would connect the 4 young, Arab-looking men who'd boarded a boat bound for Qatar with the 3 trained assassins who'd shot up an office in the Al Garud district while masquerading as army counter-terrorist soldiers. Not in time for it to matter, at least. Flynn leaned against the stern rail while the dhow sailed onward toward the setting sun. He sighed, watching as its long wake curled whitely away across the surface of the sea. Glad as he was that this operation hadn't gone even worse, one vital question remained unanswered. If Pavel Voronian wasn't really in Dubai as they'd believed, just where the hell was he? Ministry of the Revolutionary Armed Forces, Havana, Cuba, that same time. Pavel Voronian sat listening with feigned interest to Major General Ulysses Castellano, the Deputy Chief of Cuba's General Staff, pontificate. It was difficult, since the man was only repeating the same fervent assurances Voronian had already been given by others in Havana's regime earlier in the day. These military types were much the same, he thought. Whether they were Russian or some other nationality, once a man carried a general's stars on his shoulders, his sense of self-importance ballooned out of all proportion. "And so, Signor Voronian," the general said with a flourish, "you can be confident that the special installation you require will be ready when necessary. In fact, our construction work is already well ahead of schedule. When your team of specialists and security personnel arrive, they should have no complaints." Voronian glanced at the short, slender man next to him. He ignored the ugly burn scars crisscrossing the right half of Fyodor Moresyev's face. Before the fiery crash that disfigured him, Moresyev had been one of Russia's most experienced and decorated Tu-22M backfire bomber pilots. Forbidden afterward to fly from a cockpit but still determined to excel in his profession, he'd shifted over to the Air Force's newer, more technologically advanced operations. Now he worked for the Raven Syndicate. In answer to Voronyan's unspoken question, Moresyev nodded. Major General Castellano is quite correct. Everything, including the provision of the additional backup power sources we will need, is well in hand. He indicated the tough-looking Cuban colonel seated at Castellano's right hand. And Colonel Hidalgo and I have arrived at a good working understanding of the security measures that will be necessary once Castle Keep is fully operational. We should have no trouble moving forward as planned. That was good, Voronyan thought icily. He'd certainly paid the men who ruled Havana more than enough, both through official channels and under the table into their private accounts, to count on their complete cooperation. Just then he saw the door to this conference room open and started to frown in irritation at this unexpected interruption. But it was Novoshin, one of his own aides. The former SVR officer hurried to his side and leaned over to whisper in his ear, "Sir, there's been an incident in Dubai, a bad one. All of our people assigned there have been killed. They were shot to death during an apparent raid on our office." Dubai? Voronyan thought to avoid revealing his sudden unease. It was essential to maintain the confidence of his Cuban allies in this endeavor. As far as they could be allowed to know, Castle Keep must appear to be proceeding without the slightest hitch. Tight-lipped, he thanked the general for his time and left. Minutes later, in his car, which had been searched meticulously for listening devices, he stabbed a finger at Novoshin. "Explain," he snapped. Nervously, the other man ran through a summary of what little was known so far. Details of the attack were still sketchy, but journalists in the region were speculating that it had been carried out by either the Iranians or the Israelis. Given the rumors circulating that Wickham Imports was considerably more than just an ordinary trading concern, there were theories the company could have been some kind of covert player in the ongoing, undeclared war between Tehran and Jerusalem, though on whose side was unclear. Officially, the UAE's government was denying any involvement in the massacre, despite eyewitness accounts that it had been carried out by men dressed as Special Forces commandos from the Presidential Guard. Voronyan took the news in silence. He stared out the window at Havana's rain-drenched streets. Was the death of his agent known as Jones just a coincidence? Or was it somehow connected to his own recent use of that same false identity to cover his movements in Mexico? He scowled. Given the tight security surrounding his trip, that seemed highly unlikely, but he knew the possibility could not be completely ruled out. He fought down a wave of apprehension. A leak, any leak, from the Brotherhood of Blood could be completely catastrophic. Then he shook his head. He had far too little information to yield to such fears. Right now, the most critical task was to establish how much of their operational security might have been breached by this unexpected attack. Still frowning in thought, Voronyan took out his smartphone and began to compose an urgent encrypted text to Vasily Kondakov, his deputy in Moscow. Out in the Persian Gulf, several hours later. Nick Flynn stared out into the darkness of the Dow's port side. With the moon still below the horizon, only the stars speckling the night sky provided any natural illumination. A dull glow on the southern horizon marked the city lights of Abu Dhabi, but there, not far away, a small bright light started winking in quick, rhythmic flashes. Beside him, he could hear the gray-bearded captain muttering under his breath, piecing together the coded message they were being sent. When the signal light clicked off, the older man nodded. He raised a flashlight of his own and flicked it on and off a few times, sending a fast reply. He turned to the American. "Your friends are here, as expected." Moments later, with a throaty rumble of powerful outboard motors, a yacht glided into view and then turned to come in right alongside. The dhow's 2 young crewmen tossed lines from fore and aft to men waiting aboard the faster vessel. As soon as they were secured, Flynn saw a short, white-haired man wave politely to the Arab captain. "Assalamu alaikum, Masood," Gideon Aish called out. "Peace be upon you." "And with you, Gideon," the bearded man replied with a big grin. "I have those fish you wanted." Aish nodded. "Then send them over, my friend. Your payment will be as agreed." "Have you ever failed me?" the Arab retorted with a shrug. He turned to Flynn and the rest of his team, who had all gathered near the railing. "Here apart. May God go with you." They nodded their thanks and climbed awkwardly over the railing and onto the powerboat. The moment they were aboard, the 2 crews released the lines holding their vessels together. With a dull rumble, the yacht pulled away, curving back around to the south onto a course that would lead them to Abu Dhabi. Flynn caught the older Israeli by the arm. "Veronian wasn't there," he said flatly. "Whoever this guy Simon Jones really was, it wasn't him. He was Russian for sure, but definitely not the one we were after." Aish stood still for a moment, considering the ramifications. "That is surprising," he said finally. "Based on the list of names, our intelligence seemed conclusive. Except for that quick, otherwise unexplained stop in Havana," Flynn pointed out tiredly. "My guess is that's where they made a switch. Jones from Mexico, a.k.a. Veronian, got off, and the Jones headed for Dubai got back on." "A reasonable assumption," the older man said. "I'll pass the word to Fox and the other stations." He touched Flynn on the shoulder. "In the meantime, Nick, it's time for you and your men to become yourselves again." With that, Aish ushered Flynn and the others below decks. The yacht had a single washroom, sufficient for them to rinse out the dyes darkening their hair and skin, and to remove their fake beards and mustaches. Western-style khaki shorts and polo shirts were laid out across a couple of bunks. By the time the boat tied up outside the villa they were using as a safe house, anyone seeing them debark would assume the little group of Western businessmen was just returning from a day-long sightseeing trip along the Gulf Coast. And since they were all set to leave the next day, heading back to America and Europe on different flights, no further cover stories would be necessary. Chapter 13. Warsaw, Poland. 2 days later. Nick Flynn climbed out of the taxi that brought him from Warsaw Chopin Airport. He leaned back in through the rolled-down front seat window and handed the driver enough zloty for his fare and a generous tip. One of the rideshare services like Uber might have been cheaper, but cash was still king for someone who wanted to avoid leaving electronic credit card traces of his movements. With a cheerful wave, the cab driver pulled out from the curb and soon vanished into the steady flow of cars, trucks, and buses on the busy thoroughfare. Watching him go, Flynn shivered a bit as a cold, damp gust of wind whistled down the pavement. He zipped his jacket up and buried his neck in his collar. Poland in the spring was a far cry from the sun-drenched warmth of the Middle East. A wry smile tugged at the edge of his mouth. His travel wardrobe wasn't exactly cut out for this unexpected side trip. He'd been in Heathrow the day before, waiting for his connecting flight back to the States, when he'd received a coded text from Fox instructing him to detour to the Polish capital instead. And then, after he'd landed this morning, he'd received another message directing him to this address in Warsaw's Mokotów district. Flynn took careful stock of his surroundings. His instructors, first in Air Force Intelligence and later in the Quartet Directorate, had all pounded home to him the critical importance of situational awareness for an agent in the field. He remembered the unique way one of them, a former member of MI6, had phrased it. In the days of air-to-air dogfighting, the old mantra was, "Beware of the Hun in the sun." On our considerably murkier and often less honorable field of battle, it's, "Watch out for the seemingly innocent passerby. She might be carrying a gun." Mokotów was one of the few sections of the city left unscathed by the ravages of the Second World War, and it was densely populated. The district was also home to several foreign embassies and many multinational corporations that did business in Poland. From what he'd been able to gather, most of Mokotów's streets and neighborhoods fell into the category so beloved by real estate agents of being fashionable, bustling, and prosperous. The area was widely known as a place where Poles and foreign visitors alike could dine on trendy international cuisine, shop for designer fashions, and party late into the night in glittering nightclubs and wine bars. Less widely known was that Poland's Foreign Intelligence Agency, the Agencia Wywiadu, or AW, had its headquarters nearby. Considering this carefully arranged rendezvous, Flynn had a hunch that little detail wasn't just a random coincidence. This particular block, however, seemed to have been bypassed by all of the Mokotów district's vaunted prosperity. On this side of a divided six-lane boulevard, several drab gray concrete two-story buildings daubed with swirling tags of spray-painted graffiti sat adjacent to one another. Apartments occupied the upper floors, marked by windows closed off with blinds. Large windows at the sidewalk level advertised the presence of a couple of local businesses, including a tailor's shop and a convenience store selling mostly alcohol, cigarettes, and lottery tickets. Flynn checked his phone. The address Fox had texted for their meeting belonged to a little Vietnamese cafe. Beneath a red awning, a green-trimmed glass door opened into the restaurant. He went in. A handful of square tables crowded the small dining room. Along the back wall, a pair of swinging double doors opened into a tiny kitchen. The atmosphere was pleasantly warm, almost steamy, and full of the pungent aromas of fermented fish sauce, lemongrass, garlic, and peppers. Fox waved him over to the only occupied table. The head of Four's American station was seated beside a somewhat stockier man of about the same age. Everything about the other man, especially the way his watchful gaze catalogued, measured, and dissected Flynn's appearance while he walked up to join them, practically shouted, "Senior spook." And if Flynn had any doubts about the value of his instincts, Fox's low-voiced introduction dispelled them. "Nick," the older man said, "this is Mikolaj Solinsky, my Central European counterpart." With a start, Flynn recognized the other man's name from classified briefings during his days in U.S. Air Force intelligence. Up to a year ago, before he'd retired from his government service, the Pole had headed the Agencia Wywiadu. This guy was a senior spook indeed. "Mr. Flynn," the Pole responded, with a minute nod. "Since, for the moment, we can't safely approach anyone inside our own government's intelligence organizations, I've enlisted Mikolaj's help to figure out a few of the mysteries raised by your operation in Dubai," Fox explained. Flynn nodded. Ordinarily, they could have run the data he and the others had retrieved past friendlies in the U.S. intelligence community, using the government's vast databases to filter out vital information from meaningless chaff. Unfortunately, since they strongly suspected Voronian had his own people in place inside those agencies, such a move would now be far too dangerous. If the slightest hint of anything, names, pictures, computer files, and the like, connected to their hit on the Raven Syndicate base in Dubai reached the wrong people, it would be like sending up a flare for their enemy to zero in on. "I relayed the identity photos of the four men you killed to a trusted former colleague in AW, Solinsky said. He ran them through my old agency's computer systems looking for matches. Flynn raised an eyebrow. Any luck? With 3 of them, no. They didn't turn up in our files. Fox shrugged. My assessment is that those men were probably junior officers in the Spetsnaz, SVR, or GRU before they joined the Raven Syndicate. Goons, not command types, Flynn realized. Exactly, Selinsky agreed. Absent some compelling reason, we generally don't track those without command responsibilities or unusual skill sets. Flynn nodded and asked, And the 4th man? There we scored a hit, the Pole said. He passed a color photograph across the table. Flynn studied it for a moment. The photo was obviously a copy of a formal portrait. It showed a middle-aged man in the dress blue tunic of the Russian Air Force. The rank insignia displayed on his gold epaulets was that of a full colonel. There wasn't any doubt about it. That was the man Flynn had seen and shot in Dubai. The man who'd been calling himself Simon Jones. He tapped the image. Who was this guy in real life? His name was Georgy Bazhanov, Selinsky said. Flynn looked back at the picture. He wasn't a pilot? He asked. Unexpectedly, Bazhanov's uniform tunic didn't show a set of flying wings. No, the Pole replied. According to our intelligence, Bazhanov was an aviation engineering specialist attached to the Gromov Flight Research Institute at Zhukovsky Air Base. Flynn frowned. Zhukovsky, about 20 miles southeast of Moscow, was the equivalent of Edwards Air Force Base, the U.S. Air Force's premier test center for advanced aircraft. Bazhanov was on our radar because he was believed to be one of Russia's top experts in stealth technology, Selinsky continued. His mouth creased in a slight smile at his own small joke. So, what's a guy like that, with top-notch and top-secret technical expertise, doing running a covert operation for Voronian? Flynn wondered. Up to now, most of the Raven Syndicate agents they'd encountered had been veterans of the covert operations world, mostly officers with Spetsnaz, GRU, or SVR experience. Bazhanov's background as a heavy-duty scientific and engineering guru didn't correlate at all with the usual background for someone involved in cloak-and-dagger work. A very good question, the Pole admitted, and one we desperately need answered. From the chair beside him, Fox nodded solemnly in agreement. The computer and smartphones your team collected are on their way to our technical experts, he told Flynn. If we're lucky, our people might be able to break far enough into them to obtain the information we require. And if we're not lucky? Flynn asked. I've alerted all of 4's other country and regional stations, Fox said, asking our colleagues around the world to dig up whatever they can on Bazhanov's travel history. His access to that bombardier jet suggests it must have been extensive. It's just possible that analyzing flight records, credit card data, and other similar information will yield some clues about what he was really doing for Voronian. Selinsky nodded. I will set the wheels going here in Central Europe, he said. We Poles and our friends in the Czech Republic, Hungary, and other nations have a great many reasons to distrust Russians, especially when they lie about who they really are. If we find any evidence of this so-called Mr. Jones operating in our backyard, you can be sure that we'll relay it to you right away. I'm counting on that, Mikolash, Fox said. Somewhere, somehow, there's a trail out there for us to follow. We just have to find it. Flynn sighed. And we have to find it in time to matter, he reminded the older man. I thought we were getting inside Voronian's decision loop by hitting his operation in Dubai. Now, though, I've got the bad feeling that we're still lagging way behind that Russian son of a bitch. An occupational hazard, I fear, Selinsky observed. Turning the tables on a predator like Voronian is no easy task, but you will have every assistance my people can provide. He rose from the table and extended his hand. In the meantime, Mr. Flynn, udanego polowania. Good hunting. Flynn took it gratefully. My team and I will do our best, sir, he promised. When the cafe door closed behind Selinsky, he turned back to Fox with an apologetic look. I'm really sorry about the foul-up in Dubai. I figure I got so fixated on the idea of nailing Voronian that I didn't even consider the possibility he could have pulled a switch on us. None of us did, Nick, Fox said with a slight shrug. He peered at Flynn over his glasses. We acted on the best information available. That it turned out to be in error is no one's fault, especially given the speed with which we were forced to move. Yeah, maybe so, Flynn said, hearing the almost unwilling agreement in his own voice. He rubbed at his gritty eyes. The string of too many long airline flights across too many time zones with too little sleep along the way was starting to wear on him, he realized. He wasn't exactly ready to crater, but there wasn't much doubt that the mix of coffee and adrenaline wouldn't keep him upright for a lot longer. Sometime soon he was going to need to catch some shut-eye. He dropped his hand and looked across the table at Fox. In hindsight, I guess it's easy enough to see how the mix-up happened. The other man nodded. We should have paid more attention to your earlier intuition about how easily passport checks could be evaded in Belarus. It's likely that Voronian actually boarded the executive jet during its refueling stop in Minsk, taking on the Simon Jones cover identity for his own purposes in Mexico. Whether this man, Bajanov, stayed aboard for that trip or flew separately to Havana in order to rejoin the plane on its return flight is unclear. What is clear, though, is that Voronian himself must have disembarked in Havana for some as yet unknown but significant reason. Flynn saw what he meant. It would have been easy enough for the jet to make another refueling stop in Minsk on the way back, dropping Voronian off considerably closer to Moscow in the process. So the Raven Syndicate chief must have had some pressing reason to stay behind in Cuba. Oh, joy, he said. One more tangle to unravel. One of altogether too many for comfort, Fox agreed. Then, behind his lenses, his eyes took on a calculating look. Nevertheless, as it happens, I think there's a strong possibility that Bajanov might prove to be one of the keys to learning what Voronian has planned. Well, I sure as hell hope you're right about that, Brer Fox, Flynn told him, because I'd love to stop kicking myself for plugging the wrong guy. I hate playing into the stereotype of all Americans being trigger-happy maniacs who shoot first and ask questions later. Even Texans? Fox asked with the bare hint of a smile. Especially Texans, Flynn replied. He offered the other man a sheepish grin. Even if, judging by my own personal inclinations under pressure, there might be a little kernel of truth in that. Chapter 14. Mercury City Tower, Moscow, Russia. The next day. Even under the thick band of gray rain clouds stretching across Moscow, the Mercury Tower's bronze-tinted glass glowed, reflecting the lights of its neighboring skyscrapers. The soaring building drew attention to itself whether in shadow or in sunlight. That was something prized by its wealthy and successful tenants, the owners of high-end retail stores, luxury apartments, five-star gourmet restaurants, and, naturally, the headquarters of several of Russia's most prosperous corporations. Including his own Syndikat Voronia, the Raven Syndicate, Pavel Voronian thought with pleasure. Its offices filled 3 whole upper floors of this reinforced concrete, steel, and glass monument to power and prestige. A tone chimed at the door to his office. He turned away from his breathtaking view out over the loop of the Moska River to the Kremlin's red brick walls and golden dome-topped spires. Unhurriedly, he tapped an icon on his smartwatch, instructing the door's security lock to disengage. With a soft buzz, it swung open, admitting Vasily Kondakov. The tall, balding deputy hurried in. "I've got a report on the episode in Dubai," he said. Voronian concealed his scorn. His subordinate seemed to believe that using pale, trivial words like incident or episode would rob what had happened in Dubai of some of its grim reality. If so, they were fools. 3 highly trained security officers and one of his most important operatives had been butchered, cut down in their own office without apparently even laying a finger on those who'd attacked them. With a curt nod, he sat down behind his desk and motioned Kondakov into the only chair on the other side. "Well," he said with icy calm. "We've managed to obtain a copy of the security camera footage," the former GRU colonel told him. "I've sent you the file." Expressionlessly, Voronian tapped the keyboard built into his desk. A monitor glowed to life. An icon with his deputy's identifier blinked into existence in a lower corner. Clicking on that opened the video file. He watched the grainy footage in tight-jawed silence, seeing 3 men in military uniforms enter the building containing the Wickham Imports office and then calmly exit only a few minutes later. He closed it without comment and then looked at Kondakov. "Your assessment?" The other man took off his glasses and polished them with a handkerchief, obviously buying himself a few seconds of time to get his thoughts in order. He put the glasses back on. "While the operation was undoubtedly noisier than they would have preferred, those involved are certainly professionals," he said carefully. "My former subordinates could not have done better." Voronian nodded. From Kondakov, that was high praise. He had once headed the GRU's Special Assassination Squad, Unit 29155. Under his command, its trained killers had murdered a large number of defectors, political dissidents, and even foreigners who were judged dangerous to Russia's national security. Despite his veneer of seeming bureaucratic dreariness, the man was a keen connoisseur of targeted covert killing. To me, they looked like Arabs, or Iranians, or perhaps Israelis, Voronian mused. Kondakov shrugged. "Their appearance could simply be a disguise," he pointed out. "Facial hair and other features are easily altered, especially for a short time." Voronian scowled, knowing the other man was right. "What else do you have?" he demanded. "The van the attackers used was found abandoned several kilometers away, not far from where Arab sailing dhows tie up along Dubai Creek," Kondakov said. His lips thinned. "Apparently, though, the vehicle's registration papers, identification number, and license plate were all top-quality fakes." "Which makes the vehicle a dead end?" Voronian replied grimly. Kondakov nodded. "The make and model are quite common in the UAE," he said. "My suspicion is that it will end up having been reported as stolen, undoubtedly from a location without witnesses or closed-circuit TV cameras." "Dirmo," Voronian said through gritted teeth. "Shit." His deputy looked apologetic. "As I said, our opponents are professionals." "Tell me something that is not blindingly obvious," Voronian retorted. His fingers drummed hard in irritation on the surface of his desk. "You say the van was abandoned near a harbor area?" Kondakov nodded. "The area known as the Dow Wharfage," he clarified. "Indicating these assassins escaped by sea?" That is one possibility, Kondakov said. He didn't sound very convinced. It could also have been an act of misdirection. It would have been easy enough for them to simply switch vehicles and just drive away. Voronian glared at his deputy for a long, uncomfortable moment. You don't believe these people can be caught and identified, do you? He bit out. In all candor, I don't, Kondakov admitted quietly. Not after so much time has passed without the UAE's investigators picking up any real trace of them. Even if the killers weren't merely local talent hired for the task, by now it will be virtually impossible to track them. He shrugged his shoulders again. After all, the region's 3 main international airports, Dubai, Abu Dhabi, and Doha, handle a combined total of more than 300,000 passengers a day. Voronian considered that. A great ocean of fish through which a few sharks could easily swim by unnoticed, he said at last, with a sour twist to his expression. After a moment of disgruntled silence, he turned his cold gaze on Kondakov. Very well then, Vasily. Do you have anything positive to report in this endless parade of disasters? The other man nodded vigorously, plainly eager to move on to safer footing. We've completed our analysis of the potential risks to Castle Keep's operational security, he said. And? They should be minimal, Kondakov assured him. Since Bazhanov had finished obtaining the special components and advanced technology we need, he was already in the process of winding down Wickham Imports. Voronian sat forward. So the warehouses we were using to transship sanctioned electronics and other special materials are completely empty, Kondakov said with certainty. Even if the UAE authorities or others search them, they will find nothing of any use. What about his computer and other electronic devices? Voronian asked. I assume they've gone missing? Kondakov nodded. They have, but they won't be helpful. He explained, all of Bazhanov's files were encrypted to a very high standard, easily the equal of that used for our most secure military systems. Codes can be cracked, Voronian reminded him. Given enough time and computing power, his deputy acknowledged, which is why I made sure that none of Bazhanov's records or messages were ever preserved in plain language. Before encrypting those files, he first rewrote them in a word code of his own devising, a highly idiosyncratic system known only to himself and to me. Even if our enemies break through the computer encryption, they will find only seeming gibberish. Slowly, Voronian nodded his approval. Given the ex-Air Force aviation engineering specialist's importance to the initial stages of Castle Keep, and his relative inexperience as a covert operator, Kondakov had taken on the task of acting as Bazhanov's controller in Moscow, and from the sound of it, he'd done a thorough job of training the other man in the dark arts of espionage tradecraft. At least the news that their secrets were still safe offered a small measure of consolation. True, whoever was responsible for killing Bazhanov and his other agents had won a tactical victory, but it was a hollow achievement. Considered as a matter of strategy, their murderous effort would yield only barren fruit. Castle Keep could proceed without impediment. Chapter 15. Avalon House, Winter Park, Florida. 10 days later. Nick Flynn briefly closed his eyes. Not because he didn't like the view, far from it. Outside the window of Fox's small office, the gardens around Avalon House were in full spring bloom, vibrant with a mass of tropical colors. Plus, Laura Van Horn was there too, seated right beside him. Anyone who couldn't appreciate the remarkable beauty on ample display had the desiccated soul of a teetotaling corporate accountant. Or maybe he decided that of a government bureaucrat whose idea of fun was perusing the tens of thousands of pages of bullshit regulations in the Federal Register. No, he knew he'd shut his eyes out of sheer frustration. With a sigh, he forced them open again and turned toward Fox. "A total waste of time?" he asked in astonishment. "Seriously?" The older man nodded, obviously regretting his role as the bearer of bad tidings. "I'm afraid so, Nick." His shoulders lifted and then fell again in an apologetic shrug. "Try as they might, our technical people haven't been able to break into the files on Georgy Bajanov's laptop. Their assessment is that the key data is hidden beneath incredibly complex levels of encryption." He sighed quietly. In their judgment, it would take NSA's supercomputers to break them. Given enough time, that is. "Yeah, except the boys and girls at Fort Meade don't do contract work," Flynn retorted with a wry half-smile. "And I'm betting we can't afford to buy a supercomputer of our own, can we?" "Sadly, I didn't win the most recent lottery," Fox shrugged. "But even if I had, we'd still be considerably short of funds." Flynn nodded. Price tags for the incredibly advanced code-breaking computers inside the National Security Agency's top-secret site in Utah ran into the hundreds of millions of dollars, and that was without including the dedicated power plants required to supply them with dozens of megawatts of electricity. Van Horn leaned into the conversation. "Okay, that's a non-starter, so what else do we have, Brer Fox?" she asked reasonably. "Because I know you well enough to be sure that you wouldn't call Nick and me in for a consultation just to crush our fondest hopes and dreams." "You are correct. I don't have as much data as I would prefer, and certainly not in as much detail," Fox admitted. "But there is still enough to be intriguing, and for me to be very interested to see what the two of you make of it." He looked down at his desk for a moment, visibly arranging his thoughts. "My requests to force various European stations have borne some fruit," he said at last. "Do tell," Van Horn said with an encouraging smile. She made a show of batting her eyelashes. Fox stifled a snort. "I'm mostly impervious to the femme fatale approach, Laura." "Just practicing," she assured him. He gave an imperceptible shake of his head. "Apparently, this Georgy Bajanov traveled extensively using his Simon Jones cover identity. The various stations have confirmed a number of short visits to London, Paris, Toulouse, Munich, and Madrid over the past year or so, plus other direct flights from Dubai to Minsk." "Those visits to Minsk were probably for meetings with Voronian or other high-ranking Raven Syndicate executives," Flynn interjected. "Undoubtedly," Fox said with a quick nod. He continued, "Bajanov's credit card records flesh out some of the story." Seeing their questioning looks, he explained, "We had a bit of luck there. As a member of Interpol, the UAE's government requested those records as part of their own homicide investigation. As a result, one of our allies inside the organization was able to pass discrete copies to us at the same time." "So what was Bajanov up to?" Van Horn asked. "That's not readily apparent," Fox told her, "but we do know that his credit cards, all corporate accounts connected to Wickham Imports, show many quick stays in very expensive hotels in each of those cities, along with luxury car rentals and meals, often for two people, at various top-flight restaurants." "My, what an interesting pattern," Van Horn said with a raised eyebrow. "Maybe he was showing his mistress a really good time?" she suggested impishly. "Highly doubtful," Fox said. "If Bajanov really was playing around on Pavel Voronian's dime, The hit team that killed him would have come from the Raven Syndicate, not Four. He shrugged. Secret organizations really don't approve of their agents poaching operational funds for personal romantic use, he pointed out, with a sidelong glance at Flynn and Van Horn. Warning duly noted, Brer Fox, she said cheerfully. Flynn mentally ran through the list of cities his superior had rattled off. Somewhere there, he thought, was a pattern. And it wasn't just the obvious one that they were classic European tourist spots. Despite its beauty, Toulouse certainly wasn't in quite the same tourist league as Paris or London or Madrid. He frowned. What was their special draw for a former Russian Air Force colonel turned spook? And then, very suddenly, like a firework exploding in a dazzling shower of sparks in a dark night sky, he saw it. Toulouse, for example, was basically the center of Europe's aerospace industry, and all the other cities on Bajanov's list had their own links to high-tech defense industries. That was the connection. Every city Bajanov visited is home to one or more of the major European and British defense contractors. Companies like BAE, Airbus, MBDA, Dassault, and others, he pointed out. Van Horn nodded, seeing what he was driving at almost as fast. All of which are deep into cutting-edge stealth technology research and development, she said, which we just happened to know was good old Mr. Bajanov's field of expertise as a serving Air Force officer. She shrugged. What's the old saying? A leopard can't change its spots? Same thing usually applies to people. Which is why it never made a lot of sense to think an engineering and science careerist like him would suddenly veer off to join the wonderful world of spies on a whim. Unless his new job was to illegally acquire stealth tech secrets by any means necessary, like by theft, purchase, or maybe even blackmail, Flynn said. With his technical background, Georgy Bajanov would be the perfect guy to evaluate whether he was getting access to useful material, or if someone was just peddling a bunch of junk science to him, either as part of a con game or maybe as bait offered up by Western counterintelligence to ferret out hostile spies. Put that together with the rumors that Wickham Imports was in the business of acquiring stolen military technology, and it all makes sense. Fox considered that. Your hypothesis seems sound. Stealth technology theft is always guaranteed to be a high-priority item for Russia's intelligence services and military, he said slowly. But something about it doesn't jibe. His mouth tightened. And that's Pavel Voronyan's involvement in organizing and funding the venture. Flynn saw where he was going. Meaning that what Bajanov was doing seems like penny-ante stuff for a guy like Voronyan? Exactly, Fox said. Our experience with him is that he prefers masterminding large-scale operations. Operations that are intended to have staggering strategic consequences. Stealing Western military secrets as a middleman or contractor for the SVU or GRU seems completely out of character. Flynn couldn't disagree with the older man's assessment. Everything they knew about the Russian oligarch indicated he was both supremely self-confident and almost insanely ambitious. Running an espionage ring whose success might at best earn him the insincere thanks of Moscow's Ministry of Defense and the equivalent of a few tens of millions of dollars in grudging reimbursements and monetary awards, didn't add up. Just great, he grumbled. The more we dig at this, the longer and longer our list of things we don't know grows. And when you combine that with the things we do know that don't make any damn sense... He trailed off in frustration. Not a particularly agreeable situation, Fox agreed. Flynn heard the warning note in the other man's voice. "Oh, swell," he said. "There's more?" Fox nodded. "Unfortunately, we're picking up signs that whatever Veronian put into play in Mexico has kicked into gear." He pulled a folder out of his desk and opened it. Inside was another set of full-color surveillance photos. "These just came in from Reyes," he said, passed along from Colonel Herrera's informant in Durango. Flynn and Van Horn leaned forward, studying the pictures in silence for a few moments. They showed a large twin-engine jet sitting on the tarmac of the Mexican airport. Its cargo doors were wide open, with high loaders caught in the act of unloading large black-wrapped pallets onto a number of waiting trucks. "That's a Boeing 777F, a plane specially configured for long-haul heavy freight operation," Van Horn realized with a slight frown. "Which is not something I would have expected to see in that part of Mexico." The aircraft's engine mounts were colored bright orange, while dark blue, light blue, and vivid orange stripes marked its tail. A name, Carga Area, was emblazoned in matching orange across the 777's light gray fuselage. Flynn looked up at Fox. "Carga Area?" The older man nodded. "An air freight company incorporated in Venezuela. On paper, it's privately owned, but that's a facade. One of the two owners is a retired major general. The other is his brother-in-law. Both of them have extremely close ties to the upper echelons of their country's narco-dictatorship." "Then how can we be certain this shipment, whatever it is somehow connected with Veronian?" Flynn asked. He tapped one of the photos, which showed cartel gunmen posted as guards around the trucks. "We know the Brotherhood of Blood has close links of its own to the thugs running Caracas. Sure, it'd be a bold move for the narcos to have some of their cocaine shipments or guns delivered directly by air, but I don't see how we can rule that out." "Ordinarily, I'd share your caution," Fox told him, "except that Carga Area isn't the actual owner of that particular 777. He smiled dryly. Up until a few weeks ago, the airline's entire fleet consisted of just two much older and considerably less capable Airbus cargo planes. Van Horn frowned. "So where did that jet come from?" "It's been leased to them by a Moscow-based competitor." "A company owned by Veronian?" Flynn guessed. Fox's pale eyes brightened behind his glasses. "Not officially." Then he shrugged. "But off the books? Yes, almost certainly." Flynn's eyes narrowed. "Do we have any details about this specific flight to Mexico?" "Only that the plane was tracked taking off from Minsk," Fox said, "and that it landed briefly in Caracas before flying straight on to Durango." Van Horn whistled. "At max load, a 777F like that can haul up to 104 metric tons of freight, whether it's drugs, guns, or whatever. That's one hell of a lot of cargo." Flynn fanned through the photos. He stopped, seeing one that showed a bus with tinted windows parked close to the big jet. He looked up at Fox. That aircraft wasn't just carrying cargo, he realized. There were passengers aboard, too. "Yes." "Who and how many?" Fox shook his head. "We don't know. Colonel Herrera's undercover man was roughly warned away by those armed cartel guards when he tried to get closer." He sighed. "Nor do we know where the cargo pallets or those passengers went after they left the airport grounds." Flynn's jaw tightened. "Remember what I said earlier about being really fed up with not knowing what the hell we were facing?" Fox nodded. "Consider that repeated," Flynn told him flatly. The Kremlin, Moscow, that same time. One of Zhdanov's civilian aides silently ushered Voronian into the president's private office, and just as quietly and unobtrusively departed, leaving the two men alone. A gray haze of cigarette smoke hung heavily in the room, only barely stirred by an old-fashioned ceiling fan. Heavy drapes closed off any view of the Kremlin courtyard below. Irritably, Zhdanov gestured to one of the gilt chairs in front of his ornate desk. "Sit down, Pavel," he growled. With a polite nod, Voronian obeyed. Deftly, he unbuttoned his perfectly tailored suit coat and then crossed one leg over the other. To all appearances, he was the very picture of casual, unstudied elegance. Inside, however, all of his senses were on high alert, attentive to the slightest details. "Yes, Mr. President?" Scowling, Zhdanov crushed his cigarette in the overflowing ashtray in front of him. Then he picked up a heavy, leather-bound folder on his desk and flipped it open. His finger stabbed down at the handful of documents it contained. "It's these new authorization requests of yours, Pavel," he said tightly. "They are all vital if we are to proceed with the next phases of Castle Keep," Voronian pointed out. The president's mouth thinned. "What you're asking me to approve is absolutely unprecedented," he said, with an edge to his voice. A tiny nerve twitched at the corner of one eye. "A delegation of my command authority which would go far beyond any ever deemed wise in the entire modern history of our motherland." "That is quite true," Voronian agreed. Nettled, Zhdanov glared at him. "You seem pretty fucking calm about that," he snapped. "And about the risks you're asking me to run. The risks not only to me personally, but to our nation as a whole. True, I understand that if this new plan of yours works as you promise, Russia could dominate the globe for decades, maybe even centuries. But if anything goes wrong, anything at all, the whole world could easily be plunged into chaos, and us along with it. If anything, the danger is even greater than it was in your Midnight Project, which ended up as a complete disaster." "The risks are high," Voronian agreed, carefully ignoring the president's dig. To have come so close to success the last time only made it more important for him to triumph now, and for that, he needed Zhdanov's continued backing. But no higher than the rewards promised by success. Besides, what alternative do we really have? Zhdanov's hard eyes narrowed. At the moment, our conventional armed forces are perceived as a laughingstock. Poorly trained, poorly equipped, and corrupt, Voronian reminded him. A decisive victory over even a fourth-rate power like Ukraine is now unachievable, and open conflict with NATO and the United States or with China would only result in our swift and sure defeat. We are caught in the tightening coils of a military, economic, and demographic trap. In such circumstances, taking the safe path is not a sensible option. It will lead only to our ruin. He argued forcefully. Castle Keep alone plays to our nation's sole remaining strength, to the special weapons we have so painstakingly and at tremendous cost developed over decades. "Those weapons are our last guarantee of survival," Zhdanov shot back. "So long as our missiles are poised, no one dares to attack us." Voronian shrugged. "Because no one needs to, Mr. President," he said icily. "When the day comes, as it must, and our run-down, depopulated cities are inhabited only by elderly cripples begging for scraps of bread from wealthy Chinese or American or European tourists. Who will care that we still have ICBMs on alert in rusting, overgrown silos? We will be no more respected or feared than some Stone Age tribesman brandishing a flint-tipped spear. Watching the president's face whiten in shock and anger, Voronian knew he was taking a serious risk by speaking so bluntly. As he grew older, Zhdanov had increasingly surrounded himself with bootlicking sycophants and toadies. But it was precisely that fact that justified this gamble. Somewhere inside, beyond the thin shell of Zhdanov's supremely confident public persona, was a man only too aware that his health was increasingly fragile. And with the prospect of serious illness, his hold on power was far less certain. He was a man, moreover, who knew that those same sycophantic subordinates had failed him again and again. Down one road the president must subconsciously realize lay only inevitable darkness, a future where he would end his days ingloriously, as yet another aging failure desperately clinging to his personal power in a dying state, just like so many Russian leaders before him. Voronian alone offered him the chance to alter that bleak prospect, the chance to go down in history as the motherland's greatest, most powerful, and most daring ruler. The fact that Voronian had a much different vision of who would ultimately reap those accolades was something he intended to keep well hidden from Zhdanov, and from everyone else for the time being. For a moment, he held his breath. The future hung in the balance. Would this old man have the guts and the desperation, he thought cynically, to take the needed leap into the unknown and the unknowable? Then, seeing Zhdanov's short, sharp nod, he understood that he'd won. "Very well," the older man said with a snap to his voice. In a rapid, slashing series of motions, he systematically scrawled his name across the bottom of every special authorization document he'd been given for approval. But then he looked up with hooded, unreadable eyes. "Nevertheless, Pavel, let one thing be plainly understood between us." "Of course, Mr. President," Voronian replied easily. "While I've signed these authorizations, I want your personal oath that you will take no irrevocable actions without my express approval in this matter. I, and I alone, must be the final judge of whether it is safe or prudent to continue. Is that clear?" "Completely clear, sir." Voronian lied smoothly. "Nothing will be done without your permission. You will retain full control at every step." Chapter 16. La Casa de las Sirenas, Mexico City, Mexico. A few days later. Nick Flynn and Laura Van Horn made their way across the rooftop terrace and over to a table in the far corner. Two men, both in civilian clothes, rose politely to greet them. One, tall and spare with a gaunt-lined face, was Miguel Reyes, the head of Ford's station in Mexico. And based on the file photos they'd studied before flying down from the United States, the somewhat shorter, solidly built man with him was his old friend and colleague, Colonel Antonio Maria Herrera of Mexico's Military Intelligence Section. "Buenas tardes, señor y señorita," Reyes murmured, shaking hands with them. Herrera did the same, eyeing them with undisguised curiosity. From that, Flynn guessed he'd only been told the two Americans worked for one of their government agencies, and by the concentrated look on the colonel's face, he was currently trying very hard to decide whether that meant they belonged to the FBI, the DEA, or maybe even the CIA. They all sat down, which gave Flynn a chance to savor the outstanding view. Their table overlooked a cobblestoned street and the historic Plaza del Templo Mayor. The ornate edifice of Mexico City's huge metropolitan cathedral rose skyward along the border of the plaza. Occupying a house originally built in the 16th century on foundations laid with stones torn from Aztec pyramids, La Casa de las Sirenas was now widely regarded as one of Mexico City's finest restaurants. This early in the afternoon, fortunately, they had a table off by themselves, without anyone else in earshot. Reyes waved a hand toward two colorful platters heaped high with food set in the center of the table. "To share," he said politely, indicating the small plates and forks laid out and waiting. Van Horn eyed the two appetizers with undisguised interest. One was a salad piled high with sliced mango, avocados, green apples, bacon, and toasted almonds. The other was a savory blend of shrimp and octopus sautéed in garlic oil and chili powders, and then topped with chunks of creamy avocado. She smiled appreciatively. "Definitely a step up from the bag of peanuts and snack crackers on the plane," she allowed. Reyes chuckled. "Ah, the joys of airline cuisine." At her pleased nod, he placed a generous helping of the mango salad on her plate. If nothing else, the complete absence of taste greatly intensifies one's desire to get off the plane as rapidly as possible. The head of four's Mexican station waited until their waiter brought drinks, craft beers for the three men and a mojito for her, before turning their conversation toward more important business. He looked carefully across the table at the two Americans. "So, I understand you have new information to share concerning our common problem?" "The bad boys in Durango?" Flynn said with a nod. "We sure do." He reached down into his case and took out a handful of color satellite photos. Through one of its front organizations, a non-profit supposedly dedicated to research on deforestation and agricultural patterns in Mexico and Central America, the Quartet Directorate had bought time on one of the commercial imaging satellites orbiting the Earth. Fox's analysts had put in several days of intensive study on the images retrieved during successive passes over territory controlled by the Brotherhood of Blood. Their work had pinpointed a top candidate for the destination of Voronez's secret cargo and personnel. It was a compound in an isolated valley in the Sierra Madre Occidental, about 30 miles west of Durango. Flynn slid the photographs across to the two Mexicans. "We're pretty sure the place in those pictures is where they're working with their new foreign friends," he said quietly. "The images were taken a short while back by the Worldview 3 satellite." Herrera and Reyes took turns examining the photos. They were crystal clear, showing incredible detail. The colonel raised an eyebrow. "Quite impressive," he said. "I would have thought these photographs had been taken from a low-flying aircraft, rather than from the depths of outer space." "Yep. That commercial bird offers resolution down to a foot from an orbital altitude of close to 400 miles, Van Horn told him. "And since the pictures it obtains are open-source intelligence, no special security clearances are required for us to share them with you." Flynn noticed Reyes keeping a very straight face at the element of misdirection she'd just introduced. If Herrera assumed from what Laura had said that the two Americans were in fact highly placed official agents with access to their own government's far more capable secret imaging satellites, that was perfectly fine. Friendly or not, the fewer people who knew anything about Four's existence, the better. Herrera turned his attention back to the photos. They plainly showed a barbed wire fence surrounding a single, enormous prefabricated building with a high, sloping metal roof. Several rows of canvas tents were set up adjacent to the structure. Half a dozen home-built armored vehicles, mostly 4x4 trucks sheathed in steel plates with firing slits cut out for heavy weapons, were parked in an open field close to the tent camp. Deep ruts torn across the ground marked the passage of very heavily loaded trucks across the newly built compound. In addition, a wide strip of ground between the large building and the nearby road appeared to have been recently paved over. Finally, a number of diesel generators were lined up along the back end of the building, suggesting whatever was going on inside required a lot of extra electric power. At last, the colonel took his gaze off the satellite images. He shook his head in amazement. This facility, whatever it is for, is huge. Beside him, Reyes nodded. And that's not what you would expect? Van Horn asked. No, Herrera said flatly. He sat back in his chair, took a small sip of his beer, and then set the glass back down. No, he said again. The Brotherhood, like most of the cartels, generally operates drug factories and storage sites that are considerably smaller, or at least much more discreet. He prodded the photo. In comparison, this place your satellite spotted looks practically like a full-scale manufacturing plant. Flynn leaned forward. Which brings us to the key question, he said seriously. If you run this intel by the folks higher up in your government here, do y'all think your police or military would be willing to raid this Brotherhood compound? There was a long, awkward silence. But then Herrera and Reyes both shook their heads. Though their regret was clear, neither man showed the slightest signs of doubt. Such an operation would be unthinkable in the current political climate, the colonel admitted. He ran a hand over his jaw. Going after a target that deep in cartel territory would require a major military operation involving hundreds of troops, plus helicopters and armored transports. It would quickly become a media circus. Reyes nodded with a deep frown of his own. And even if such an operation could be kept secret from the Brotherhood's informers and moles, the present government would never countenance it, he shrugged. The ruling politicians are turning a blind eye to most cartel activities, effectively ceding huge swathes of our national territory to them for the pretense of internal peace. Forrest's head of station didn't bother to conceal the disgust he felt at this cowardly policy. Appeasing aggressors, whether they were nation-states or vicious bands of criminals, might buy time and win plaudits from a conflict-weary public and political class, but never for very long, and never with any lasting benefit. Flynn exchanged a meaningful glance with Van Horn. The fact that the Mexican government wouldn't intervene wasn't much of a surprise. In fact, it was essentially what they had both expected before making this trip, which was why they'd come fully prepared to propose an alternate course of action. He cleared his throat. All right, we understand. And that being said, I figure we need to move on to our second best option. Which is? Herrera asked. Asking for your aid in infiltrating the Brotherhood's territory, Flynn told him bluntly. Because if we're going to act against these people somehow, we need to put our own man on the ground first. As it is, we're seriously short of actionable intel here. Then just who do you have in mind for such an incredibly dangerous task? The other man asked. Flynn shot him a crooked grin. Well, Colonel, that would be me. Van Horn nodded. We drew straws for the honor. Nick here won. Startled into stunned silence, Herrera just stared at the two of them for several long seconds. While he clearly believed they were working for the U.S. government, it was equally clear that he also thought they were crazy. Finally, he hunched his shoulders and leaned forward. Senor Flynn, he said emphatically, what you propose is impossible. Between their guards, patrols, and paid informants in every village, the Brotherhood has the whole area around that compound locked down tight. Nobody the cartel doesn't know and trust can possibly get in or out without being spotted, intercepted, tortured, and killed. He shook his head in dismay. Even making such an attempt would be an act of suicidal folly. I won't be entering by road, Flynn told him, so getting in shouldn't be a problem. But that does leave the problem of getting out alive, which is where we could use your help." Herrera frowned. "What kind of help?" he asked after a short pause to look over at Reyes in disbelief. But the other man only nodded, as if to encourage him to listen to these Americans and their loco proposal. "Well," Flynn said with a disarming half-smile, "first off, I do admit what we've got in mind may come across as sort of complicated, but—" Speaking directly and in detail, he and Van Horn took turns outlining the plan they'd worked up over the past couple of days. Ever since Four's photo interpretation specialists had pinpointed the cartel compound. When they were finished, Herrera only shook his head in amazement. "This madness must be catching," he said at last. "Very well. Even if I doubt my own sanity for aiding and abetting this plan of yours, I will see what I can arrange." But when they tried to express their gratitude, he only shook his head. "Please, do not thank me. Right now I feel as if I were handing a man a revolver loaded with 5 bullets, instead of just one, and then inviting him to play a game of Russian roulette." Flynn only grinned back at him. "I'd say you're a pessimist, Colonel, because by my reckoning, I've got at least a 50-50 shot at coming out alive. So there can't be more than 3 bullets spinning in this particular game." Chapter 17. Rural Kansas. Some days later. Miles and miles of open, pancake-flat country stretched as far as the eye could see on either side of the ruler-straight 2-lane highway. The closest town, with fewer than 1,000 people, lay almost 14 miles north up that same road. Away to the east, the tiny shapes of a lone farmhouse and a couple of adjoining outbuildings were barely visible. A few birds circled high overhead, riding the air currents as they hunted for prey. Apart from them, there were no signs of life or movement anywhere out to the horizon in all directions. The landscape seemed completely deserted. Amid such emptiness, the presence of a quarter-mile-long warehouse fronted by acres of paved parking lot seemed doubly incongruous. The building's flat roof climbed 50 feet above the surrounding farmland, and a dozen tall bay doors closed off its cavernous interior. Patches of graffiti scattered across its aluminum siding were a clear indication that the vast structure was currently vacant and unused. 2 men stood outside the warehouse, both looking it over with their hands planted on their hips. Despite their near-identical stances, they were a study in contrast. One of the men, a local real estate agent named Carl Phillips, was older and carried a little more weight around his gut than was healthy. The other was taller and leaner. Everything about him, from his Burberry bomber jacket down to his expensive hand-fitted jeans and Lucchese cowboy boots, radiated wealth and big city sophistication. According to his New York-issued driver's license, his name was Thomas Baker. Still staring upward, the man called Baker nodded in satisfaction. His research, most of it carried out over the internet or by phone, had been accurate in every respect. He glanced over at Phillips, who'd driven all the way out from town just to show him this property. "And you can confirm that there are no serious issues with the building? No major roof leaks or hidden structural damage?" "Not a one, Mr. Baker," the shorter man declared stoutly. "County inspectors keep a real close eye on things around here. I'd be glad to show you the reports if you'd like." Baker nodded. That was no great surprise. This warehouse, empty though it was still probably the single most valuable piece of real, tangible property within 40 miles or more. From what he'd learned, the taxes paid by its current owners represented a significant portion of the local government's annual revenues, and those ongoing property taxes, in turn, explained the evident eagerness of those same owners to sell out, even at a loss. He looked back at the enormous building looming over them. It had been constructed entirely on spec by a group of middling investors, mostly retirees with decent investment portfolios and good cash flow, who'd been lured into this project by the promise that it would generate a quick, generous return on their money. They had planned to sell the huge warehouse to one of the major retail companies like Amazon, Walmart, Target, or Costco for use as a regional distribution center. But with a recent rise in fuel prices and resulting recession fears, it had been left sitting empty for the past couple of years, without a single interested buyer. To the investors who'd bought into the project, its vacant, echoing spaces were a constant slap-in-the-face reminder that even if you built it, they wouldn't always come. Baker didn't have to be psychic to sense the other man's fervent hope that he'd finally be able to clear this expensive and, so far, useless piece of commercial real estate off his agency's books. From what Phillips understood, the New Yorker represented a much better capitalized private investment consortium whose business focus was picking up properties on the cheap, intending to hold on to them until the economy picked up again. If the selling price was low enough, they could afford to sit on a building for just about as long as that took. And this huge, empty warehouse was definitely priced to sell. Made a little nervous by the continuing silence, the realtor cleared his throat. So, what do you think? Baker turned back to the other man with an agreeable smile. I think, Mr. Phillips, that we can do business. He shrugged. The only open question we had was whether or not this facility was in a decent state of repair. That's especially important since it's likely to sit idle for a minimum of some months more, or perhaps even longer given the adverse local economic conditions. But since the building is in very good shape, I should have no problem receiving approval to move forward with the purchase. By the close of business today, in fact. That's great, Phillips said, sounding relieved. The corners of his mouth turned down a fraction. Though I am a little sorry to hear that your company doesn't plan to look for a corporate buyer sooner. Someone will put the place to use right away, I mean. He nodded at the open countryside around them. Folks around here could use a shot in the arm and some steady jobs. Farming's a hard way of life. Baker spread his hands apologetically. I wish I could be more optimistic, he said, but my employers rely heavily on their own econometric models to guide such decisions. Unfortunately, those models don't show a significant retail turnaround as likely any time in the near future. He considered the building through narrowed eyes for a moment longer before shrugging his shoulders. At most, it's possible that my firm could send in a work crew to do some minor refurbishments on the interior, but even that's not certain. If you're looking for skilled people for those jobs, I've got some contractors I know pretty well, the realtor started to say. Baker shook his head. That won't be necessary. He smiled. As you can imagine, with so many properties in our group's portfolio, we keep several reliable contractors of our own on retainer to handle any required maintenance and renovation work. Phillips hid his disappointment at that news reasonably well. No doubt he would have preferred being able to parcel out work to friends and relatives in the community, but he certainly wasn't going to risk jeopardizing the biggest property transaction he was ever likely to handle by pushing that angle any harder. After the realtor drove off in his pickup truck, heading into town to start working on the necessary paperwork, Baker walked back out to the shoulder of the rural highway. He stared carefully along it in both directions, and then nodded sharply to himself. The maps hadn't lied. This road ran perfectly straight and level for miles and miles. That vital fact, combined with its easy access to the giant empty warehouse complex behind him and the complete absence of any nearby inhabitants, meant this site more than met all of his superiors' exacting requirements. Since he'd already bought up all the surrounding farmland in private, cash-only transactions, they would own everything in view once the sale of the big building went through. Still smiling, he checked his watch. It was time to report in. Back at his rented Audi, The man who called himself Thomas Baker retrieved a satellite phone from his suitcase. Quickly, he connected with one of Russia's Raduga, rainbow communications satellites high overhead in a geosynchronous orbit. After confirming that he had a secure link, he transmitted a short coded text. Prioritetny konjushny zamka. Castle Stables acquired. Vologda 20 Special Weapons Storage Depot, Northern Russia. That same time. Set in a forested area close to 400 kilometers north-northwest of Moscow, the Vologda 20 Special Weapons Depot was surrounded by an intricate web of defenses that included electrified wire fences, minefields, and a network of cameras and motion sensors. These defenses were ordinarily manned by the soldiers of Colonel Oleg Utkin's elite 521st Guards Motor Rifle Battalion. His soldiers, backed up by their unit's complement of wheeled BTR-82 armored infantry fighting vehicles and T-72 main battle tanks, had as their sacred duty the ultimate security of the hundreds of nuclear weapons stored in Vologda 20's massive underground bunkers. It was a duty Utkin and his troops had always executed with absolute precision during the entire time their battalion had been assigned here. Which was why Utkin could not believe the orders he had just been given by the depot's brand-new commanding officer, the recently promoted Major General Mikhail Krylov. For a long moment he simply stared down at the sheaf of instructions he'd finished reading. Finally he shook himself and then slapped the wad of papers down hard against the general's desk. "What blithering idiot in Moscow came up with this prized bit of lunacy?" he demanded. Krylov turned away from his view through the window of his office. "You have a problem, Colonel?" he asked blandly. "Of course I have a problem," Utkin snapped. He stabbed a finger down at the orders. "According to these astonishingly insane directives, I'm expected to take my entire battalion hundreds of kilometers away to Exercise Area Orange for what's laughably described as 4 days of intensive combat refresher training against units of the local National Guard." "And?" Utkin stared at the other man. "Except for the fact that my troops will be completely wasting their time shooting blanks at a bunch of conscripts who couldn't find their asses with both hands." Krylov nodded dryly. "Yes, Colonel. Apart from that?" "It's a rather basic question, sir," Utkin said pointedly. "Just who the hell will be guarding this depot while my men and I are gone?" The general shrugged. "That is not your concern, Colonel," he said. "I rather think it's mine. And mine alone." As a reminder, he tapped the shoulder flash on his uniform. It was the badge of Russia's 12th Main Directorate, a red shield topped by a silver mace inside a stylized atom symbol. Responsible first to the Ministry of Defense rather than the General Staff, the Directorate was responsible for the maintenance and security of all of Russia's nuclear weapons. As such, the authority wielded by its officers in their own highly specialized area of expertise effectively superseded that of any line infantry, armor, or artillery commander. "All that you need to know, Utkin, is that the President himself is satisfied with the interim security measures I'm putting in place while you and your soldiers are temporarily away." Utkin scowled. "President Zhdanov is—" "The Commander-in-Chief," Krylov interrupted, "and the man who has personally approved the orders you now hold, as you should be able to tell," he went on acidly from his signature on the authorizing page. He glowered down at the colonel. "Are you seriously considering disobeying a direct order from Moscow, from the highest levels of the state? Because if so, I might remind you, that would constitute treason." Grudgingly, very grudgingly, Utkin yielded. "Very well, sir," he said, "but I want it on the record that my troops and I are abandoning our duty post for this so-called combat exercise under extreme protest." "Noted, Colonel." Krylov agreed. "Now, get out of my office and start preparing your unit to move out, as ordered and on time. Clear?" Utkin stood, stiffly saluted, and stormed out. When the door slammed shut behind him, Krylov breathed out. One hurdle down, he thought warily. He pulled out his smartphone and dialed a number. Pavel Voronin answered. "Yes?" "It's done," Krylov told him simply. "The drawbridge will be down within 24 hours. "Good work, Mikhail Sergeyevich," the head of the Raven Syndicate said calmly. His use of the general's patronymic, a middle name derived from the given name of Krylov's father, was clearly intended to reinforce his praise, since it implied that they were now close colleagues. "You will not regret our continued association. I'll be up tomorrow morning to personally oversee the next phase." He hung up without another word. Krylov sat down behind his desk. He fumbled to loosen his uniform collar, which suddenly felt tight enough to choke him. To carry out a previous covert operation against the United States, the one codenamed Midnight, Voronin had been given approval by President Zhdanov to put a handful of 12th Maine Directorate officers on his personal payroll. Officially, the president had never revoked that permission, and so Krylov and several others continued to receive extra payments from the Raven Syndicate that outstripped their official salaries by a factor of 10 to 1. Given the unlooked-for promotions he and the others had been showered with by Moscow over the past few months, Krylov tended to believe that Zhdanov still approved of this highly unorthodox arrangement. And if nothing else, the remarkable orders he had just passed on to Colonel Utkin seemed to confirm this supposition, as did the additional directives he would begin carrying out the moment the colonel and his security troops were safely out of the way. Or so at least he earnestly hoped. With Zhdanov's signed order in hand, it was one thing to browbeat an underling like Utkin into submission. But the bigger risks inherent in what Voronin and the president apparently planned sent a wave of cold fear racing down his spine. If they failed, he had no illusions as to what would happen. Facing a possible military court-martial would be the least of his concerns, since failure in this context might well mean the complete destruction of the motherland. Chapter 18. La Paz, Baja California Sur, Mexico. The next day. Outside the cozy seafood restaurant where Nick Flynn and Laura Van Horn were finishing their dinner, lamplit streets sloped down toward La Paz's beachside promenade. Couples strolled arm in arm along sidewalks lined with flowering trees, enjoying the cooler night air. Even this early in the evening, the nearby bars seemed busy. As the capital of the Mexican state of Baja California Sur, La Paz was the center of business for this isolated desert region. Many foreign tourists tended to flock to the coastal resorts of Cabo San Lucas and San Jose del Cabo, both around 90 miles farther south at the southernmost tip of this rugged peninsula. But more and more were choosing to visit La Paz, drawn by the lower prices and the opportunities for snorkeling, kayaking, and diving among the nearby coastal islands. That explained the cover story Flynn had chosen for this visit. He was traveling as a wealthy, hard-charging Dallas executive who'd flown down to La Paz aboard his own private plane for a much-needed short break from the pressures of the oil business. Officially, Van Horn was along as his personal pilot. Whatever else any interested observers inferred about their relationship was entirely up to them. "Let 'em wonder," she'd suggested with a devilish glint in her bright blue eyes, "about whether I'm your girlfriend or Girl Friday or something in between." I'll be the international woman of mystery like I've always wanted. Now, looking across at her in the soft, flickering candlelight, Flynn would have been very surprised if anyone still watching them had the slightest doubt about the current state of their relationship. They'd spent the morning snorkeling with whale sharks in the waters off the Baja coast, and then whiled away the afternoon lazing around on a beautiful white sand beach north of the city. This intimate dinner was the capstone of a day seemingly devoted entirely to finding pleasure in each other's company. And the best part, Flynn thought with some amusement, was that the pleasure was genuine. He glanced around the little restaurant. Except for their waiter, deep in conversation with the bartender, they were alone. Couple by couple and group by group, the other diners had finished their meals and departed. He turned back to Van Horn with a smile. Gee, looks like no one's still interested in us. I guess we're not the hot ticket item in town anymore. Told you it would work, she said with satisfaction. Eventually, even the best little worker snoops get bored and fed up watching other people having more fun than they are. Shortly after they'd landed at La Paz's airport, they'd both spotted the discreet observers tagging along behind them. It had been a toss-up as to whether the watchers were cartel spies checking up on a rich gringo who'd unexpectedly arrived in their territory, or Mexican federales doing the same thing. What mattered now was that Flynn and Van Horn seemed to have persuaded everyone that they were exactly what they appeared to be. Rich American tourists only interested in fun, frolic, and food and drink. With a mildly ironic flourish, Flynn raised his wineglass in a toast. Salud. Here's to your health, Van Horn echoed in English, lifting her own glass with a faint, melancholic smile of her own. And to your getting out of this little jaunt alive, Nick, preferably with your skin completely unpunctured by any shots fired by drug cartel scumbags, she continued, pitching her voice so low that only he could hear. She drained her glass and set it back down. At the moment, I sort of wish you really were an oil millionaire. As a profession, it's probably a whole lot safer. I suppose so, he agreed with an easy smile. It was time he decided to lighten her evidently darkening mood a little. Although their plan was the best one possible in the circumstances, she still hated the idea of him taking risks she couldn't share. But I don't think Nick Flynn, oil baron, was ever in the cards, he shrugged. See, when my grandfather came to Texas from the wilds of County Clare, he had big, big plans for becoming the Irish Rockefeller, so he worked hard, saved up a stake, and bought up a pretty good-sized chunk of land. But just when he was all set to get down to some serious exploratory drilling, he discovered his one tiny mistake. Which was? Van Horn asked curiously. Geography, Flynn said with a shake of his head. Turns out land in central Texas is good for cows. Not so much for oil or natural gas. She eyed him warily. Is that story even a little bit true? Or is this just another one of those Flynn family legends you love so much? It's all true, Flynn assured her. Raising his hand, he said, I swear it on my sainted mother's grave. Van Horn snorted. Your mother, she reminded him, is very much alive and, from what I gather, a little too ornery for sainthood any time soon. Well, there is that, he admitted, but it's the way I heard it nonetheless. He shrugged. Besides, why let a few unimportant facts get in the way of a perfectly good tall tale? She finished for him. Meekly, Flynn lifted his hands in surrender. He looked at their empty wine glasses. Ordinarily, I'd suggest a refill, but it's getting kind of late. And duty calls? Van Horn suggested, whether it's welcome or not. Something like that, he agreed. She looked across at him with a serious expression. You know, I think I've figured out what it is about you that I really like, Nick. Flynn raised an eyebrow. I assumed it was mostly my rugged good looks, he said lightly. Van Horn smiled. Well, they're not all that bad, but I learned a while back that you need more than physical attraction to make things work. She shook her head. Nope. It's because you see what has to be done, and then you just go ahead and do it, regardless of the risks or the naysayers and second-guessers. And I'm pretty much the same way. When we make a commitment, whether it's to a task or an organization or to a person, he said. She nodded. Or to a person. Anyway, when we commit, it's with a whole heart and mind and body. There's nothing held back. Nothing in reserve. That seems awfully rare these days. And rare is valuable. Under her steady gaze, Flynn felt suddenly self-conscious. His face reddened a bit. Van Horn smiled again. Blushing, Nick? I'm just not used to hearing all my worst attributes, being stubborn and kind of reckless. Praised, he admitted. Told you I liked you, Van Horn said with a laugh. She glanced around the empty restaurant again. Maybe we should take pity on the staff and get out of their hair. Nodding, Flynn got to his feet, thumbed through his wallet for the pesos to pay their bill, signaled to the waiter that they were finished, and then politely pulled out Van Horn's chair for her. She raised an eyebrow at the old-fashioned gesture. More of that childhood etiquette training of yours? She murmured. Yes, ma'am, he conceded, offering her his arm. Smiling, Van Horn took it, and together they strolled back to their hotel in quiet contentment. Overlooking the water, their rooms were right next to each other. She opened the door to hers and then turned back to face him, the invitation plain in her manner. Would you care to come in? She asked huskily. Tomorrow's going to be a long, hard day, and we may not have another chance like this any time soon. Flynn grinned crookedly. What about Brer Fox and all his cautionary tales about romance on the company dime? She shrugged. Well, Nick, if you don't tell him, I sure as heck won't. Now her bright eyes gleamed with unalloyed amusement. Besides, it's all part of our cover story, right? So the way I see it, this is the best of all worlds. Put like that, how can I resist? Flynn asked, with a quiet laugh. Still smiling, he took her hand and led her inside. In a secure rail yard, part of the Vologda 20 Special Weapons Depot, northern Russia, that same time. It was raining, a cold, driving spring rain that lashed down across the rail yard in withering torrents. Bearing a heavy green metal crate aloft, a forklift trundled slowly across to the freight train waiting on a nearby siding. Mud splashed out from under its tires as it maneuvered over to a boxcar near the end. Men in Russian Army camouflage jackets marked by the shield mace and atom badge of the 12th Maine Directorate were waiting there, already slathered in mud up to their knees. Carefully, they guided the crate through the rail car's open side door. Once the crate disappeared inside, whistles blew shrilly. The door was slammed shut. A man wearing an officer's peaked cap stepped up to padlock and seal the door. That's the last of them, Major General Mikhail Krylov reported to Pavel Voronin, raising his voice to be heard over the heavy deluge splashing down around them. Very good, Voronin said. He raised the edge of his umbrella a little to take a better look. The uniformed men were already moving away, trudging over to a row of waiting canvas-sided Ural 5323 trucks. He smiled to himself. As far as the railway workers knew, those men were all soldiers assigned to the Vologda 20 storage depot. Only he and Krylov knew they were actually operatives of his own Raven syndicate, disguised to avoid any unfortunate questions about how and why civilians suddenly had access to crates containing such compact and lethal weapons. Other men, these in civilian clothing, climbed out of more waiting vehicles. They sloshed over toward the single-passenger car hitched to the rear of the train. Briefly, their leader turned aside to confer with Krylov and Voronin. "My men are set," he confirmed. Krylov nodded. "Keep your eyes peeled and your guard up, Anatoly," he ordered. "Make sure nothing happens to that cargo." Colonel Anatoly Yakomenko stiffened to attention and then subsided, remembering that he wasn't in uniform now. He was another of the 12th Directorate officers in syndicate pay. His team were former Spetsnaz soldiers, all with combat experience. They were traveling under false passports that identified them as citizens of Poland, Serbia, the Baltic states, and other Eastern European countries. Their weapons were already safely stowed aboard the train. Since it was common practice for 12th Directorate personnel to camouflage movements outside their bases by wearing either civilian clothes or other service uniforms, the train's crew would know better than to ask any awkward questions. "You can count on it, sir," he said, already turning to go. Krylov and Voronin watched him climb into the passenger car. The moment Yakomenko was aboard, the echoing blast of a horn sounded from farther down the line. In response to the signal, the train started moving, slowly at first, and then faster, clanking and rattling out from the siding and onto the main rail line headed south toward Moscow. Granted special clearance at every junction along the route, the special devices now sealed in those padlocked boxcars were expected to arrive in Minsk within 24 hours. Chapter 19. La Paz, Mexico. The next day. With his small carry-on bag slung over one shoulder, Nick Flynn ambled unhurriedly across the airport tarmac toward his waiting plane, a Pilatus PC-12 single-engine turboprop. No one would believe the idea of anyone, not even the hard-charging Texas oil executive he was currently pretending to be, being in a rush to end a picture-perfect Mexican beach town vacation that was already way too short. Shadows cast by the row of hangars and other buildings along the airport perimeter stretched ahead of him. This late in the afternoon, the sun was already low in the west. Drawing closer to the Pilatus, he admired its sleek, needle-nosed lines. Pressurized for high-altitude flight, fast and long-ranged, the Swiss-manufactured air machine was the best-selling single-engine civilian business aircraft in the world. And by a not-so-strange coincidence, considering what he and Laura Van Horn had planned, the plane's U-28A Draco military variant was also a favorite of the U.S. Air Force's Special Operations Command. A few hundred yards away, a narrow-body Embraer 190 passenger jet belonging to Aeromexico Connect roared down the runway and lifted off, climbing steadily as it turned over the city toward the east. Flynn ducked his head slightly against the hot, aviation fuel-tinged gust stirred by its rumbling passage. One side of his mouth quirked upward. However quiet and scenic its beaches might be, the flight line of La Paz's relatively small international airport was just like every other in the world. Hectic, smelly, and loud. After a final look around, he went up the Pilatus's air stairs, ducking his head to enter the cabin. Once inside, he turned around to pull the clamshell-style door up and closed. Instantly, the background din of all the other aircraft taxiing, taking off, and landing diminished sharply. "Hey, boss," Laura Van Horn called through the open cockpit door. From the left-hand pilot's seat, she shot him a quick over-the-shoulder grin. "Decided to get some work done today after all?" Though casually dressed in jeans and an open-collared khaki shirt, she'd already donned her radio headset. Her leather flight jacket was draped over the empty co-pilot's seat. The large multi-function displays set into the cockpit's instrument panels showed rows of brightly lit numbers and acronyms and diagrams. Some of them were green, others glowed red. A clipboard resting on her knee showed that she was working through the items of her pre-flight checklist. Figured I might as well, since that lovely senorita I spent the night with up and vanished on me a while back. Flynn shot back with just a touch of a sorrowful Texas drawl. Sure, she woke me up in the nicest possible way, but then she said something about having a job to get to, and something more about how she couldn't just lollygag around naked all day in bed, unlike some lazy-ass folks such as me. Van Horn had the grace to blush, though only very slightly. Holding in a laugh, Flynn moved back into the cabin. At 16 feet long and nearly 5 feet wide, it was roomy by the standards of most single-engine planes. At the aft end, larger cases were stowed behind netting. They contained the equipment and clothing he would need for tonight's outdoor excursion. He dropped his bag onto one of the passenger cabin's 4 plush leather seats and settled back into its next-door neighbor. After buckling in, he waited patiently while Van Horn finished her pre-flight. When she finally put the clipboard down, he leaned forward. "Any more news from Fox?" "Yeah, I got a coded text from him about 20 minutes ago," Van Horn said. She half-turned to face him. "Our timing looks even better than we expected. Colonel Herrera's informant at the Durango airport sent in another report. That Boeing 777F flying for Veronian landed there this morning with another big load of cargo." Flynn nodded, seeing what she meant about good timing. Their daylight satellite passes hadn't picked up anything at the cartel compound except the ruts showing where the heavily loaded trucks had parked. Given that and the obvious desire by both the Brotherhood of Blood and the Raven Syndicate to avoid the risk of unwelcome satellite or aerial surveillance, it was likely the trucks headed for that isolated compound wouldn't start unloading until well after dark. If so, that would be a definite stroke of luck. He checked his watch. The sun would be down in less than an hour. "Then I guess we better get this bird off the ground," he commented. "Copy that," Van Horn said. She pulled the clipboard back onto her knee and flipped to another checklist page. Rapidly, she moved through the dozen or so separate line items, verifying the positions of various switches and settings. A high-pitched whine started out low and built rapidly in volume. Quick glances out the right and left windows confirmed that there weren't any airport mechanics or other bystanders dangerously near. Then she made one last check of the lights on her caution and warning system, display panel. No anomalies or other faults were showing. Satisfied, she reached up to a panel above her seat and punched the starter button. Immediately, the PC-12's 1,200 horsepower Pratt & Whitney turboprop began spooling up. The noise level grew rapidly. She pushed the condition lever into its ground idle position and looked forward through the cockpit window to see the plane's 5-bladed prop start turning, spinning faster and faster until it was a blur. Happy with what her gauges showed, she flipped more switches on the overhead panels, bringing both generators, her avionics, and the aircraft's environmental control systems all online. "Okay, everything looks good. We're ready to roll," Van Horn announced. She radioed the tower. "La Paz Tower, this is Pilatus 151. Request departure from runway 36 per approved flight plan." "Pilatus 151, La Paz Tower, runway 36, taxi via Alpha," the controller replied, granting permission. Van Horn released her brakes and edged her throttle, setting up a bit. Immediately, the PC-12 started rolling. Under her control inputs, it turned smoothly onto the taxiway. Flynn glanced out through the nearest window, watching as they passed the other passenger jets and propeller-driven planes parked outside the airport terminal. In the lengthening shadows, he could clearly make out the bright green position light glowing on their starboard wing. Reaching the end of the runway, Van Horn swung the PC-12 around through a tight half-circle until it was lined up perfectly, pointing straight north down the center line. Her Her eyes ran across her displays and gauges one last time.
La Paz Tower, Pilatus 151, she radioed. Number 1, runway 36, ready for takeoff. Pilatus 151, La Paz Tower, the controller confirmed.
Winds light at 175, cleared for takeoff, runway 36. Have a good flight. Van Horn ran her throttle forward, released her brakes again, and started her takeoff roll. The PC-12 reacted instantly, accelerating fast down the long concrete runway. At 82 knots, she pulled back a tiny bit on her yoke. Smoothly, the Swiss-made turboprop broke free of the earth and zoomed skyward. The ground dropped away fast below them. Still gaining speed, they crossed the coast and, minutes later, turned due east out over the Sea of Cortez, climbing ever higher while heading straight toward the quickly darkening Mexican mainland. In accordance with her approved flight plan, she leveled off at 30,000 feet. "Next stop, the middle of nowhere," she said with a glance back at Flynn. "Yep, I guess that's my cue," he agreed. He unbuckled his seatbelt, got up, and moved aft to pull out the cases stowed there. Quickly he shed his jeans and polo shirt in favor of camouflage fatigues and a Special Forces patterned tactical assault vest. The product of a partnership between two Swiss companies, the innovative materials used in both the vest and the clothing were designed to render him very difficult to detect by either the Mark I human eyeball or more sophisticated infrared sensors. With that done, he systematically stowed pieces of equipment away in the various pockets and pouches rigged to his vest. Then he carefully applied streaks of tan, green, and black camouflage paint to his face, neck, and ears, working outward from the lighter colors to those that were darker. Next, he carefully struggled into another complicated layer of zippered clothing. From the cockpit, Van Horn checked him out with an undisguised smile.
"Oh, look, Boris,"
she said with a heavy and very fake Russian accent.
"Is flying squirrel."
Flynn looked down at himself with an answering grin. She had a point. The wingsuit he was now wearing shared certain elements with the tree-gliding rodents parodied in the old Rocky and Bullwinkle TV cartoon. Made of layers of connected nylon, wingsuits turned skydivers into human gliders. At least for a time. Fabric layers connecting a wingsuit wearer's arms and legs created an airfoil, providing lift that helped greatly extend the duration and range of any jump out of an otherwise perfectly good airplane. Nevertheless, he knew there was a point where gravity was bound to take over in a very real and potentially lethal sense. Without some other technological intervention, the equation initial altitude divided by angle of descent ended inevitably in impact with the ground at a velocity that every textbook he'd ever studied described as completely non-survivable. And that was where his final piece of equipment came in. A pack containing a steerable, rectangular-shaped ram parachute. By the time Flynn had finished checking over all his gear, they'd been in the air for nearly an hour. From this high up, he could see thousands of stars gleaming brightly, speckled across a pitch-black sky. And far below, a scattered handful of tiny clusters of yellow light. Little villages and isolated haciendas dotted the rugged slopes of the Sierra Madre.
Up in the PC-12's darkened cockpit, Van Horn watched her central multifunction display closely.
Set to show a GPS-integrated digital map, it tracked the aircraft's position to within a few yards.
When the icon identifying the Pilatus slid through a waypoint indicator she'd set before takeoff, she nodded to herself and eased back on the throttle.
In response, the plane decelerated, gradually shedding airspeed as its prop spun slower. She looked back over her shoulder. "We're roughly 10 minutes out, Nick. Better get yourself set." Obeying, Flynn shuffled awkwardly toward the tail section of the plane. Between his wingsuit and other equipment, he was now carrying more than 80 pounds of extra weight strapped to his back, chest, and thighs. He stopped next to the rear cargo hatch. "I'm in position," he called out. "Standing by." Van Horn kept her eyes fixed on her navigation display. As always, the closer she got to a crucial decision point, the faster time seemed to run. In a fight or critical flight maneuver, everything moved in slow motion, but in the moments leading up to the event, her world always kicked into higher gear, with minutes flashing by in what felt like only seconds. 2 minutes out," she warned. "Go to oxygen." Then she shrugged into her leather flight jacket and donned her emergency oxygen mask.
At the back of the Pilatus PC-12, Flynn put on his own mask and jump helmet.
He turned a small valve and heard the satisfying hiss of air flowing through the system. One less thing to worry about, he thought. They were 30,000 feet above the ground, so the air pressure outside their plane was scarcely a third of that at sea level. Without supplemental oxygen, anyone exposed to that harsh, unforgiving environment would lose consciousness in 60 seconds or less. He turned toward the cockpit and flashed Van Horn a thumbs-up signal. She nodded sharply. Then she leaned forward and punched the aircraft environmental control system's bleed air switch to its inhibit position. In response, the engine bleed valves that ordinarily supplied pressurized air to the aircraft interior slammed shut. Next, she reached down to the CPC, cabin pressure control switches, flipped up the safety shield over the system mode switch, and set it to manual. "Well, here goes," she thought. "Say goodbye to your warm and cozy ride, Laura." Without hesitating, she opened the shield over the cabin pressure control and pushed it to dump. Immediately, the cabin outflow valves cycled open. In seconds, the plane depressurized. Van Horn shivered as the cabin temperature plunged dozens of degrees to match the exterior air's below zero readings. Suddenly, this was feeling a hell of a lot more like the dead of winter above the Arctic Circle than a balmy spring night over Mexico. Her eyes flicked to the navigation display. They were 10 nautical miles beyond the valley that was Flynn's target. Her right hand eased the engine throttle back even more. Her airspeed indicator dropped again and touched 90 knots, which was very close to her stall speed in the current conditions at this altitude. Swiftly, she turned toward him and pumped her right fist in the go sign. Flynn nodded forcefully in acknowledgement. This was it, he knew. There was no holding back now. Using one gloved hand to hold tight to a strap fastened next to the aft cargo door's frame, he reached out with the other and unlatched the door. Immediately the door swung up and out into the night sky. Howling wind gusts whipped in through the opening.
The Pilatus juddered violently, robbed of its streamlined shape by the door raised at an angle above the fuselage.
Van Horn gripped the steering yoke firmly and wrestled to regain full control over the aircraft, making rapid adjustments to her rudder, elevators, and ailerons to counteract the induced turbulence.
The Pilatus settled out, coming back to fly straight and level.
She risked another quick glance over her shoulder. Flynn was gone. He'd hurled himself out into the open air the moment the cargo door was fully open. She blinked away a couple of tears. Damn cold air, she thought irritably, knowing the freezing cabin temperature was only partly to blame. She punched the emergency door control, and an electrical winch whirred into action to pull the aft cargo door back into its sealed and locked position. The shrill, keening noise made by the wind sweeping through the cabin died away. With that done, her fingers danced back across the environmental control panel, resetting switches to repressurize her aircraft. Gradually, the temperature climbed, and as soon as the red, low cabin pressure caution and warning light vanished, Van Horn took off her oxygen mask. She throttled back up and banked a couple of degrees, bringing the nose around to head northeast on a course that would take her to Torreon's International Airport, now roughly 100 nautical miles ahead. Her filed flight plan included a planned layover there, supposedly so that her boss, Flynn, could conduct some business in the city, which was one of Mexico's most important industrial and economic centers. The beauty of it was that no one should notice that he wasn't on board. Since their flight originated domestically from La Paz, at least there wouldn't be any awkward immigration or passport control checks for her to sweat. Chapter 20. Over the Sierra Madre. That same time.
Caught by the blast from its spinning propeller, Flynn tumbled away from the Pilatus PC-12.
In the tiniest fraction of a second, he was swept back behind the plane and out into the vast, empty night sky. Stars pinwheeled around him as he rolled over and over. Through his helmet, he could hear the rushing hiss of freezing air tugging at the folds of his wingsuit as he plunged toward the distant ground. It was time to get control of this suit, he realized, because otherwise this would end up being one of the shortest and most futile covert airborne insertions ever attempted. Going splat against the side of one of the local mountains was not in his mission plan. Making very gentle, very easy, very careful movements, he stretched his arms out behind and to his sides, simultaneously spreading his legs a little to form a tapered V shape. That gave his wingsuit just a bit more surface area, allowing it to bite harder into the air currents roiling past him on every side as he fell. Whenever he felt himself starting to tumble, he curled his arms back in tight to his chest to freefall. Time and again he repeated the movement, gradually slowing and gaining control over his descent. At last he was able to point his face toward the ground and slant downward, with the folds of his suit fully extended in order to make a stable airfoil. Glowing numbers counted down across the face shield of his helmet. He was descending through 26,000 feet, still high above the darkened peaks and valleys below. His navigation gear, originally designed for backcountry hikers, was equipped with electronic compasses, GPS receivers, and barometric altimeters. A tiny green dot blinked rhythmically in the center of his vision, showing the landing point he'd selected earlier. From the maps and satellite photos he'd studied, it had looked like a piece of empty country. It was also very near the eastern edge of the same valley that held the large, heavily guarded compound the Brotherhood of Blood had apparently turned over to Voronin. And according to the GPS coordinates, he was still around 8 miles out. Piece of cake, Flynn thought with a wide grin. The world distance record for a wingsuit jump was around 20 miles. Compared to that, 8 miles was nothing. He was suddenly gripped by the wild, exhilarating sensation of totally unencumbered flight. Wingsuits were the closest any human being could come to realizing the ancient dreams of soaring freely through the air, independent of any machine or other mechanism. He arrowed onward, trading altitude for distance. Gradually, the terrain ahead of him took on added shape and definition. By the time he was down to around 6,000 feet above the ground, what had once been almost formless masses of shadow emerged out of the darkness to become wooded hills and open patches of pasture and fields. Dim patterns of lights dotted the rough, uneven countryside, each signaling the presence of a few tiny homes or a small village. Passing through 2,000 feet, Flynn noticed the green dot marking his planned landing point sliding a bit to the left across his face shield. A small frown crossed his face. Plunging through the stronger winds at high altitude must have thrown him off course, and there were places in the valley up ahead he definitely wanted to avoid. Dropping out of the sky right into the middle of that cartel compound, for example, had "bad idea" written all over it. He lowered his left shoulder slightly to bank a couple of degrees. His selected aiming mark moved back to the middle of his helmet display and steadied up. Not long now, he thought, fighting against the temptation to tense up. 1,500 feet. 1,000. The highest peaks of the Sierra Madre rose like black spires along the far western horizon. The valley was widening out ahead, though still surrounded by wooded high ground on all sides. 500 feet. He came in, gliding fast above steep slopes cut by dry stream beds that snaked away toward the valley floor. Now! Flynn yanked the cord on his parachute pack. His rectangular chute spilled out into the air behind him and then snapped open with a sudden, sharp jolt. Tugging down on the toggle in his right hand, he spilled a little air from the right side of the billowing canopy, which sent him veering in that direction.
Now he was sliding downwind toward an open stretch of what looked like empty grazing land.
Covered in tall grass, the pasture lay at the foot of the nearest elevation. The ground came up fast. 10 feet up, he yanked down hard on both toggles, flaring the parachute to drastically slow his descent. A second later, his boots thumped down in a perfect soft landing. Not bad for a ride that had started at 30,000 feet and 10-plus nautical miles away just 5 minutes before, Flynn decided with an inward grin. Moving quickly, he reeled in the fluttering canopy arm over arm, bundling it up into a compact mass of nylon fabric. It took only a few more seconds to hit the quick-release buckle on his parachute harness and shrug out of the straps. Then he pulled off his jump helmet, mask, and oxygen cylinder and set them down on top of the bundled parachute and harness. As a final step, he wriggled out of the zippered wingsuit and piled it into a heap with the rest of the items. Freed of his encumbering and no longer needed jump gear, Flynn crouched down into the knee-high grass, fitted a pair of night vision goggles to his eyes, and drew his Glock 19 pistol. He spun through a slow circle, scanning his surroundings. There was nothing moving in sight. Then, apart from the soft chirruping sounds made by insects, everything seemed quiet. About a mile away to the west, he could make out a few scattered yellowish lights. They marked the location of a small town near the middle of the valley. A patch of much brighter and whiter light somewhat farther north pinpointed the cartel compound that was his immediate target. Listening carefully, he thought he could make out the faint rumble of heavy engines coming from that direction. Flynn nodded to himself. It was high time he got moving. He slid his pistol back into his chest holster. Then he shook out a tightly rolled tan plastic garbage bag from one of his vest pouches and stuffed every piece of his discarded jump gear inside. He headed across the pasture toward the high ground in the east to look for somewhere safe to hide the bag and its damning contents. Within a couple 100 yards, he was inside the fringes of the woods that covered the slopes. A clump of tangled undergrowth seemed like the perfect spot. Carefully, trying to avoid getting snagged, he shoved the bulging plastic bag deeper and deeper into the mass of brambles and thorns until it was mostly out of sight. With a bit of luck, by the time any of the locals stumbled across it, he would be long gone. Moving faster now, Flynn pushed north along the forward slopes of the hill, staying inside the tree line to reduce the chances of encountering people or grazing animals. While it was still dark, he needed to find a concealed vantage point that would offer him a good view of the cartel compound. If he couldn't accomplish that task, scope out the place, and then make it back into the deeper cover of the nearby hills before the sun came up, this whole complicated operation would end in pointless failure. Chapter 21. In the Sierra Madre foothills, Mexico. A few hours later. Crouched low, Flynn darted forward from out of a small thicket of low-hanging trees, and then dropped prone behind a clump of scrub brush. He was moving through a patch of waste ground adjacent to what appeared to be currently unused grazing land. A barbed wire fence marked the border between the two pieces of ground. It was in bad repair, with several weathered posts down and sagging sections of rusting wire in places. He wriggled a little to one side to get a better view past the closest tangle of thorn bushes and tall grass. There, about 50 yards ahead, another barbed wire fence, this one brand new, cut straight across his intended path. That barrier marked the outer perimeter of the Brotherhood of Blood compound he'd come all this way to check out. Flynn frowned. Someone had taken a chainsaw to all the stands of trees and tall brush close to the fence line, hacking them away to establish clear fields of fire along the perimeter. If he wanted to get closer, working his way across that stretch of open ground without being spotted would be a grade A bitch. Alerted by the low, rumbling growl of a heavy diesel engine moving off to his right and growing rapidly louder, he flattened himself against the ground and froze in place. There, beyond the fence, he saw a 4x4 truck sheathed in steel plates lumbering slowly across the cleared ground. It was obviously on patrol, looking for signs of trouble. He could make out gunmen standing upright through hatches cut into the improvised armored car's roof. They were scanning their surroundings using night vision gear of their own. Flynn buried his face in the ground, holding absolutely still while the cartel's armored car drove past. It kept going without slowing or stopping. He breathed out. The high-tech anti-IR materials woven into his camouflage gear seemed to have worked as advertised. Maybe he'd have to write the companies involved a glowing testimonial. Using a pseudonym, of course. As the heavy vehicle's engine noise faded in the distance, he raised his head again. He had a view through the barbed wire across the Brotherhood compound. The central building, which looked from here like a prefabricated warehouse, was roughly 200 yards away. Several big trucks were backed up to it, with large side-loader forklifts pulling long, heavily wrapped cargo pallets off them. Light spilled out across the otherwise darkened yard from the large building's wide, partially open sliding doors. Flynn focused his night vision goggles, but it was no good. From his current position, he just didn't have the angle to get a clear look in through those half-open doors, which meant he needed to leave this patch of waste ground, with its bushes and shrubs and small trees providing decent cover, and risk moving out into the far more open piece of grazing land on his right. Slowly, he belly-crawled over to the dilapidated wire fence that marked the pasture's boundary. The bottommost strand between two intact posts was about 18 inches off the ground. Maybe that was low enough to discourage wandering cows, he decided with a mild flash of humor, but it sure wasn't good enough to stop Nick Flynn, gentleman rustler. Gingerly, he edged his way under the barbs and on into the pasture. Flynn froze and went face down again as another homebrew armored car rumbled past along the compound's perimeter. When the noise receded, he lifted his head and kept going, slithering silently across the dirt and through patches of tall grass. Since cattle weren't being grazed here now, that grass offered partial concealment, and at least he didn't have to worry about spooking a herd into a stampede. But there were definitely still obstacles to be avoided, he realized as an all-too-familiar smell reached his nostrils. "What did you do in the great drug cartel wars, Daddy?" he thought with a sudden twisted grin, mangling a famous inspirational speech by General Patton. "Well, son, I belly-crawled through dried cow shit." By the time he reached a vantage point that allowed him to see in through the doors, his face and hair were sodden with sweat. Trying to control his breathing, he willed himself to look like a rock while another vehicle patrol drove by along the perimeter. Then he pushed his night vision goggles up off his eyes and reached into one of his equipment pouches to take out a digital camera. After fitting it with a high-powered Zeiss optic zoom lens, he peered through the viewfinder. Suddenly, he could clearly see part of the warehouse-like structure's brightly lit interior. A number of Slavic-featured men wearing gray and light blue coveralls were hard at work inside. They were clustered around large tarped shapes that were surrounded or supported by some sort of metal scaffolding. Near them were carts that were piled high with power tools, what looked like color-coded coils of wiring, an assortment of mechanical parts, and stacked groups of small plastic boxes in several different colors. Busily snapping pictures of all the activity, Flynn allowed himself a moment of surprise. Scratch that part about this building being some kind of drug warehouse or weapons armory, he thought. Whatever was going on inside made it look a lot more like a sort of factory. After a few minutes, satisfied that he'd captured images of every part of the interior in his view, he slowly lowered the camera. For a moment he was tempted to try moving even closer, hoping to get a different angle that would allow him to see inside more of the building. But hearing the approaching rumble of another cartel-armored car, the temptation passed. The open ground up to that barbed wire perimeter fence was way too well patrolled. And even if he could make it that far without being spotted, worming his way under, over, or through that fence without raising an alarm would be almost impossible. No, he decided, his job now was to back out of here quietly, without spooking the bad guys. In the circumstances, caution was absolutely the better part of valor. He stashed his camera and, once the armored vehicle passed by, started the long, painful crawl back into better cover. More than an hour later, Flynn reached the edge of the nearest woods. Confident that he was now safely out of sight of the Brotherhood compound, he climbed back to his feet, wincing as various muscle groups he'd worked too hard during the prolonged low crawl kinked and knotted up. Gritting his teeth, he bent and stretched and twisted in an effort to loosen them. For a moment, he felt like he was much closer to being 70 years old than somewhere just shy of 30. Yeah, well, it's not the years, Nick, he told himself. It's the miles. And he'd sure as hell put on the equivalent of a lot of miles during tonight's furtive scouting expedition. Straightening up, he headed out, moving up the wooded slope. Ahead, through the trees, he could already tell that the sky was starting to lighten in the east. For the coming day, his plan was to hole up somewhere out of sight. Then, after the sun went down again and it was safer to travel, he'd push on east through the jumble of ridges and valleys to reach the extraction point he and Laura Van Horn had picked out earlier. 30 minutes later, he stopped in the middle of a small cluster of stunted pines and oaks. The crest of this ridge was only a couple of dozen yards ahead, and already the rising sun was sending golden rays slanting down through the tree canopy. It was time to bed down, and this spot seemed as good as any. Ideally, he'd have put more miles between himself and the Brotherhood compound, but safely getting in and getting out with his pictures had taken much longer than he'd hoped. Pushing on now in broad daylight would be asking for trouble. Setting his back against a tree trunk, Flynn slid down until he was sitting more comfortably. He had one last job to do before getting some rest. Reaching into another pocket, he pulled out his palm-sized compact satellite phone. Once he was connected to the satellite constellation, he texted a short, carefully composed and coded status report. Within moments, a reply came back, scrolling across the phone's inch-wide screen. Roger, Rogue One. Act casual. Standing by. Flynn grinned. He should have known he could trust Laura Van Horn to be just as short and to the point herself. He leaned back against the rough bark of the scrub oak tree and closed his eyes. Military Air Station Number 3, Torreon International Airport, Coahuila, Mexico. A short time later. With her mouth a thin, hard, compressed line that implied both concentration and irritation, Laura Van Horn prowled around the camouflaged Bell 206A Jet Ranger 2 helicopter, parked on a wide square apron not far from the airport's main runway. She wore the olive-drab flight suit of the Mexican Air Force and a dark blue flight cap bearing the 3 gold bars of a senior captain. She'd also darkened her hair another shade, and right now her vivid blue eyes were concealed behind a pair of mirrored aviator sunglasses. Shannon Cook, carrying a clipboard and disguised as a first sergeant in the same service, followed her around the grounded helicopter, jotting down notes in response to her terse comments. Off to one side, a ground crew made up of junior enlisted men waited nervously for the newly arrived Capitana de Culo Duro, this hard-ass female captain, to finish her visual inspection. The tanker truck loaded with aviation fuel was parked close by. You really think we're going to get away with this crazy stunt? Cook murmured quietly out the corner of his mouth. When they had rounded the helicopter fuselage and were temporarily out of sight of the little group of genuine Mexican Air Force personnel. Van Horn grinned back at him over her shoulder. Of course we are. She raised an eyebrow. Tell me, what do all the armies, navies, and air forces around the world run on? Bullshit and bravado, Cook shot back. Her smile widened. Okay, fair point. But what else? Cook sighed. He shrugged his shoulders, acknowledging her point. Paperwork, ma'am. Mounds and mounds of mind-numbing standard-issue fill-in-the-blank quadruplicate paperwork. Van Horn nodded. Exactly. By the time anyone here figures out that something weird is going on, we'll be long gone, my worried little co-conspirator. Mentally, she crossed her fingers that her confidence was justified. After undergoing routine mechanical work by the Mexican Air Force's 4th Air Group Maintenance Center at Culiacan on the West Coast, this helicopter was being transferred back across the country to its home squadron, the 102nd, in Nuevo León, not far from the Rio Grande. Working through his old boys network in the Defense Ministry, Colonel Herrera had pulled strings to have the bird stop over here in Torreón, the halfway point. And when it arrived, its 2 regular crewmen had been handed new orders, requiring them to report in person to Air Force headquarters in Mexico City for further instructions. At her side, Cook winced, clearly imagining the administrative and paperwork nightmare those 2 poor saps were about to encounter. Herrera had set it up so that they'd be shunted from office to office while various bureaucrats in uniform tried vainly to figure out why they were in Mexico City instead of their home base and what was supposed to happen next. Unsnarling the mess should take at least a full day or 2, not counting the time needed for them to fly or drive back to Torreón. Cook was sympathetic to their plight. In his days with the Army's top-secret Task Force Orange, any contact with the Pentagon's paper pushers had always been migraine-inducing. Van Horn finished her inspection and ducked her head to walk back under the Jet Ranger's tail boom. She marched directly over to the waiting ground crew, who stiffened to attention under her cool gaze. I want this bird refueled and prepped for flight, she snapped in crisp, flawless Spanish. Immediately. They scattered in all directions, practically running to obey her orders. Cook watched them go with a slightly puzzled expression on his face. Hey, I thought we weren't supposed to pick up our wandering boy until after dark. According to their plan, they were going to make the extraction under the guise of a nighttime training and maintenance check flight. So why the sudden hurry? From his last status report, everything's on track. Van Horn snorted quietly. Yeah, that's what worries me. This is Nick we're talking about, remember? Sometimes, even going in with the best of intentions, he has a special gift for stirring up trouble. She jerked a thumb at the helicopter sitting on the pad, which is why I want that whirly bird gassed up and ready, just in case the wheels do come flying off this little sneak and peek exercise sooner than we expect. Chapter 22. In the Sierra Madre foothills, some hours later. Nick Flynn suddenly came fully awake, and his eyes flew open. His right hand had already dropped to the butt of his 9mm Glock 19 pistol while his brain was still sorting out where he was. Moments before, he'd been dozing comfortably in the shade of the gnarled scrub oak tree. Now he was on the alert, poised, and dangerous. What had startled him, he wondered. And then he heard it. From somewhere downhill to the west, Flynn picked up the sound of movement among the trees, noises accompanied by a low baaing and the sharp yips of at least 2 dogs. That had to be a flock of sheep, which would certainly be overseen by at least one shepherd, he realized. And from the way the sounds were growing louder, the flock was heading uphill, coming straight his way. Reacting swiftly, he rolled to his feet and crouched low beside the base of the tree. His mind raced, trying to figure out how best to avoid this unwanted encounter. Overhead, he noticed the oak leaves rustling in a gentle breeze, and he frowned. The wind was blowing toward the oncoming animals, which meant he was already too late. 2 sharp-pitched, much louder barks confirmed Flynn's assessment. They had caught his scent. Panting eagerly, 2 big, black-furred animals, almost more wolf than dog by appearance, bounded uphill through the woods to scout out his strange new smell and see if it represented some kind of threat to their woolly charges. Flynn stayed perfectly still, avoiding any sudden moves that might alarm them. Tongues hanging out, they circled him warily, sniffing and huffing. "Oye, Paco! Oye, Duro! ¿Qué pasa?" A man's voice called from somewhere not far below. "Hey, Paco! Hey, Duro! What's up?" Responding to their master's voice, the 2 dogs broke off their circling movement and raced away back down the slope. Carefully, Flynn rose to his full height. He slid the Glock back into its chest holder. Otherwise, though, he stayed rock still. He earnestly hoped he'd be able to bluff his way through this sudden confrontation. His only other realistic option, he knew, would be to kill the shepherd and both dogs, but he dismissed that thought completely out of hand. There was no damn way he was going to start shooting innocents just to save his own hide or his mission. Not even for the sake of his country and its equally innocent people. That was the ends justifying the means road to hell already taken by Voronian and every other evil son of a bitch. Moments later, the shepherd came into view, striding as easily up the ridge as though it were a flat, paved street. Considerably shorter than Flynn, the Mexican was lean and wiry, with strands of long, graying hair poking out from under a battered felt hat. His pants, shirt, and leather vest were frayed and stained. Not much of whatever drug money flooded into this valley was making it into this guy's pockets, Flynn judged dispassionately. The Mexican's eyes widened suddenly at the unexpected sight of a stranger with a camouflage-striped face wearing what clearly looked like a military uniform. He licked his lips nervously. "Perdóneme, señor." "Pardon me, sir." He nodded apologetically at his dogs. "No quisimos entrometernos." "We didn't mean to intrude." "I just bet you didn't," Flynn thought. Around here, an armed man was probably never good news. He waved a hand graciously, trying to signify that it didn't matter. "De nada." No problem. The other man looked relieved. He backed away a few feet. "Lo dejaremos en paz, señor. We'll leave you in peace, sir." "Vaya con Dios," Flynn replied courteously. Within minutes, the shepherd, his flock, and his dogs were out of sight and, from the sound, moving south and back downhill away from him. Flynn frowned thoughtfully. That was too damned easy. He felt a prickling sensation at the back of his neck as trained instincts kicked in. The old military proverb, "the easy way is always mined," seemed appropriate in this case. And what that meant now was that he needed to start moving fast, and to call this news in. Tugging out his handheld satellite phone on the go, he turned sharply and trotted away to the north along the forward slope of this ridge, being very careful to stay in the cover of the trees that dotted the edge of its summit. A couple of 100 yards back down the slope, the shepherd's eyes narrowed with concern. Like the other inhabitants of this isolated hill valley, he and his family lived under the iron fist of the Brotherhood of Blood. Fairness had nothing to do with their rule. Nor, alas, did God. Here, in this place, the cartel was a force of nature, much like the summer rains that could send floodwaters cascading down the arroyos. On the one hand, the regular handouts of cash, food, and medicines supplemented his meager income from raising sheep, and on the other, the Brotherhood's punishments for perceived betrayal were always swift and particularly brutal. He grimaced. Failing to report the presence of this outsider, who was very likely a spy for the Federales or some rival drug gang, could all too easily cost his family their lives. A single word from one of the cartel's soldiers could result in every one of them, him, his wife, their children, and even his grandchildren, ending up as rotting corpses in shallow narcofossas, the local slang for crude graves drug traffickers made their victims dig for themselves. Even the thought of such a possibility made him sick. After darting a fearful glance over his shoulder toward where he'd met the stranger, the shepherd dug out the cheap cell phone he'd been given for just such an occasion. He punched in the only number he knew and waited while it rang. When a harsh, guttural-sounding voice answered, he nervously stammered out his message. "Efe, this is Ramon. I have very important news." Along the ridge, in the Sierra Madre foothills, sometime later. Flynn stopped to listen. "Well, shit," he muttered. He could now hear the shrill, angry-sounding hornet whine of several engines somewhere behind him, and those noises were steadily growing louder. He crouched down at the base of a withered-looking pine tree and looked back the way he'd just come. Plumes of dust swirled above the treetops along the wooded western slope. More dust drifted over the more open ground along the ridge crest. There were vehicles out there, on the move and heading his way, he realized with a cold chill down his spine. And given all that dust they were kicking up, they were in a real hurry. He'd bet good money that wasn't just an unfortunate coincidence. That Mexican shepherd must have blown the whistle on him. Flynn ran uphill a few yards and dropped prone close to another tree. From here, he had a good view out across the clearer ground at the ridge's level summit. Two vehicles tore into sight from the south, driving fast along the crest line. They were small, four-wheeled, all-terrain vehicles driven by cartel gunmen with assault rifles slung over their shoulders. Those were U.S.-made 5.56mm M4 carbines, probably pilfered or bought illegally from the Mexican Army's stockpiles. Fantastic, Flynn thought. Well, at least if he got killed here, it would be with a weapon he'd been trained on during his own military service. Somehow, though, that wasn't exactly comforting. With their motors howling, the two ATVs circled wide around the fringe of trees he was using for cover and concealment. They pulled up some distance to the north, off to his left. Both of the cartel's soldiers dismounted. One raised a pair of binoculars and started scanning the tree line. Flynn held still, trusting his camouflage fatigues and face paint to keep him hidden from view. The other man unslung his rifle and went prone, sighting down its muzzle toward the wooded ground. Flynn's jaw tightened. These guys might be thugs, but they were also playing it smart. That first man was acting as a spotter. It was his job to hunt for targets for the second gunman, who was undoubtedly the best shot. More ATVs followed the first pair, taking up similar positions at wide intervals across the open ground. And now, from down in the valley behind him, Flynn could hear the growl of heavier engines on the move. He frowned. Those were probably some of the cartel's homemade armored cars rumbling into position to block any escape attempt to the west. Pretty good tactics, Flynn reluctantly admitted to himself. Once those narcos finished establishing their perimeter, they could close in and flush him out of hiding. Someone out there definitely had military-style training to go with all those military-grade weapons, all of which, he decided, made the idea of waiting here like a deer caught in the headlights a quick but likely very painful way to commit suicide. Careful to keep the tree trunk between him and the force of Brotherhood gunmen now deployed in pairs from the north to the south, he drifted back down the slope a few yards. Then, below their line of sight, he turned and loped back the way he'd come, making sure he stuck to the lengthening morning shadows cast by the scattered pine and oak trees wherever he could. He hadn't gone more than 100 yards when wasp-like engine noises from somewhere not far ahead alerted him to the presence of more ATVs heading his way. Flynn dropped to one knee behind a chest-high clump of brush. He risked one quick look toward the sounds. 2 of the 4-wheeled buggies were in sight, slowly driving north along the slope between the trees. Each was flanked by 2 more rifle-toting narcos on foot. These men were also wearing what appeared to be bulky Kevlar body armor. From end to end, the skirmish line of cartel gunmen and ATVs stretched about 50 yards. Like beaters driving game toward a predetermined killing ground, he realized coldly, with his precious hide as the designated prey. He pulled back into cover. His mind felt like it was racing, raising different tactical options and just as rapidly discarding them as only likely to get him killed even faster. He frowned. This whole Flynn's last stand bullshit was going to make him look bad. No one ever praised George Armstrong Custer for blindly riding his whole cavalry regiment into a bazillion really pissed-off Sioux warriors. Well, now it looked as though he'd managed pretty much the same thing, if on a lot smaller and far more personal scale. Flynn felt a sharp vibration from one of his assault vest pockets. He yanked out his satellite phone and read the message scrolling across its tiny screen. 2 minutes out. Status? He grinned more broadly. Man, Laura was not going to be happy about this. And if he somehow lived through the next few minutes, she would never let him forget it. But now that he knew a ride was on the way, the elements of a plan, though still one that was pretty desperate, fell into place in his mind. Quickly, he scrolled through the message presets he'd loaded in before this mission started. The most appropriate one was close to the top, indicating his subconscious must have had an inkling of how this outing was likely to end up. He sent the highlighted text. Snafu. The military slang term meaning situation normal all fucked up was also the code word used by Ford to indicate that an agent was surrounded, with enemies closing in. Then, carefully, he typed in Punch-Out, signaling that he intended to break out of this trap before its jaws snapped shut. With his decision made, he didn't have the time or need to send any further messages, so he tucked the phone safely away again. Flynn eased his pistol back out. His pulse sped up. This was going to get hairy fast. Another cautious glance around the large bush he was using for concealment showed that the skirmish line of Brotherhood ATVs and gunmen was headed right toward him. His mouth thinned. These guys were about to learn the hard way what happened when the hunted decided to become the hunter instead. He counted down silently. 3, 2, 1. Now. Flynn stepped out from behind the clump of brush with his weapon already up and moving through a short arc. The closest ATV was only a few yards away. The driver's mouth fell open in surprise at his sudden appearance out of the shadows. The Glock's front sights settled on target, and Flynn squeezed the trigger twice. 2 9mm rounds moving at 1,200 feet per second slammed into the other man's face. Without a sound, the narco folded over the handlebars of his buggy in a spray of bright red blood and shattered white bone. Its driver dead, the ATV veered slowly toward Flynn and rolled to a stop only feet away, with its motor still ticking over. One down, he thought calmly. Flynn swiveled and fired 2 more times. The nearest gunman on foot dropped in a boneless heap, shot through the head before he could even begin to react to this unexpected ambush. But given a second's more grace, his partner yelled out in horrified alarm, frantically fumbling to bring his own short-barreled M4 carbine to bear. Too late, Flynn thought. He squeezed off several more rapid shots. Hit multiple times in the torso, the cartel gunman spun around through a half-circle and went down. The rifle he dropped whirled through the air before thudding to the ground. That guy might not be dead, Flynn realized, since the Kevlar he was wearing could be good enough to stop 9mm rounds, even ones fired at point-blank range. But at a minimum, that narco would be out of the fight for a time, battered by mule-kick-like impacts, scared shitless, and probably not very inclined to make a target of himself again by scrambling after his lost weapon. Down the wooded slope, the driver of the second Brotherhood ATV dived out of the seat and down behind his 4-wheeled buggy. And in the same moment, the last 2 cartel gunmen in the group threw themselves prone and opened fire from where they were, wildly shooting in his general direction without spending a lot of time aiming. 5.56mm rounds whip-cracked low over Flynn's head, ripping pieces of splintered bark and shredded leaves off the nearby trees, and sending clumps of dirt flying high in all directions. Well, this neighborhood's gone to hell, he thought tightly, which made it time to bail out of here, before one of those panicked Brotherhood thugs got lucky and punched a bullet into him. Moving like lightning, he lunged forward and grabbed the M4 carbine dropped by one of the men he'd shot. Hurriedly, he slung it over his right shoulder, muzzle down. Then Flynn hauled the dead ATV driver out of the saddle and dropped him over the side. In that same motion, he swung aboard the low-slung vehicle. Leaning forward over the handlebars, he put the buggy back in gear and slewed it around through a hard, tight turn that sprayed loose dirt and rocks out from under the tires. More rifle rounds slashed by on all sides. Pointed almost straight up the slope now, Flynn gunned the ATV and accelerated with the throttle open wide. Swerving wildly to avoid crashing headlong into trees, he roared uphill and burst out into the open terrain at the top of the ridge. There, some miles off to the east but rapidly drawing closer, he saw the small shape of a green and tan camouflaged helicopter low in the sky. Sunlight glinted off its clear canopy. Flynn held on tight as the 4-wheeler bounced up and down over the rough, rocky ground. He risked a glance back over his shoulder. Alerted by the sudden burst of gunfire, the Brotherhood gunmen who'd been deployed to watch the tree line had obviously spotted him. In 1s and 2s, they were mounting their own ATVs and turning after him in hot pursuit. Tight-lipped, Flynn swung back around. There was no way he was going to outrun that many cartel gunmen, he realized. Not and get far enough away for an easy helicopter extraction. This was their home turf, so they knew all the ins and outs of the local terrain. That left him only one serious option: stand and fight until retrieved. Spotting a small thicket of scrub oaks and brush a few 100 yards away, he steered toward it and sped up. Chapter 23. On the Ridge. Moments later. Just a few yards from the little patch of stunted oaks, Flynn braked hard, skidding to a stop in a whirling haze of dust and sand. Immediately, he rolled off the motionless ATV and sprinted across and into the shadowed edge of the thicket. Swiftly, he yanked a smoke grenade off his tactical vest, pulled the pin, and lobbed it back toward the center of the tiny clump of scrub trees. With a muffled bang and then a snake-like hiss, the grenade ignited. In seconds, a thick cloud of bright green smoke billowed skyward, marking his position for the incoming helicopter. Then, unslinging the M4 carbine he'd grabbed, Flynn dropped to his stomach and wriggled forward until he could see out of the edge of the thicket. Now he needed to buy some time. Calmly, he sighted down the barrel of the weapon, tracking on the closest Brotherhood ATV as it sped across the ridgetop toward his position. He opened up, squeezing off one aimed shot at a time. The M4's stock slapped rhythmically back against his shoulder as he sent rounds keening downrange. Dust fountained up around the oncoming four-wheeler. Hit at least once, its driver screamed shrilly, threw his arms out wide, and tumbled off to lie sprawled and limp. Riderless now, the vehicle slowed and then swung away, curving through an arc until it came to a complete stop some yards away from the dead man. Out across the ridge, the other cartel gunmen reacted fast. They braked to a stop and dived off their own ATVs, going to ground. Within moments, repeated flashes from near the motionless vehicles marked their return fire. Flynn pressed his face hard into the dirt as 5.56mm rounds slashed through the thicket at supersonic speed, shredding tree limbs and vegetation. And then, with a pounding, deafening roar from its turboshaft engine, the Bell 206A Jet Ranger flew right over his head. It was already flaring out to land only a few scant yards from the grove. Dust and torn pieces of tall grass swirled crazily in a man-made tornado, whipped up by the wash from its spinning rotors. Through eyes narrowed to slits against the stinging cloud of rotor-blown debris, Flynn could make out Laura Van Horn seated in the helicopter's right-hand pilot's position. She wore an expression of absolute concentration while her hands danced over the Jet Ranger's cyclic and collective controls, determinedly holding the helicopter down on its skids while the machine's combination of thrust and lift tried to bounce it back into the air. On the other side of the helicopter, Shannon Cook was leaning out the open cabin door, shooting back at the Brotherhood gunman with his HK-417 carbine. Ignoring the rounds still ripping through the thicket, Flynn bounced to his feet and bolted for the grounded helicopter. In less than a second, he plunged into the dust cloud kicked up by its whirling rotors and kept going. Half expecting to feel the shattering impact of a bullet at any second, he lowered his head and ran even faster, sprinting across the short interval with ever-lengthening strides. Straight ahead, the Bell 206 loomed up through the haze, taking on solid form. Without slowing, Flynn dived head first through the open door past Cook, and abruptly saw red when he smacked painfully into one of the cabin's metal fittings. The moment he was aboard, Van Horn lifted off, swinging the helicopter around through a fast 180-degree arc that generated an even thicker cloud of rotor-blown sand and dust. Whang, whang, whang. The Bell 206 rattled and shook as rifle rounds punched through its fuselage and tailboom and exploded out the other side. Still only a few feet off the ground, she lowered the helicopter's nose slightly and transitioned to level flight, slashing low across the top of the ridge to the east at more than 100 knots. "Oh, fuck!" Cook yelled suddenly from the left side door. He had turned to fire back behind them, hoping to suppress the Brotherhood gunmen still shooting at them. Sam at our 6, he warned. Ignoring the blood spattering from his gashed forehead, Flynn whipped around to stare back through the open right door. A small dark shape had streaked skyward out of a billowing cloud of pale gray smoke. Trailing a plume of fire, the missile was already turning to home in on their heat signature. Jesus Christ, he thought in dismay. Who had sold these drug-running bastards shoulder-launched anti-air missiles? Some crooked supply officer in the Mexican Armed Forces? Their Venezuelan narco-allies? Veronian? Hang on tight, Van Horn snapped, barely audible over the high-pitched roar from their turbine engine. She took them out over the crest of the ridge at high speed and then pushed her collective control forward, sending the Bell 206 plunging down into an arroyo on the other side. The dry canyon twisted back and forth like a snake as it wound eastward through the Sierra Madre foothills. With her right hand busy on the cyclic stick and her feet on the rudder pedals, She rolled the helicopter back and forth through a series of incredibly tight turns to follow the arroyo without smashing into its steep sides. In the aft cabin, straining to keep from being thrown out through the open side door, Flynn suddenly noticed tree branches flashing past outside, branches that were now above the speeding helicopter. Holy crap, he realized in sheer amazement. Van Horn had taken them right down in among the sparse woods that lined the slopes of this narrow canyon, and now she was weaving in and out among the very tallest trees. Without warning, with a bone-shaking jolt, the Bell 206's rotor blades sheared right through a couple of treetops. Tiny scraps of sliced and diced pine and oak bark sleeted through the door in a burst of aromatic splinters. Wham! A huge flash of blinding orange and red lit the sky close behind them. The missile on their tail had just slammed into another tall tree and detonated. Hit by the shock wave and a rattling hail of razor-edged fragments, the helicopter shimmied and shook from end to end, like a wet dog coming out of the water. Somehow, despite everything, Van Horn retained control. She leveled out just above the floor of the little canyon and flew on eastward, still throwing the bird from side to side in wild, evasive maneuvers. "Anybody hit?" she called out. On the other side of the cabin from Flynn, Cook stared down. He looked flabbergasted to find himself in one piece. "I'm okay," he reported over the intercom. Then he checked Flynn over. "So's Nick, except for a shallow-looking gash on his forehead that I think he must have got diving aboard." Flynn grabbed the headset offered to him by the other man and plugged it into the intercom. He swiped at the blood trickling down his face. "I'm fine," he reassured Van Horn. "Figured you would be, amigo," she retorted. "That head of yours has never been your most vulnerable spot." Peering forward toward the cockpit, Flynn could see that it was a mess. The helicopter's clear canopy was starred and cracked by shards of metal hurled outward from the blast. Smoke curled out of the damaged instrument panel, and the sleeve of Van Horn's arm was turning red. "You're wounded, Laura," he blurted out in sudden worry. She glanced down at her torn flight suit. "No sweat," she assured him coolly, opening and closing the fingers of her left hand to show him there was no major damage. "Just a clean through and through. Get me some bandages and a stiff scotch once we touch down, and I should be good to go." They flew on to the east, heading for Torreon at very low altitude. Behind them, a pillar of dark gray smoke curled higher, fed by the missile-set fire now spreading through the little canyon. West of Torreon International Airport. An hour later. 5 miles west of the city, Van Horn cautiously pulled the damaged helicopter into a shallow climb. They needed to clear a chain of low, rugged hills just ahead, hills that marked the border between the states of Durango and Coahuila. Torreon was just across the line. At around 1,000 feet above the ground, she leveled out again. Suddenly, the Bell 206 shuddered violently, and the howling roar of its turboshaft engine grew even shriller. Holding onto a safety strap, Flynn leaned out through the open side door and looked aft toward the helicopter's tail. He frowned. Laura?" he said over the intercom. "I hate to say this, but we're starting to trail smoke." "Well, crap," Van Horn replied. "Is that smoke black or gray?" Her tone was almost conversational, as though she were discussing the weather. "Black." Flynn could almost hear her nod. "Yeah, I was afraid of that. I figure one of those pieces of shrapnel must have nicked an oil line, and now I bet the line's busted open, which means we've got hot oil spraying across the engine mounting." Flynn exchanged a glance with Cook. "Let me guess, that's bad?" "Oh, yeah." Van Horn tapped her damaged instrument console. "Our fire suppression system's kaput, and so are most of these gauges, so I can't even tell how much oil we're losing." "Which means?" Flynn asked. "If we're really unlucky,
A full-on fire starts, spreads to the fuel tanks, and we blow up, she said, still sounding remarkably unfazed. And if we're only a little bit unlucky, then the engine seizes up when all the oil's gone. Flynn saw Cook mouth, "Oh, just frickin' great." He nodded and keyed the intercom mic again. "So what happens then?" "Well," she said meditatively, "best case is that we auto-rotate down for a hard landing. The worst case is that we fall out of the sky and slam nose first into a building or some rocks or some other piece of extremely unforgiving terrain." A couple of 100 feet below, the last of the hills they'd just flown across fell away behind. Seemingly perfectly serene, she tweaked the helicopter controls some more. Still spewing smoke, the Bell 206 descended again, until it was skimming low over the rows and rows of flat-roofed houses and other buildings on the outskirts of Torreon. The buffeting grew worse. Flynn sighed. "Sorry I asked." Van Horn's mouth tightened into a thin grin as she saw the square helipad at the Torreon Military Air Station coming into sight. "Relax, guys," she said. "I've got this." As the helicopter clattered low over a 4-lane highway bordering the airport, she started working the pedals, cyclic stick, and collective control to slow their airspeed. The helipad grew bigger through the canopy. Barely moving forward, they settled down toward the pad, and with a muffled bang, the engine suddenly died. With its rotor still spinning automatically, the Bell 206 dropped the last few feet and slammed down hard on its skids. "Everybody out," Van Horn ordered. Her hands danced across the instrument panel in front of her, quickly flicking as many switches as were in working order to their off positions. "This thing could still blow." They all piled out and walked away fast from the smoking, shrapnel-riddled helicopter. The car sent by Colonel Herrera was waiting for them across the tarmac. Members of the air station's ground crew rushed past them, heading for the smoldering Bell 206 with handheld fire extinguishers. The senior man, a sergeant, stopped dead in his tracks before them. His mouth was open as he stared at the battered wreck they'd just left. "Mother of God, Captain," he stammered. "What happened?" Van Horn swung round on him. Her mouth curled into a deep frown as she put her hands on her hips. "Isn't it obvious?" she snapped. "Senora?" the sergeant said in total confusion. "It failed its maintenance check." Without waiting for a response, she spun back around and rejoined Flynn and Cook. Before the stunned Mexican Air Force sergeant could recover his wits, the 3 agents were on the move again. They slid into the waiting car, and it immediately drove away, heading straight for the Pilatus PC-12 turboprop parked at the other end of the airport.